Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Missed Dragon Maid. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Prologue. In a different realm, in a different sky. Something was flying fast through the air, challenging a god by themselves. The creature's mouth opened and started to glow as it flew closer, dodging the god's lightning bolts as well. A sword came out of nowhere, and the creature was impaled by it. It roared and fell out of the sky, and with the remnants of its magic power, it opened a portal to Earth. Izuku's POV, you should already know what the beginning of BNHA is. The mountain top, the same mountain where I had met her. Staring up into the sky, I saw the same god that had taken out the dragon of chaos. I was left bloodied, battered, and broken, a mortal standing up to a god. An ant in the eye of a human, but I wasn't ready to back down, not now, not until I fall. Freeze frame, record scratch. Now you're probably wondering how I got here. For that to happen, we need to go back a few years. 3 years ago. Today was the most appealing day, the sky was dark, and it was raining. My favorite kind of weather, 'cause whenever it rains, I go to visit my favorite place that my mom always brought me to. Mount Shirao, which was less of a mountain and more of a jagged hill, which I guess is a mountain. Despite me being quirkless, I always trained both my body and my mind at that mountain. Anyways, after waiting until the sun went down in my apartment by myself, I headed out with a hoodie and a pair of shorts on. Right when I left my house, I had seen something fly in the general direction that I was heading. DMN, what is that? I asked aloud as I was marveled by whatever that was. It's rare to see something that big fly in the sky, I said as I jogged towards the mountain. Usually it would take me about an hour to get to the mountain's beginning path, but I wanted to take a quicker route there. Without having had a break since I started, I stopped relatively near a warning sign for bears. The trail should be around here somewhere, I said as I disregarded the sign. Since every single one of the countless times that I've been here, there have been no bears. I walked towards what I thought was the mountain's trail, but instead walked into a clearing, with a large scaly creature. "Begone, worthless human, you don't belong here!" roared the green-scaled dragon. "Whoa! Are you a dragon?" I asked as I walked to touch it. Its mouth opened and snapped back down. "Don't dirty me with your mortal SCUHEY, what are you doing?" I had noticed the sword in their back, and had started to climb up when they noticed. The last thing that I get to meet is a human, and they're climbing me. Just great, the dragon sighed as I climbed onto its back. "This sword looks dangerous, want me to take it out?" I asked, caring about the creature's well-being. I was already touching the sword. "If you touch that god sword, then you will become deranged." The dragon really didn't care what happened to me, it only wished for me to be gone. I put both of my hands on the sword and started to pull it out. What? Why are you helping me?" the dragon asked as she saw me pull the sword out of her back. "BCAUs, I said in between grunts until I pulled the sword out. Once pulled, the sword disappeared. I jumped off of the dragon's back and went towards the snout. I sat down in a respecting manner, and spoke. "You look like you needed help." A warm smile formed at my lips. "Now if you don't mind me asking, who do I have the pleasure of speaking to?" I said as I was soaked through by the rain. A passive red light came from the dragon as it transformed into a human-like shape. The dragon was a girl with orange hair, red highlights, and horns on her head. She had a cloak on that covered most of her body, but by now it was also soaked through by the rain. She didn't seem to mind though. She sat down, the same fashion as I did, in front of me. "So you're a girl," I said, amazed, due to the fact that I couldn't tell her gender in her dragon form. "I thank you, oh mortal scum, for saving the likes of me," she said as simply as she could, yet it sounded so sincere. A tick mark grew on my forehead. "You know you shouldn't really call people scum. But you all are," she said happily with no remorse in her voice. Another tick mark grew. "Then what does that make me for helping you? A decent human?" She herself didn't even know what to call me. I fell on my face and onto the ground. Several hours later. After several hours of passionate talking and arguing, we both had calmed down. "Even after spending several hours talking in the rain, you haven't told me your name." I said politely. "My apologies, I am Tohru," she said quickly and excitedly. "Well, Tohru, do you have any place to stay?" I asked, and no, I've been by myself ever since I was little. I took in the information and her clothing. "Well, how about you come home with me?" She was taken aback, and I saw a tear in her eye, despite the small drizzle of rain. I awaited her response in the same position, just taking in the small amounts of refreshing rain. She looked at me with tears streaming out of her eyes. "I," she cried out through her tears. "Well, then. How about you become my dragon maid?" I yelled out in excitement. I rambled on about maids. Damn it, Izuku, stop developing your mother's weird habits. Oh, sorry, but I forgot to tell you, my name is Izuku. It's been really nice to meet you, Tohru. Let's get going then. I said excitedly. Her face had a tiny hint of sadness in her face, yet it was dominated by how happy she was. I got up and offered my hand to her. She had a confused look on her face. Come on, Tohru, a new beginning awaits us, I said as I offered a smile of pure happiness. She took my hand and she smiled as well, an especially cute one at that. Prologue ended. In a world where the unreal became real due to superpowers known as quirks. There was a green-haired boy who didn't have a quirk. But he had something much better, a magic given to him by an otherworldly being. The only one that could truly under. Izuku POV. Bright light shined through my curtains as I lifted weights in my room. I noticed that she began to stir from her sleep. She rested on my bed, because I didn't have a spare mattress or futon. I rested on the floor. It was bad, albeit it was good for my back pains. She sat up and stretched. She let out a yawn. Good morning, Tohru. She turned around, and I fell backwards. My nose started to bleed. I had forgot that she didn't have clothing to wear. So currently, she was naked. Izuku, are you alright? I heard footsteps approach me. I looked up, and saw her hanging over my workout bench. But that wasn't all, she was still naked. My nose bled even more than before, practically gushing blood. I stood up as fast as I could. Let's get you some clothing, Tohru, I unsteadily spoke. Here, just be back up a bit. I focused on the ceiling of the room. After she moved away from the bench, I moved it out from in front of my closet. I started to look through my closet for clothing that could fit her. Come on, where are you? There it is. I grabbed it and pulled it out of my closet. I held it up for her to see. This is the only thing that I have. Sorry if it doesn't fit you, I said nervously. Oh, I don't need this, Izuku. I looked at the back of the maid uniform with a skeptical look, and saw out of the corner of my eye her skin start to turn into dragon scales, and back into a maid uniform. For I can make my own, she said triumphantly. I looked at her elegant dress, and my jaw dropped. Do you like it, Mstr Izuku? She asked excitedly. Even her dragon tail started to wag. First of all, please don't call me Mstr. Second of all, you could say that I like it. I nervously scratched the back of my head and looked away from her, as to not insult how it looked like a cosplayer's outfit. I suppose that what I was going to give her was also cosplay. You look really cute in that dress though, I said. She gave off a million-watt smile and pounced on top of me from where she was standing. You're so nice, Izuku. She nuzzled against my cheek. TT Tohru? My stutter kicked up again, and I blushed like crazy. Yes, Izuku-sama? Please get off of me. Also, that's not any better than Mstr. Maybe I want to call you Mstr. She got off of me reluctantly. Now if you don't mind, I gotta start leaving for school, Tohru. I'll be gone for half the day. Her face turned into one of sadness. But don't worry, I'll be back home before you know it. I smiled with reassurance. She looked at me, and smiled weakly back. Oh, okay, Izuku. Don't worry. I walked over to her and placed my hand on top of her head. I'll be fine. It's just school, so the only thing that'd ever happen is me dying of boredom. She giggled lightly, and stood up. My hand stayed upon her head the entire time, so it was kinda awkward when my hand went slightly above my own head. Well, that I gotta go. Goodbye, Tohru. I walked towards my room door, and waved behind me to Tohru. Goodbye, Izuku, she smiled as I exited the room, and eventually the house. Third-person POV. This is really boring, Tohru said as she fell on top of Izuku's bed. Wait, I can just use my magic to visit Izuku in school? She exclaimed happily. She went to the front door, and exited the house. But not without locking the door behind her. She went over to the barrier blocking people from falling from high heights and jumped off of it. Turning into a dragon, she flew through the air. She used her magic to conceal herself, and used her strong sense of smell to track him down. After a short bout of flight, she had made it to Aldera Junior High, where Izuku's scent was. She looked for an opening in the building to jump into, and found an open window that had Izuku's scent on it. She casually jumped into the building, and perched herself on the window. Looking in, she saw 3 people in the room, and one of them was Izuku. But he was being kicked by 2 other people, one with brown hair, and the other with sandy blonde. You useless fucking Deku, you aren't even fun to beat on anymore. The blonde kicked Izuku in the stomach, but it was odd. Izuku didn't try to defend himself. But Tohru would. She lifted her concealment spell, and stepped onto some solid ground. Without making a sound, she made her way over to the brown-haired boy, and tapped him on the shoulder. What the fuck? He shouted in fright. What the? Who let you in here? Shouted the blonde-haired boy. He sent an explosive punch towards Tohru, hoping that it would knock her out. But she grabbed his fist and flung him over her shoulder. I let myself in cause I wanted to see Izuku. But since you're hurting him. THATMEANSIHAVETOKILLYOU. A green circle of magic appeared out of thin air, and Tohru began to charge a beam of light in her mouth. The blonde-haired boy set himself in pure fright as he stayed in the same position, too scared to move. Tohru, Izuku was next to her when he placed his hand on her shoulder in an injured stance. You can't hurt Bakugo. The light coming out of her mouth stopped, and she directed her attention towards him. But he hurt you, Izuku, you don't deserve anything like this. Bakugo slowly got up, a beam of light was shot from Tohru's finger, barely missing his ear. Don't you dare move. Tohru said menacingly. Just let him go, Tohru, he's just a dumbass that doesn't understand what an ego is. Izuku stared directly into Bakugo's eyes as he spoke. And what's that supposed to mean? His hands started to release tiny sparks. It means that you haven't been normal since the day you got your quirk. It changed you, you used to be my friend and said that you wouldn't stop being my friend. But no, your quirk made you think you were better than everyone else, Bakugo. And you lost sight of your true self, you lost sight of your past. By now Izuku was crying, whilst standing over Bakugo and scolding him. Bakugo's blonde hair shadowed his red eyes, but the sparks coming from his hands disappeared. I am sorry, Izuku. You're sorry? You're saying sorry after 10 years of torment and pain? It has taken you this long to realize your mistakes? Izuku exploded on his old friend. I could have defended myself every time you tried to hurt me, but I didn't. I hoped that you would notice how much pain you've caused your best friend. I said, I'm sorry, Izuku. He looked up with tears coming down his face. Bakugo looked at him, not with pity, but with sorrow and pain. After 10 years, he finally realized the error of his ways. Izuku walked towards Bakugo and sat next to him. I'm glad you finally said those words, old friend. Izuku smiled as tears came down his face. Later at home. Izuku, can I ask you something? I heard Tohru ask as she prepared dinner. Yeah, what is it? What's a quirk? Is it something like magic? If I had to put it in simple terms. Yeah, it's like magic, it's basically a power that most people on this planet have. Do you have one? I went silent for a couple of moments. No. I am quirkless, and because of it I'm treated worse than trash. I said solemnly. Would you like to learn magic? You can do that? I pushed in my seat and ran into the kitchen. I looked at her with stars in my eyes. Yeah, I can. She seemed nervous because of me. Teach me. I got on my hands and knees and seemed like I was praying to her. Sure, Izuku, when do you want to do it? She asked happily as I rose from the ground. After dinner. Also, why are you cooking your own tail? Because I thought it would be nice to have a part of myself in you, Izuku. She was drooling from her mouth in a euphoric way. I don't want to eat your tail, Tohru. I said simply, causing her to seem sad. I just don't feel comfortable with you cutting a part of yourself off and cooking it. It's just unethical. I got out ingredients for my signature dish, katsudon. But trust me, you are going to love what I'm making. After dinner in Izuku's bedroom. I was sitting behind Izuku, and ready to give him magic. Whenever you're ready, Izuku, take off your shirt and stay still. He did as I instructed, and I summoned a purple magic circle that spanned across the entirety of the room. I placed my hand on his back, and felt a tiny bit of my magic leave my body, and start to reside in his. He doesn't seem to have anything of what's this? Is this his soul? If it is, then why does it seem to be huge, and flowing with power? I don't think that I should bring this up. And there we go. I took my gloved hand off of his back. He turned around to look at me. You should be able to use dragon magic, Izuku, I said cheerfully. I saw a look of pure enjoyment in his eyes, but something unexpected happened. He hugged me. Thank you, Tohru, he whispered passionately into my ear. My face grew to a dark shade of red. As I blushed, fire came out of my mouth. Why, you're welcome, Izuku, I said with a stutter. He really is cute when he's happy. I really want to stay in this dimension with him. Izuku POV. Now what you wanna do is imagine that there's a huge pool of stale water. That's the mana that I gave you. I'll be teaching you the advanced techniques later. You should be able to use the simple ones though. Now try to take some of that water, and use it to produce fire. Tohru cupped her hands together, and blew fire from atop her trash heap. I wanted to try out my magic by using it on a people-barren place. And what better way than using it on a waste dump? I did as she said, and tried to take the water from the pool. I looked down into it, and saw that it was a fairly deep well of power. I reached in with one hand, and tried to take out the water. I only pulled out a little bit, and as soon as I did, it glowed and evaporated in an instant. What am I doing wrong? Just how much power does it take? I shouted at Tohru. Not a lot, Just try again. It's easy. She then breathed more fire than before and her body became scaly. See, it's not hard. I closed my eyes, and saw the mana pool once again. Here we go again, I sighed as I reached into the pool with one hand. I left it in there for a few moments. Wait, why am I not using both hands? I cupped my hands within the water and brought it out. They were full of the glowing fluid. But this time, it didn't evaporate. Instead, it started to move on its own towards the veins in my arms. I started to panic, but I couldn't move for some reason. I looked down to see the fluid, having risen to my ankles somehow, hold them in place as if it were stone. The fluid cut through the skin on my arms, and dug into my veins. I cried in pain, because wherever it spread to, I started to glow blue and feel like I was burning from the inside out. As my entire body glowed, the feeling died down and slowly faded. I opened my eyes and looked at Tohru. Why did that hurt so much? I sounded like a hollow version of myself, my voice was hoarse, and I was on the verge of tears. That means it worked. Cup your hands in front of your mouth. Then you should blow out fire if you think about it. Are you serious? That easy? She nodded, and so I did as she instructed. I cupped my hands, and took a deep breath. Roar! A stream of fire came out of my throat, and melted every object in front of me. And no way. This is awesome. I turned to Tohru and kneeled. Teach me more MSTR. Tohru was shocked, and had a confused look on her face. Does this usually happen? No, but you better expect more of this. Okay then, I'll teach you more. She said happily. 3 weeks later. Okay, Izuku. This time I want you to try going deeper into that pool of magic that I'm talking about. Then you should be able to use more powerful spells and abilities. But you really have been using the magic I gave you, like you've had it since BRTH. I couldn't make out the last part because she was speaking to herself. Already? Wouldn't that be tough? Of course, but the earlier you try, the easier it will get as time goes on. Oh okay. Let's do it then. That's the spirit. She cheered on. Instead of being on top of a pile of trash, she was sitting in front of me. I closed my eyes again, and wound up near the pool. But this time, it was deeper than my normal one. Is it supposed to grow deeper? To be honest, I still had the littlest idea about mana and magic. I only knew how to cast some basic dragon magic, and a human spell as well. I still didn't know if I could turn my skin into scales like Tohru had demonstrated many times before. I walked up to the pool that had accepted me once before, and got ready to dive deeper. I knew that I wouldn't be able to touch the floor of the pool. I readied my pose, and jumped into the fluid. I expected to be repulsed by the mana, but instead it fully accepted me. But it became weirder. I didn't even try to move, the mana pushed me down towards the basin. I heard Tohru gasp, and so I opened my eyes in an instant. What's wrong? I asked urgently. She clutched her chest, as if something had given her a fright. Izuku, was there anything wrong with the pool I told you to envision? Why yeah, it was drastically deeper than normal. Is that not supposed to happen? I was in the dark about magic entirely, so I had to ask. No wonder I felt weird. You accessed my own reserves of mana. I looked surprised. How? I thought I was bound to my own. Isn't that what you told me when we started? She got up from the ground. Her maid outfit made her irresistible when she was confused. Or just in general. Yeah, that's entirely right. But maybe it's because I gave you some of my own? I don't know, this is messing with my head. Can we just stop for now? Her eyes seemed to emanate anguish within them. Sure, whatever you need. I got up. Do you want to do something in the time being? She walked next to me, and started to blush. Yeah, I'd like that, Izuku. She hugged my arm, and nuzzled her cheek into it. I blushed lightly. I was getting used to this since we've been getting closer and closer by the day. So Tohru, do you really want to shop? She nodded. Of course, I made a promise to be your maid, and I'm not letting it go. Geez, you really don't have to do it though. I felt bad since I saved her, and made her be a maid. But I really don't mind, as long as I get to spend my time with you. My face grew scarlet, and I wanted to hide away like the social outcast I was. But I felt the same way about her. I was way too scared to tell her that. Someone bumped into Tohru, making her drop the meat she was going to make dinner with. Stop that man. A woman shouted from behind us. I got it. I started to use my mana to power up my legs in order to run at him. Stop, Tohru said. She was looking down at the ground. Why? I'll take care of him. She turned towards me with a mad look in her eye. Fine, just don't kill him. I knew this could easily turn out horrible. This, Tohru appeared above the man that stole the purse, is for Izuku-san. She did a 360 in midair, and punched the man into the ground. Leaving a small crater where he landed, he bounced up once, and fell back down. She touched the ground gracefully, and picked up the purse. Thank you so much. Tohru handed back the purse, and I came over to her. Good job, Tohru. I placed my hand on her head, and ruffled it. I've had enough, let's just go home. She looked at me all happy, like I would be doing something that I had no want of doing. And I'll be making dinner. I added, her mood deflated, probably because she would find a way in order to feed me her tail. Like always. Fine, but I will make it up to you tomorrow. She raised her fist into the sky, even if it's the last thing I do. It was the last thing she did. I was making dinner when the doorbell to my apartment rang. Tohru, would you? Oh, you're already on it. I was chopping away at my own freshly grown tomatoes. I heard the sound of the door opening over my humming. Oh, hi Kana-chan, what brings you here? I heard the door close, and a pair of running footsteps. I looked to where Kana was, and saw a little girl with a tail that resembled a fuzzy ball on a string. Give back Tohru-sama, or face my wrath, sorry Kana-chan. But I didn't force Tohru to stay, she completely wanted to. I was still chopping away. Then perish. I looked at her as she ran towards me. I put one hand up to my mouth, and quickly tossed the knife into the air. I quickly put my other hand over my mouth, and tightened both of them. I breathed fire, and melted the knife into nothing but molten drippings. Kana-chan was preparing what looked like a strong attack. But when she finally released it, it felt like a little kid's punch. Completely weak and yet cute. She then unleashed a flurry of punches on my legs. Kana-chan. Stop that right now. Tohru picked the small child up and pulled her away from viciously attacking my legs. What's her deal? I asked Tohru. It's because you won't return Tohru-sama to me. Tohru looked down at her like a parent. Kana, I won't go with you back to our realm. I want to stay here, with Izuku. Kana struggled against her superior grip. Get rid of your brainwashing powers, you useless human, or I'll kill you, mice dash. A loud grumble broke through the tension. Kana looked embarrassed. You sound hungry. Here, just give me a few moments to put the finishing touches on this. Then we could see about returning Tohru to you, okay? I asked Kana on one knee. She reluctantly nodded. All right then. Let's get this started. I shuffled the headband I had around my neck onto my forehead and tightened it. I turned my hand into a sharp edge, and chopped the tomatoes into bite-sized pieces. I took the meat that was dropped on the ground earlier, luckily inside a strong packaging, and cooked it with my fiery breath. I then chopped, sliced, and diced the meat into small squares. Small enough to be bite-size, and tender enough to be somewhat tough to chew. I divided the meat evenly onto two separate dishes, and put the finishing touches on it with the tomatoes and parsley I had left over. Dinner, I placed the plates in front of the two. Is served. Kana eyed the food hungrily, as if I poisoned it. Go ahead, it's safe to eat. See, Tohru took a bite of it, and went into pure delight. Her face lit up because of the masterful flavor that I always had present within my food. She took a bite of the food in front of her carefully, and had a similar reaction to Tohru's. How do you two like it? They looked at me with smiles on their faces. It's amazing, but what about you, Izuku? I'm fine, just as long as I see a smile on somebody's face, then I don't care if I'm hungry or not. I saw her reaching for her oversized yet cute dragon tail. And no, I don't want to eat your tail, Tohru, I scolded lightly. I looked to Kana, who had already finished half of her plate. So I take it you like it? I asked smugly. Don't think your tricks will work on me, weak human, I just like your food is all. Weak? I'm not weak. Izuku POV. Kana-san, you've been here for a couple of days. Shouldn't your parents be worried about you? She was sitting in Tohru's lap on the couch, and I was in the kitchen, cooking fish with the oven's flame. When I made dinner yesterday, I almost burned the apartment down with my fiery breath. I noticed that her gaze darkened, and she moved Tohru's hand from giving her head pats. You have people who worry about you in your own dimension, right? She moved herself off of Tohru's lap, and adjusted herself towards me. She opened her mouth, and light started to come out of it. My eyes widened, and I quickly ducked under the counter. Overhead a beam of light soared, and cut a hole through the wall. I grabbed the counter, and slowly peered over it. Kana was now standing, crying, and Tohru was hugging her. I looked behind me, and saw straight to the outdoors. I looked back as I heard Tohru's voice comforting her. It's all right, Kana, if you want to, you can tell me what's bugging you. I wanted to comfort her, but I knew that I would only make the situation worse. She turned towards the elder dragon, and whispered something into her ear. I used magic to transform one of my ears into that of a bat. It's just that your father exiled me. Tohru gasped relatively loudly, causing me to hold my ear in response. Why did he? She seemed rather angry at the mention of that. Because I pulled a small prank. She seemed like she is dancing around the truth. So just because of that, my dad banished you. She clenched her hand into a fist, and started to glow red. I'm gonna kill that man one day. Have your parents tried to reason with him? Kanna shut her mouth, and tears started to come out faster. My eyes widened once again. What happened to her parents? Kanna-chan? What happened to your parents? She said with urgency on her tongue. I got up from my cover, and started to walk towards them. I fell on my knees in front of Kanna and leaned in to hug her. It's okay Kanna-chan, you don't have to say it. I knew what had happened to her parents, that they were either dead or murdered. She collapsed on the ground, and bawled her eyes out, crying out in pain. After several minutes of crying, she wasn't crying as much. Hey, Kanna-chan. Since you can't go back home, how about you stay here with me and Tohru? I guarantee you'll love it here. She stopped crying entirely, and I felt her head move in my direction. I saw out of the corner of my eye, Tohru look at me like she did when I first met her a couple months ago. That was a face stricken with love. Ah really? She asked, her voice was choking up. Of course Kanna. I pulled out of the hug and smiled at her. Her eyes lit up with joy. I stood up followed by the two dragonkin. She jumped from where she stood, and tackled me into a hug. I was surprised, so I fell backwards. Thank you Izuku-san. You're an awesome person, said Kanna, since she was the one hugging me. I saw Tohru look at us with a wide smile, that stretched ear to ear, plastered onto her face. I blushed, and smiled as well. I then pat Kanna's head, like you should do to any loli who likes them. She really loved it judging her reaction, but I had to get up. Since Tohru was going into the kitchen, with a severed tail. Sorry Kanna-chan, Tohru. No. I got up and ran towards her. I turned the corner, and saw her holding her tail above the cooking fish. A liquid was seeping from the severed tail, onto the fish, making it inedible. I pinched the bridge of my nose, and sighed. Tohru, you know I won't ever eat your tail. I went to the fridge, and onto the tips of my toes. I opened the cabinet above it, and grabbed the bottle filled with water. So then why do it? I sprayed her with the water. She really hated it when I did this. But she always seemed like a cat when she gets spritzed. I heard laughter come from the other room, and could tell that she'd love it here with Tohru and I. Izuku, Izuku. I heard running from Kanna's room. I looked towards the hallway. She came in sliding and almost hitting the wall, but she saved herself at the last moment and ran towards me on the couch. Since Tohru was more than capable by now, she was cooking lunch for the first time. Yes Kanna? I asked as she stopped in front of me, so I pat her head. I'm bored, is there anything I can do? I thought for a moment, and had a brilliant idea. How about we go eat lunch at the park that's nearby? It would be fun. Her eyes became wide and bright. I'll take that as a yes. Now, go get ready while me and Tohru get everything set up. She nodded fast, and ran back to the room I gave her. I got up from the couch, and walked to the kitchen. Why are you so nice Izuku? I just haven't met too many humans like you. I just don't see the point of being rude or mean to someone, even if you're fed up with them. I guess that's why. I don't really know. I shrugged, and looked at the sandwiches she was preparing. They didn't have the meat from her tail, but it was something that I couldn't recognize. What's in those? I looked at her, and saw her blushing and holding her maid dress. It's a delicacy from my home world. I believe it's overgrown snake meat. Realizing what she had just said, she deadpanned, knowing that I probably wouldn't try it. Sounds odd, but I'll give it a try. Put it in here. I pulled out a picnic basket from the cabinet below, and went to grab some assorted fruit off the counter. I turned around to see Kanna walking in place, in the doorway. Let's go. I could tell that she was going to have a blast in the park already. You ready Tohru? She nodded, so I turned back to Kanna. Then let's get going. I went over towards the front door, and slipped on my shoes. I grabbed the doorknob, and opened the door. The sun poured in through the door. It was bountiful, and appealing. So I stepped out, and basked in the brilliance of the sun. I turned around to the two. Well? What are you waiting for? Let's get going. Kanna ran out the door, and stood at my side. She peered over the rail, and saw the same bright sunny day that I did. Tohru came holding the basket, so I took it from her, like the gentleman I was. I led the way to the park, and we were talking the entire time we walked there. Here should be perfect. I set the basket down in the shade of the tree, and opened it. I took the blanket out of it, and sprawled it across the ground. I sat down on it, and Tohru sat next to me, rather closely I might add. But so did Kanna, by sitting in my lap. Tohru opened the basket, and pulled out the sandwiches. I heard footsteps on the grass, and looked towards it. It was Katsuki, so I waved at him. But Tohru was growling like a dog at him. So I grabbed her hand and held it, making her look me in the face with a light blush. It's okay, he won't hurt me. Deku, I need to talk to you, so come on. He waved me on as he walked away. I picked up Kanna by the waist, and moved her beside me. I'll be back in a few, so don't wait up. I called as I ran to catch up with him. So what did you want to talk about Kaken? Look. I know that you can't forget what happened between us in the past, but I just want things to go back to normal. I want to be friends again, so I hope you can find enough sympathy in your heart to forgive me. He was in a position that was generally used for praying to a god or deity. Haha, I genuinely laughed, causing him to clench his fists and tear handfuls of grass out of the ground. When did we ever stop being friends, Kaken? You may have hurt me. But you and me are still humans, and we make mistakes, and become blind to what we do or have done. At least you realize what you've done, and are trying to make up for it like any decent person. He breathed a sigh of relief, and got up from his position. I don't understand how easy you can forgive a person, it just amazes me. He stood up, it amazes me too. But I have a question for you, would you like to join us in eating lunch? He scoffed, but still nodded his head. All right. Then you can finally meet my new family. I took his arm, and pulled him along. I sat him down across from me. Kana Kamui and Tohru, meet Katsuki Bakugu. Katsuki Bakugu meet Kana Kamui and Tohru. Tohru scoffed while Kana just smiled and waved at him, so he did it back. Tohru, I know that the two of you got off on the wrong foot. But I hope you can forgive what he did to me. She didn't budge, so I got up in her face. Please. I gave her puppy dog eyes and begged. She sighed, fine, I'll get to know him, but I won't forgive what he did to my Izuku. She hugged me, and shoved my face into her chest. I wildly blushed, and tried to push myself out, but her strength was too much. I heard a thud on the ground from behind my back. When she let me out, I took in a deep breath, and tried to hide my entirely steaming face. I looked to see Katsuki, with one of his legs in the air, and one of his arms twitching. All the while Tohru was laughing happily, mainly because she could tell that even though I was usually stoic and brave around her, that she could make it all crumble within a moment, just by putting my face between her breasts. Meanwhile, Kana-chan was eating a sandwich and looking at kids having fun, not paying any attention to the three of us. Izuku POV. Kana was laying across my lap, completely tired for a reason I didn't know. Izuku-san, she picked her head up and looked at me. Yes? Can I ask you for something? I nodded, sure, what is it? Can I go to school? How did she learn about school? May I ask why? Her eyes lit up like stars, because it seems like fun. I also want to see my friend more, so that's how she knows, that makes sense. Sure Kana-chan, just let me see when it starts. She got up off my lap, and ran into her room. I pulled out my phone, and after a couple hours of research, at last that's what it felt like. I found that the nearest school that she would go to, would be starting 2 days from now. The same time as the entrance exam for UA. Sweat dropped from my forehead. Is something wrong? Izuku-and Tohru walked into the living room with a tray. She set it down and I knew it was my favorite coffee. Yes, there is. I grabbed the mug, and took a sip of the scalding liquid. Thank you. She smiled and took a seat next to me. You know how Kana wants to go to school? I asked. I took another sip, and it scalded me again. I think so. Why? It's 2 days away, and it's on the same day as my entrance exam for UA. I don't even know how I'm going to get her into the school, in such a short time. I slumped down on the couch, not moving my arms from the same position they were in, 'cause I didn't want to burn myself. And I know that she really wants this to happen. What am I supposed to do, Tohru? I sighed and put my drink down. Don't worry Izuku, you'll find a way, I just know it. I looked at her cute roundish face, admiring her smile, and her cute orange-yellow eyes. I rubbed my face. Yeah, you're right. I drank the rest of my coffee, ignoring the burning pain that was going down my throat. Delicious. Kana, get ready to go shopping, no. I shouted, but kept my voice down as to not annoy my fellow neighbors. I stood up, and walked to the front door. I slipped on my shoes as soon as I saw Kana come around the corner with a raincoat on. It's raining? DMN. I grabbed the umbrella that was hanging up. I then put on a sweatshirt, and grabbed my wallet on the shoe closet. Can we go Izuku-san? I put my hand on her head. Of course Kana-chan. You ready Tohru? She walked around the corner, and had a different maid outfit on, one that looked like it was made of RBB. Yeah, let's go Izuku-and I opened the front door, and stepped out into the walkway of the complex, to see the rainy skies. We walked down, and exited the complex. I opened the umbrella, and hung it over me and Tohru, since Kana had one of her own. That'll be 14,392 yen and 19 sen, $100, sir. Will you be paying with cash or card? I pulled out my wallet, and took out the card my mother gave me, and swiped it. After a few moments the machine accepted it, and spat out a receipt. Thank you for shopping, have a great rest of your day. I grabbed the several bags full of school supplies. A good day to you as well. I walked out of the shop, and headed to where Tohru and Kana were. I walked in to see them looking for a backpack for Kana to use. Yo, how's it going? Kana turned around with a bag in her hands. Oh, so you like this one? Great choice, if I could I would have used that as well. The bag was a simple one, it wasn't too bright or too dull, it was perfect for her, a simple red bag. She gave it to me, and I went to the counter with it. Will this be all, sir? I looked to Tohru and Kana, and saw that she had stars in her eyes as she stared at the metallic emblem. 1 second please, I walked over to them. Which one do you want, Kana-chan? She gasped, and pointed to a dragon, that was oddly similar to Tohru's dragon form. This one? Yes. Her eyes were bright, and cute. Alright then, I walked back to the counter with the emblem. Thank you, have a good rest of your day. Especially you cutie. She looked to Kana, and looked like she was going to pinch her cheeks. You too. Kana took the bag, and put it on. Her eyes lit up, I could tell that she was going to love school. Aim, I heard Kana say as she walked in place, she really loves the rain. We were almost home, and were waiting for the crosswalk to activate when Tohru latched onto my arm for some reason. I looked at her, and looked behind her to see 2 men behind her. They looked like your friendly neighborhood assholes. May I help you too? This is the man you were talking about dating, huh? He's a huge fucking Tohru, take Kana and go home, I'll be back in a few. She looked at me weirdly, cause she hadn't seen this side of me, my more serious side. But she still listened, and took Kana across the street, when the crosswalk was activated. You don't want your girlfriend to dump you, so you sent her home. You are a fucking nerd. The one on the left put his hand on my shoulder, and was obviously taller than me. You made a big mistake, now you have to pay. He and his buddy picked me up and brought me to the alley behind me. I hit the wall they threw me at, and slumped down emotionless. I heard the sound of something sharp being released, and a switchblade was held against my throat. You ruined my chance at scoring a Real Beauty, now you'll pay with your blood. He pressed the knife against my throat, and slid it, or so he thought. He expected there to be blood spilling from my throat, but he pulled his blade away, to find it broken. I stood up, pushing his hand off of me, and looked at him as my skin turned to green scales, just like Tohru's. I breathed a small amount of fire out of my mouth, embers fell to the ground as the 2 men took fighting stances. I walked closer to them, as things caught on the ground set on fire, showing off the 2's quirks. The one that stabbed me had metal circling around him in a liquid form, the other one had a gun, but it looked futuristic and abnormal. I continued walking as they shot bullets at me, and tried to get under my scales with the metal liquid. I grabbed the gun wielder's neck, and threw him down into the ground, knocking him out. My fist started to burn, when I punched the second one in the face, also knocking him out. Next time, you shouldn't swear around children, nor harass my maid. Why you'll be sorry, the Yakuza won't forget, said the one with the gun. I originally thought he was out cold. So I kicked him upside the head, and walked back out of the alley with my skin back to normal. I'm home. I called out as I opened the front door. Kana came running from her room with her backpack on. Izuku. Look. She showed me her bag in all of its glory, it had the dragon on it and everything, adding to how cute she was. Ah, you're so cute. I held my cheek and saw Tohru come up to her. She whispered something, and Kana started to take off her backpack. She handed it to Tohru, and she put it on. How do I look, Izuku? My gaze darkened, there's too much going on. Huh? As the day went on, and it turned to night, Kana wore the backpack the entire time, even as she slept. She seems to love it, doesn't she? Asked Tohru. Kana turned and tossed in her bed trying to find the perfect position, when she threw it off of her onto the ground. I sighed, and closed the door to her room. 2 days later. I had on my outfit I was going to wear for the exams, and Kana was ready for school. Ready? I asked her. She slipped on her shoes that she usually wore, and nodded in delight. All right then. Since her school was on the way to UA, I decided I would walk her there. Tohru, I don't really need you to do much, I should be home at 12 o'clock, before Kana gets back from school. So do whatever, I don't really care, just don't be doing weird things with the stuff in my room. She nodded, but I knew she would do exactly that. Tohru POV. The first thing I did when Izuku left, was go into his room. I've been in there plenty of times, but the most notable was the first night I was here. So being the good maid I was, I took it out of the closet and dusted it off. Something compelled me to open it, and so I did. Inside was a black book, so I took it and flipped it open to a random page. There were photos of Izuku as a baby, being held by a red-haired woman and a man with black hair and green highlights in it. Beside it was the caption of, First Family Photo. Kimihito Kobayashi, Kaori Kobayashi, and Izuku Kobayashi. This was the first of many pictures of Izuku. But after Izuku had his 4th birthday, his dad had suddenly disappeared from all of the rest of the photos. I noticed that the box was partially open at the bottom, so I moved it to the side to see a photo of his dad, a really up-close one as well. I picked it up from the bottom of the box, and turned it around. There were words written in black marker. In loving memory of Kimihito, he was too young to be taken from this wonderful world. 2098 to 2130, you were the light of my life. It was written in feminine handwriting, and there were tear stains marking it. I placed it back down as tears filled my eyes, and closed the box after putting the album back in. Tears gathered in my eyes. I don't think I'll come back in here without him. I placed it back in the closet, and went back to the living room area to work on something that has taken me a while to make. Izuku POV. I was walking to UA by myself because Kanna's friend had appeared, so she started walking with her. I was at the gates of UA, admiring at how appealing the school was, when I saw someone trip. I quickly lit my legs on fire, when the girl started to float after touching her fingers together. The flames faded away, and I walked to the front doors. Entering the building was even more amazing. There was a large gathering of people in one space, but I had to sit in the seat I was given. Once at my seat, I noticed I would be sitting next to Katsuki. Ever since Tohru came, we've been mending our friendship ever since. Yo! Kaken, he looked at me, and scoffed. You ready to pass the exams? Of course. With my quirk, it'd be almost impossible to lose. His hands started to spark, and his seat caught fire due to them. Quickly I SCKED the growing flames up. They tasted like smoke, so I coughed a bit. He looked at me as if I wasn't human. You never told me about you being able to eat fire. Why? He asked sarcastically. Sorry, cough. I didn't think it was necessary. Cough. Embers came out of my mouth as I coughed. The lights started to dim, so I sat down, still coughing up a storm, when a man walked onto the center platform. The bus slowed to a stop in front of a city, and people had started to get off, so Izuku stood up. Good luck, he said monotonously to the girl that was sitting with him, and started to walk off of the bus. Standing in front of the huge gates that led into the city, he marveled at how huge they were. He waited around for a few moments, when the guy who called him out was suddenly in front of him. Oh, hello. Izuku hadn't a clue as to why the guy was here. Are you sure that you are alright? The boy had bluish hair, and boxy glasses. Yeah, I just SCKED up the flames from my friend's quirk. Oh, I apologize for what I said earlier. Best of Lu-GOOO. The blue-haired boy looked to where the noise came from. What are you waiting for? There aren't countdowns for villain battles. The boy looked to where Izuku just was, to find a couple of cuts into the side of the bus. What is actually wrong with the kid, defacing private property like that? For shame. He was running through the now open gates to the city as he thought this. Back with Izuku. He was running through the city, with a culminative amount of 16 points, from destroying 4 3-pointers, 1 2-pointer, and 2 1-pointers. Where are more robots? 'Cause at this point, I'm going to pass. He gripped one of the robot's heads and crushed it instantly with his hand. The robot short-circuited and exploded as Izuku walked away. Now I'm at 24 points, this is too easy. He ran out onto an empty block of the city, and saw a beam of light going into the sky, with robots surrounding it, so he jumped straight into the fray. He landed next to the beam, which was apparently a kid using his quirk, but Izuku didn't care. His hands caught on fire, as well as his legs, crushing Talon, of the fire dragon. He shouted as he sank his fiery hands into one of the robots. The fire left his body, and went into the robot, being passed down to each and every one, destroying them in mere moments. Hey! Those were mine. The blonde boy whined. Well, if they were yours, then why didn't I see your name on them? Izuku turned around. He saw that the boy was frightened by something, but he didn't know, so he walked away, leaving the kid sigh in relief. Izuku looked everywhere as he ran, looking for any robot to destroy, but there was nothing. Until. This exam isn't fun enough, said someone in the dark of an observation room. So let's spice it up. He slammed his fist down onto a button that released something in the city. The ground around Izuku had started to rise. He had no clue what was going on, but the tremors from it were keeping him down. What is going on? He said shakily. The ground was rising, and for some reason his body was in pain for no reason. The ground beneath him finally broke away, and he was thrown to the side by whatever came out. He was about to get up from where he landed, but a piece of the building above him broke away. Izuku quickly cupped his hands, and tried to melt it with his fire breath. But nothing came out. Instead, he saw his hands start to turn into claws, and in the puddle next to him, he could see that his face was more dragon-like, with scales and everything. The rubble fell on top of him, but was broken in half by Izuku sitting there. He stood up amidst the dust and rubble, looking at the colossal robot moving through the city relatively fast. He walked emotionlessly towards it, when fire suddenly roared to life on and around the boy. You could physically see his eyes change from a human's eyes to a reptile's eyes, with slits as well. I looked at my dragon-like hands, and back at the robot. I knew what to do, so I walked in the opposite direction. Help! I heard. The scream was hurting my now sensitive ears. I turned around faster than ever, and jumped towards the robot. I punched through its chest, and noticed that everything around me was melting due to my presence. Roar, of the fire dragon! I tilted my head up, and released more fire than I have ever shot out at once, completely decimating its head, and sending a tornado of fire into the air. I closed my mouth, took a deep breath, and focused on my own hand, as if to slip from reality and hear the voice again. I jumped out of its body, and fell to the ground, where there was a large amount of rubble, and heard the faint coughing and slight breathing of someone. I looked to see the brown-haired girl. She was under rubble, that was near where the robot would fall. I walked over to her as the robot fell, crushing Talon, of the fire dragon. I jumped up, and kicked the robot in the chest with a fiery leg, causing it to fall in the opposite direction. I landed once again, and made my way over to the girl. I took the rubble off of her and heard the running of someone, and an engine behind them. I picked her up, and turned around to see the blue-haired boy again. Hey, take her. I collapsed onto my knees out of exhaustion, and felt the girl be taken from me as my consciousness faded. His skin started to turn back to normal, and the air around him became cooler. Izuku had just unlocked the dragon's worst friend, the power to be human and partially transform into a dragon. This was a technique practiced and created by dragon slayers, called Dragon Force. For some reason, Tohru had been practicing dragon slayer magic, which was a taboo for dragons to learn, since it was forbidden by the Chaos and Light Order of Dragons' leaders. For some reason, he had been compatible with it, and learned to be a dragon slayer, but he isn't the only dragon slayer on this earth. Izuku's eyes fluttered open. He felt weak and was dazed for some reason. He sat up in the bed that he was in, even though he remembered being in the city for the entrance exam. Ugh, my head is pounding. He swung his legs over the side of the cot, and stood tall. He placed his hand on a table nearby as his vision became distorted. Once that cleared over, he walked over to the exit of the nurse's office. A door opened in front of him, and a tiny old lady walked out of it. Oh dear. Kiddo, you should be resting. You took on the zero-pointer robot and looked like you took some damage trying to destroy it. She sounded worried for Izuku's health, which was abnormal for him. Sorry, but I'm perfectly fine, miss. There's no pain at all, just tired. Izuku responded to the lady. That's because of my quirk at H-. Izuku interrupted her. Are you the pro-hero recovery girl? He asked excitedly. He loved heroes as a child and his mother only encouraged his mindset even more. Why yes, I am. Seems like you live heroes dearie, she commented. Your quirk heals wounds rapidly by raising the natural recovery of the person. It uses up the stamina of the person though, and could possibly lead to the person's death. So then why did you use it on me? Izuku asked. Oh, because it only healed up minor wounds. There weren't any ones that put your life at stake, so it wouldn't kill you. She said happily, which creeped Izuku out because of how morbid she sounded. But if you feel fine you can head back home. There's someone waiting for you at the front gates as well. Who could be waiting for me? Tohru? Kaken? Kanna? Kanna doesn't even make sense. She has no clue where this place is. Izuku thought as he walked out of her office and towards the front gates of the school. As the gates came into view, so did the person. Someone he didn't know? As he approached the gates, he could see a blonde-haired woman, with brown eyes, in a blue skirt, and white shirt. Are you Izuku Kobayashi? She asked when she noticed him. Izuku nodded. Who is this person and why is she looking for me? I worked with your father when he was alive. It was great to help him as a hero. But the reason I'm here is before your father died, he wanted me to tell you something. I've been trying to track you down ever since. It was kinda hard to convince Kaori that I was working with Kimihito though. She then scratched the side of her head. How was Dad before he died? Izuku asked. His mother had left him to mourn by herself. Thus the reason he has an entire apartment for himself, but his father had died when he was 12 and his mother visited at least 4 times a year. He fought valiantly against an evil that was fated to rise every 100 years, and he gave his life for me to seal it away. He was an amazing person, and seemed like a great dad. She said politely. Evil? Mom never told me about this? Maybe I should ask her the next time she's here? Thank you, miss. Miss, sorry, but I don't really know your name. Dad never brought home any work stories for us. Oh right, I'm Lucy Heartfilia. She then bowed, revealing a small snowman on her back. Pooh. It then waved at Izuku, and disappeared as Lucy came back up. What was that? He asked. Say hello, to Nicholas. She had a silver key in one hand, and the snowman being in the other. Whoa! Is this magic? Izuku asked, since he knew that this couldn't be a quirk, and his father had tried to teach him his style of magic when he was younger and wouldn't be getting a quirk. So he tried everything, but found out that his son had no aptitude for any magic or mana. Yes, it is. Now, let's get down to why I'm here. Do you mind if we start to walk to your home? Sure, responded Izuku, as he led the way to his home, where Kanna should be now because of school being out. Izuku, your father knew you would grow to be a strong man, and I'm guessing that he knew you would learn magic if he sacrificed himself. What I'm here for, is to ask you for help. I thought you wanted to tell me something that my dad said? Izuku asked. He was walking side by side with Lucy as he went home. I know, and this is what he wanted. She exclaimed. Even Nicholas, who was on her head, exclaimed it in his own little language. What is it? He wanted me to see how powerful you have grown, since you have what seems to be Dragon Slayer magic, or a powerful fire-based quirk. He didn't really tell me the details, she trailed off. Okay, how about now, on a beach that I cleaned up recently? Izuku asked. He didn't know what Dragon Slayer magic was, but it did sound powerful, like it was the opposite of what he called his magic, which was dragon magic, and it had a certain luster that compels him to call it that. Sounds great. Izuku pulled out his phone in response, and dialed his home phone, hoping somebody would pick up. Hello, who is this? Tohru asked calmly on the other end of the phone. It's Izuku. Izuku. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. She said to him. Don't worry, I'm fine, but I'll be out for an hour or so please take care of Kanna and the house in my stead. Alright. See you later, Izuku. She sounded sad, like she's been wanting to see Izuku, like she missed him. She hung up the phone, and Izuku put his away. Who was that? Lucy asked as Izuku stopped in front of the beach. That was my maid. It felt weird to call Tohru a maid. She was more like a friend, or even a mentor. Maybe Izuku was lying to himself, and was trying to cover up his feelings for her. That one is the most probable. Anyways, let's get this started, Lucy. I'll show you my true strength. Izuku stood directly across from Lucy, in a fighting stance, all the while she was looking for the perfect keys to fight him with. She had the keys in her hand. Aha! Witness the power of celestial spirit magic. Gate of the Lion, I open thee. Leo. Gate of the Maiden, I open thee. Virgo. Two poofy white clouds appeared out of nowhere, and two people came out of them, one in a suit with orange hair, and the other in a maid outfit and pink hair. You called me my queen? Asked the pink-haired one as she bowed. Yo Lucy, long time no see. The other one said, Virgo, how many times must I tell you not to call me queen? I'm doing fine, Leo, but there's a reason as to why I called you. It's time to fight. They turned around and looked at Izuku. Is this the kid of Kimi? Asked Leo and Virgo at the same time. Lucy nodded. Kimi asked me to test his son's strength when he was so. You ready, Izuku? She asked him. Yeah. His fists lit on fire, and he put them together. Whoa. He's a dragon slayer? Leo asked as he shuddered a small amount, as if he was scared in the past by one. Yes, just treat him as if he were Gajeel, or Wendy. Now let's do this. Lucy's clothing suddenly changed into more revealing ones, and she also had a glowing WHP that never seemed to be constantly moving in a vortex. Izuku paid no attention, not even a blush, to how much her BRSTs were revealed, because he didn't care for her body. Leo then fired a flare-like thing from his hands, and blinded Izuku with it. When his vision came back, Virgo was gone, and the duo was about to attack him. He cupped his hands over his mouth. Roar, of the fire dragon. A vortex of fire shot out of his mouth, and the two narrowly dodged the attack. Talon, of the fire dragon. He shouted as he kicked the ground beneath him, causing Virgo to come out in a daze. Leo was running at him with a ringed fist. When it started to glow and become icy, he launched his attack and hit Izuku's chin. He countered with a fiery fist to his stomach, causing him to cough up blood and fly through the air. Wing slash, of the fire dragon. He jumped up, and elbowed Leo into Virgo and Lucy. He was knocked out, and went back to his home. Izuku landed on the ground. You're strong, Izuku, Lucy said. She was weakened, just like Virgo, and couldn't fight after getting hit with a man. Thanks, you too? He couldn't really call her strong since the fight didn't last long, but regardless he held his hand out for her to get back up. She took it, and fell into Izuku, knocking him into the ground along with her. Gasp! Somebody Izuku knew was watching him. So he looked towards the person. It was Tohru, and she had tears in her eyes. Wait, Tohru! But it was too late. She was already in her dragon form, and was flying off before he could say anything else. Lucy quickly got off of him, and he stood up and watched her fly off. He tensed his fists at his sides, as his skin transformed into scales, and he started to become more dragon-like. God damn it. His hands turned into claws, and his jaw started to become longer, like a dragon's snout. Izuku! Calm down. Lucy shouted. She sounded reasonable, but not enough for him. Shut up. He turned around and yelled at her. He wasn't even a human anymore, he was more of a dragon than anything. You won't ever be able to go back to normal, Izuku, so calm down, you idiot. She screamed at him. He looked surprised, but he started to become his normal self. His hands turned to that of a human's, and his skin became peachy and normal. He sat on the ground, and held his head in his hands. What have I done? I didn't want her to be mad, fuck. Izuku was looking past the water, and saw her flying into the distance. Lucy approached him from behind, wanting to apologize for what happened, but couldn't think of anything to say. I gotta go find her. He stood up and walked past Lucy, ignoring her because she couldn't help in this situation, only another dragon could, and he knew the perfect one to go to. Kanna Kamui. Kanna! Izuku shouted as he burst through the front door. She looked at him with a questioning gaze from where she sat. You're home, Izuku-san, she said, happily as she raced towards him and jumped for a hug. Yeah, I am. Can I ask you something? You can fly, right? He asked as he hugged her. In my dragon form I can. Why? Great. Then can you help me track down Tohru? He set her down on the ground and walked outside with her. What happened to her? She asked nonchalantly. Izuku stayed silent for a few moments. She was mistaken for something I was doing with a close friend of my father's. He started to walk back to the beach bringing Kanna along, when he found Lucy yet again. He walked past her pulling Kanna along lightly when she started to walk next to him. She was only slightly shorter than him, he's 5 feet 6 inches. Look, Izuku, I'm sorry for what happened. If you want you can blame me, Lucy said quietly. Izuku stared straight ahead as he responded, no. It wasn't even your fault. If anything, I caused this to happen. And I have to fix it, so if you don't mind, could you leave me and my daughter to do this alone? His voice was emotionless. All right then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Izuku. She sounded distant, but so was Izuku, until he spoke. Also, thanks for snapping me out of it back there. I don't know what would have happened. After this is all done, would you mind if I learned about this magic? His gaze never faltered as he got ever closer to the beach. Sure. I should be in Japan for a while anyways. You can probably find me around this area a lot, since work never ends. Anyways, I'll see you and your girlfriend later. The 20-ish-year-old woman then ran off in the opposite direction laughing like a child. The tips of Izuku's ears became a bright red as he looked down at the ground for once. Is that way Tohru is staying in this dimension with you? Kanna asked. What? And no, we aren't even close enough to be dating. He stammered out. His face grew redder as he went from start to finish. The dragon lowly looked up at him and snickered. Ravioli, ravioli, don't lewd the dragon lowly. Hey! He said defensively, causing her to giggle, but never mind that, they were at the beach where Tohru had flown from. Sniff Sniffle can smell a trail of her scent. She turned into a cutesy white and a light purple dragon. Hop on. Her voice was loud and more hoarse, kinda like a dragon's, so, following her orders, Izuku hopped onto the young dragon's back. Off, her legs were off the ground before Izuku could even situate himself. Goo. She took off, and so did Izuku. But he tumbled down her body and grabbed onto her tail before he fell off. He swung in the air as her tail moved, and partially because of the massive amounts of wind that was being pushed onto his body from the speed they traveled at. Wahaha! Izuku screamed into the wind, please save me someone. It was rather painful to have his arm nearly be severed due to how powerful everything was compared to him. My bad. Kanna's tail folded upwards and onto her back. Izuku grabbed onto her back and was safe. Thanks for that, Kanna, he said sarcastically. His hair was pushed all the way back and his arms were comprised of scales, so that he wouldn't suffer irreparable damage from holding onto her tail. We're getting closer, Izuku, she said as they flew through some white fluffy clouds. On the other side of them was something truly magnificent. A green grassy field, that seemed like it had never been touched by humans. It was a sight to behold, and in the midst of it, was the familiar green dragon that was Tohru. Set me down here. She listened to his orders and started to fly towards the ground which was behind their friend. Izuku got off of her back when she landed and she transformed back to her normal form. Stay here, Kanna. You don't need to worry about anything that happens though, he said, trying to reassure her. She nodded, then sat down on the fluffy green grass and then stared at Izuku as he walked towards Tohru. She had noticed the dragon that landed near her and had her eyes on the human that walked near her. What do you want? She asked rudely in her dragon form. Can you please turn into your human form, Tohru, so I can do something? She scoffed and a bright flash of light came from her. She was wearing the maid uniform, but it was kinda singed and torn in some areas. Izuku walked closer to her without saying a single word. He was standing in front of her. When she was suddenly hugged. I'm sorry, Tohru. But that never even happened. They did fly through fluffy clouds, but as soon as they came out the other side, a red spell circle was in front of them. Fire had started to come out of the spell circle and Kanna dodged it by flying downwards. Holy sheet! Izuku shouted as he fell through the air, since he did fall off of her as she flew at fast speeds to the ground. He instinctively went into his Dragon Force form and breathed fire at the ground in order to lessen the impact. He finally touched solid ground and looked up to where the spell circle was. He thought it was Tohru that was shooting them out of the sky because of how upset she was. But the dragon was pitch black like the midnight sky of a starless night. Izuku saw something that stood out like a sore thumb that was on the dragon. It was something black with orange, fire-like hair. It was Tohru? Kanna flew around dodging every attack that the mysterious dragon led at her. When Izuku started to become less and less human, he was really angry, even angrier than before. The black dragon took its focus off of Kanna and tilted its head towards Izuku. A small amount of electricity came out of its mouth and it started to fly towards him. The area around Izuku started to slowly heat up and the enemy was 10 seconds away from getting to him. Izuku's skin had mostly turned to scales, but the area around his eyes was blackened out and the enemy was 5 seconds away from impact. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Fire began to dance wildly on his fists and calves. 2 seconds, give me back. 1 second, my dragon maid. He jumped into the sky and drove his fist into the dragon's face, causing it to fall to the ground. Izuku landed on the ground again and this time was in front of Tohru, who was still attached to the dragon, but Izuku didn't care. He ran to her and took off the restraints that were binding her. She was safe in his arms as he brought her to Kanna. During the whole thing, the dragon was recovering from the strong blow Izuku dealt to it. Get out of here now, Kanna. Izuku told her. She had landed on the ground and was in her human form. Before she left, he put the injured maid onto the dragon's back. Tohru's had cuts lacing her body. The worst one was the one on her cheek. He lowered his head and gave her a kiss on her forehead. I'll be seeing you guys later. Now go. He shouted. An immense amount of wind appeared when she took off. He noticed that the black dragon was gone. And standing in its place was a man in a black suit. Though his appearance was similar to a man's, his characteristics were more like a dragon's. Blood was leaking out from his forehead, which was where Izuku had punched him when he was a dragon. DMN, that hurts. You did good, kid. He suddenly reappeared next to Izuku with his fist enveloped in lightning. But not good enough. Izuku was punched in the stomach and was sent flying with a look of pain on his face. Luckily the wound wasn't bad, but that was because scales had grown suddenly right before the point of impact. Izuku was about a mile away from where he was punched and he was on the ground, in a lot of pain. Why is lightning so painful? He commented as he got up, trying to brush the pain off and be ready for a hard battle. As he looked forward he could see the man run at him, but he could hardly follow because of how fast he was. So you could withstand my first blow. How interesting, he said into Izuku's ear. He was about to punch him, but the man had already run off. Fuck this. Izuku began to take a deep breath. Roar of the fire dragon. Fire shot out of his mouth and he began to spin, so that the fire would trap him in a circle and hopefully confine the man to Izuku's playing area. The fire spread across the appealing green field, burning it in an instant, but Izuku's plan had worked. The man couldn't move as freely as before because he stopped right before the barrier of flames. The barrier wasn't too big, but it also wasn't too small, enough for both of them to move around and fight. Huh? You can think on your feet. Oh ho, that just can't do. He was in front of Izuku yet again, but he was ready this time. He grabbed the man's fist that was heading for his face and was shocked by the electricity talon of the fire dragon. Izuku roared as he sent back a counterattack. His fist collided with the man's arm, breaking it at the elbow. He backed away as he cried out on pain. DMN. That hurts like hell. Izuku walked towards him with his fist blazing and punched the man. You may think I'm done for. But I'm not. He was holding Izuku's fist and eating the flames that were dancing on his fist. He witnessed the broken arm go back to normal. You may think that it's impossible for a dragon to MSTR more than one thing, but you'd be wrong. He said sinisterly. His fist was covered in electrical fire and he punched Izuku in the face, bringing him down to the ground. He should have been out cold and he is rather close to it, but he wasn't backing down, not until he could live safely with his new family. Still holding on? Why? Don't you give up? He had his foot on Izuku's chest the entire time, pushing down harder with every word. Izuku grabbed the man's ankle and threw him off. Blood dripped from his nose and forehead and spilled into one of his open eyes. He closed it and looked to the man with a darkened gaze. I'll never give up. Not until I die. His voice was cold and harsh. He could never give up, he could never surrender, and he could never leave his family to be captured and killed, or whatever would have happened to them. Fine. He walked towards him until he was in front of Izuku. They both stood, one more injured than the other. Then die, the dragon man said simply. A spear of lightning came out of his hand and he struck Izuku in the face. Or so he thought. Izuku had stopped the spear with his hand. It was in less than a centimeter in front of his face because hands weren't invincible. I wonder? Izuku opened his mouth and bit down on the spearhead. The lighting wasn't good tasting, but he still ate it. He then SCKED up the rest of the spear and began to feel rejuvenated. After eating all of it, he started to have a coughing fit. Bleg, that was nasty to eat. The wound on his forehead had started to close, but it was needed. He took in another deep breath. Roar of the fire lightning dragon. A cyclone of fire shot out of his mouth encircled by twirling lightning that was pointed at the man who was then surrounded on all sides by the two elements. Once they subsided, his outfit was scorched, but he was still standing, so Izuku ran at him with fire in the palms of his hands, wind strike and fist of the. He blew the fire sending embers at the dragon man. The air that was surrounding him had small glittering particles floating around in it. Fire dragon. Izuku's fist was sent into the man's stomach and fire burst out from it, igniting every single ember that surrounded them, causing an explosion of fire to appear and cause a cataclysm of it to surround them. The fire fades and there stood Izuku, who was over the supposedly dead body of the enemy, but once he got a better look he could tell he was breathing faintly. Thank fuck he's not dead. He let out a sigh and fell to his knees. His eyes slowly became heavier. He was going to pass out. And he did, but the last thing he saw was a white fluffy cloud moving towards him at a fast rate. I felt something damp covering my forehead, so I slowly opened my eyes in order to look at my surroundings. The only thing I could see was Tohru sitting in a chair next to me. Tohru, I said, my voice rasping with every syllable. Izuku. She got up from the chair and hugged me by my chest. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I caused this thing to happen. I am sorry for what happened, Tohru, I said quietly. I don't think she heard what I said because she asked me what it was. I said I'm sorry for what happened to you. It was my fault that this even happened. I said that I was sorry for what happened to you. It was my fault that you were even captured. Tohru was shocked. Did he truly feel like he failed her? Izuku. It wasn't your fault. I chose to fly off. I chose to let my emotions get the best of me. I chose to get captured because of it. But I didn't choose to be saved. You chose to save me. Her grasp around Izuku's neck tightened and buried her neck into him. And I really appreciate that. Tohru's voice wavered, as if she was about to cry. The past. Why did she feel this way? Why did she feel all odd when around him? She didn't really know. All she knew was that she felt abandoned by Izuku when he was with that girl on the beach. She thought they had something nobody else could, but was proved wrong when she flew off, and was proved wrong again when she learned what Izuku did to save her. They were both injured when Kanna brought them home, though Izuku was in a worse state than Tohru, since he was still out cold. Kanna had landed on the roof of their home, prompting Tohru to slide off Kanna's back while holding Izuku. With the help of the small dragon girl, Tohru had treated his wounds after laying him out on his bed. She sat in a chair that was next to his bed holding Kanna in her lap, all the while praying to the same gods that tried to kill her to watch over him and keep him safe. Hey, Tohru. Is Izuku going to be okay? The little girl asked meekly. Of course Kanna, you know he never gives up. Tohru believed her own words, but of course she didn't know when they'd come true, nor did she know that he would truly wake up at all. She wished with all her heart that he wouldn't be in this condition for the rest of his life, because Tohru had feelings for the boy laying in front of her. And she would love him, even if she was hated by the same man. She knew that her love would never waver for him. A single tear fell out of Tohru's eyes and rolled down her cheek until it fell onto Kanna's head. You know Tohru, he really loves you. Why? Kanna continued to speak after Tohru's little outburst, otherwise, he wouldn't have fought so bravely to protect you. Kanna, you can't say things like that. He also protected you. He would have done that for anyone. Because he treats us like his friends and family, nothing more. Nothing less. It pained her to say that. Nah. He really loves you. Kanna, stop. Stop saying things like that, Tohru had said in a motherly way. Or at least she thought, because she sounded more like a child than anything. Tohru made food for Kanna, put her to bed, and went back to watching Izuku as he slept. He was peaceful, though his breathing was slightly erratic and the air in the room felt electrical. She had fallen asleep sometime during the night and woke up when she heard the door to Kanna's room open and close. I must have dozed off. She stood up and walked out of the room to see Kanna before she left. She made her lunch for school and saw her leave the house. She then went back to watch over Izuku. This continued day after day, night after night, until he woke up when Kanna was at school. Back to the present. Tohru. Izuku moved her off of him. He could see that Tohru's eyes were watering and tears were coming out. He reached out for her face and gently wiped the tears away. Hey, Tohru. Can I ask you for something? What? Her waited a few moments to muster up the courage, this. He leaned into her face despite the pain. And kissed her. Her eyes opened in surprise and her arms slightly flailed about because she was about to fall. He truly loved her, for the kiss was passionate. Izuku put an arm around her waist to prevent her from falling, which caused Tohru to close her eyes and melt into the kiss. Both of them were really happy. Izuku's love for Tohru had manifested over a short period of time, while she was infatuated with him from the start. But that didn't matter, they were finally together. After almost a minute of kissing, Izuku broke away for a breath. I love you, Tohru. He waited for her response because she was still calming down from the kiss. I love you too, Izuku, and again, they kissed. Or at least tried to. The pain that was in Izuku's side felt like he was being stabbed by a sword, one that had electricity coursing through it. He grabbed his side in pain and laid back down. Sorry. He grunted as he rolled up his shirt. A small bruise was the source of pain, but it was also shooting out a small amount of electricity. Gasp. Izuku. Did you try to eat lightning? Tohru asked. Izuku was prodding the wound, getting zapped every time he touched it. Yeah, I was losing against that dragon, so I thought it would be a good idea to eat his lightning spear. I only won because I turned the tables with a roar of fire and lightning. Is it bad? I don't know. I know that dragons can handle more than one element in their bodies, but I don't know about a human. Despite that you are a dragon slayer, Izuku took in the information. Well, what if I mumble? Tohru was surprised. She hadn't seen him mumble like this at all. Izuku? He snapped out of his mumble trance. Yes? What did you just say? Izuku realized that he had another one of his mumbling sessions. It would be too much to explain to her. Could you help me up to the roof? With Tohru helping him walk up the stairs to the roof by acting like a crutch, they made it there quickly. Okay, you should step back. He walked towards the end of the roof and took a peculiar stance. He took a deep breath. Roar of the fire lightning dragon. A small tornado of fire and lightning came out of his mouth, piercing the cloudy heavens. He kept going until there wasn't an absurd amount of pain in his side anymore. Phew. That feels good. He looked back at Tohru. She was shocked at the crazy amount of lightning he let out of his body. Actually, it seemed like his body was replicating the electricity, because Izuku thought he shot out all of it during the fight. That sort of explains why his wound was crawling with electricity. Anyways, he fell onto his knee and was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Please take me back inside. He felt bad to ask so much of her, but it seemed that she didn't mind at all as she brought him back to his room. The two of them laid next to each other, just cuddling, up until Tohru fell asleep. She was beyond exhausted. This was due to her sleeping patterns for the past couple of days, which was a small amount of sleep and a large amount of being awake. Which would kill any human, but she was a dragon so she didn't need as much sleep. Izuku didn't really know about that though. He watched Tohru sleep. She was even cuter when she slept than when she was awake, but it wasn't a large gap. He always noticed how pretty she was and always tried to get it off of his mind, so that he wouldn't fall hopelessly in love with her. But it didn't work, for it wasn't just her looks he fell in love with, it was mainly her amazing personality. She was loyal, funny, caring, she was everything positive and nothing negative, at least that's what Izuku thought. And he would have listed off more, if he didn't hear the front door open. He looked at Tohru one more time and moved out of the bed. He wanted to let her rest because he's been doing enough of that for the past few days. He opened the door and saw Kanna taking off her shoes. She looked at him and her eyes lit up with joy. Izuku! She didn't even finish taking her shoes off, because she ran straight for him, tackling him with a hug. Hey Kanna, he then rubbed her head, giving her the proper head pats any little girl who wants them needs. So how was school? Izuku asked casually, as if he wasn't in a small coma for days. It was good. But you're finally awake, so I don't care about school at all. Fair enough. He picked her up and hugged her in his own arms as he walked over to the couch. She held on by his neck the entire time. She was cute mainly because she treated Izuku like her own father, even though he wasn't. Which made him wonder, why isn't she with her own parents? After making dinner for Kanna, she was put to bed. Izuku tucked her in and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Good night, Kanna-chan. He turned on the small nightlight that was near her bed and walked towards the door. He was about to close it all the way, but Kanna said something. I'm glad you're all right. Good night, Izuku-san. Izuku smiled inwardly as he shut the door softly. He felt complete for some reason. Was it because of his small family? Or something else? Anyway, he heard the door to his room open. Tohru has finally been awakened. Do you want something to eat, Tohru? Izuku asked as he walked over to the fridge. His gait was weird and was somewhat messed up, but he still walked as normal as he could. It was amazing at how fast he could recover when he ate fire. Although he could eat any flame, he chooses to stay away from the stovetops one, and that's because it tastes unnatural. despite being made of a natural gas. Sure, Izuku opened the fridge and pulled out an already made omelette covering some blackened rice. He pulled out some ketchup with it, and placed the food down in front of her. "Thank you, Izuku." It seemed like she hadn't eaten in days, because of how much she eyed the food as it was being brought to her. Izuku took in a deep breath as his hand shook in his lap. "So, about earlier. What does that make us?" His legs bounced as he waited for Tohru to answer. It might be obvious to the audience what the answer is, but definitely not to Izuku. He was as oblivious as they come. "It makes us a couple." She stretched over the table and landed a kiss on Izuku's cheek. Oh, Izuku's heart burst forth with happiness. "Amazing," he said quietly as Tohru finished off the rest of the meal. He knew that she wasn't saying that to be superficial, she had truly liked him. Whether it was for his personality, looks, or something else, he didn't care because that would come up at a later time. And right now he was still exhausted from how inactive he's been for the past couple of days. It would take at least a day for him to be at 100% again. But that's not what would happen. "Hey Tohru, why do you know Dragon Slayer magic?" Izuku asked. Was he truly oblivious as to what it was? "I don't, but I believe that Dragon Slayer magic is just a weaker version of actual dragon magic." "I don't really know, but why do you ask?" Tohru had a puzzled look plastered on her face. "Then why was I beginning to turn into a dragon or demon, or whatever the hell that was earlier?" "No reason, just wanted to know more about your magic." He took a sip of his water as he tilted back in his chair, and he swore he caught a glimpse of something behind her head which caused him to fall all the way to the ground. "We're those? Are you okay, Izuku?" Tohru worried over him, because he wasn't fully healed, but enough to be doing his shenanigans with Kanna. He sat up from hitting the ground. "I'm fine." He brushed her off as he stood and walked over to the counter that was next to her. There was a single letter there. They were the symbol of UA. He grabbed the letter, which was surprisingly weighted, and held it over his head. Izuku ran back to the table with a letter in hand. It had a seal that was similar to a cross that wasn't centered whatsoever. He took a deep breath as he looked Tohru in her eyes. He then quickly tore it open. A small black disc dropped out as he turned it upside down. There was also a letter. But he didn't get a chance to read it, because the disc started up with a flash, frightening and effectively blinding him. He looked at the colored hologram. There he stood, All Might, Izuku's favorite hero of all time. "Wow! It's All Might. He's so cool up close." Izuku stared into the colored hologram of All Might as he talked to someone off of the screen. "Izuku Midoriya, it's a pleasure to meet you, though I wish it was in person. I am here to congratulate you. You did the overall best during your entrance exams, passing both the written and practical with ease. You accumulated 105 points from all the robots you destroyed. Your attacks just cut through them as if they were butter. But that really isn't all. You scored an extra 60 from destroying the zero-pointer, and effectively protecting your comrades on the battlefield. Add up both sets of points, and you have 165. Which places you as the highest-ranking person who took the exam." Izuku's eyes widened as All Might said his next few words. "Welcome Izuku, to your Hero Academia." He outstretched his hand as if Izuku could grab onto it when the video feed cut out. I passed Tohru." Izuku's voice was quiet yet excited at the same time, making him sound like he was whisper screaming. He picked Tohru up by the waist, who was now next to him, and deeply kissed her on the lips. Her face turned completely red as she was enveloped in his passionate kiss. Her arms extended and wrapped around Izuku's neck. She melted into the kiss and took it on as her own. The two were practically inseparable. There wasn't a single distinction between the two. For they acted like they were two halves of the same person, that was now finally whole. They stayed like that for a minute or so, until Izuku broke away for a breath, instantly going back for more. He may have been exhausted and hurting from his wounds, but that didn't stop him from bringing her to his room and placing her on his bed. He took off his shirt and got into the bed next to her. She had somehow shifted into something more lewd when he had his back turned. "So, what do you want to do to me, Izuku?" she asked seductively. Blood dripped from his nose as he glimpsed her miraculous body. "And nothing, only love and cherish you," which was partially true. He had wanted to go further beyond than just that. But he had to cockblock himself since they just started to date. A disappointed look washed over her face for a split second, but her cheery self reared its head once again. Tohru slept next to Izuku all night. The two cuddled all throughout the night after she had changed out of her RDC lingerie. Izuku decided that he would call his mother and tell her about the news in the morning, while Tohru also decided that she'd introduce him to some of her friends. Izuku and Tohru fell asleep holding each other, which was odd for a new couple, but they had known each other for so long, so it was normal. Izuku was the first to wake up, which was at the crack of dawn when a ray of light hit one of his eyes. His breathing was off, it was as if he was breathing out of one of his nostrils. His eyes wandered downwards and rest upon her breasts, which were pushing against his face. He jerked away with a growing blush on his face, his ears became so red they looked like they were going to steam. He also noticed something else, she had worn one of his shirts to bed. It was far too large on her, and only added to how naturally cute she was. He felt a warm liquid trickle from his face, so he wiped it and found that it was bleeding, probably because of his predicament. After he got dressed into today's clothing, Izuku grabbed his phone from his nightstand and walked into the living room with it. He sat down and looked at the phone in his hand. Would she even be awake right now? Or better yet, would she forgive me for what I did? He opened his phone and held his thumb over her contact. He took a deep breath and sighed as he clicked on it. It rang several times before she picked up. "Hey mom," was all he said before he heard her voice, one that he hadn't heard in a while. "Izuku? Why'd you call me so early?" She still drank, because Izuku could tell that she was suffering from a hangover due to her voice. "Sorry, I just wanted to tell you that." He took a deep breath, he had gone against his own mother's words. "I was accepted into UA," he blurted out. It took a few moments before she spoke again. You got accepted? I knew you would try, but I never expected you to get into that blasted school." She wasn't really happy that Izuku was accepted into a school that helped people with quirks to become heroes. She would have been fine with the idea, if her husband hadn't passed because of it. "You will not go to that school. Even if I have to come over there myself and snap you out of it." Words that Izuku never expected to come out of his mouth did. "I won't quit. Not on my one and only dream, the one I've had since I was a child." This was the first time he had ever disobeyed his mother and raised her voice at her. Izuku could tell that she was in shock, because her voice was dead silent. I am sore dash, click. She didn't even let him apologize before she hung up the phone. She was really said. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. "What is wrong with me? She's probably going to book a flight from America to Japan, just to stop me." This isn't how he wanted to see his mother after a year of her being away overseas. She only worked so that she could take care of him, but that caused their mother and son type relationship to slowly drift apart. Each breath that he took became increasingly shallower and much faster. He was going to start having a panic attack because of what he said to his mother, the only parent he had left to love. He silently rubbed the palms of his hands into his head of hair. This was the only way he knew how to calm himself down. This was because it usually numbed his mind, sending it into a sort of autopilot state, where he didn't have to really care about anything. Why it did this? He didn't know. Maybe it was something that his father had done, but he somehow repressed every memory associated with it. Izuku stopped calming himself down when he noticed his breath had gone back to normal. An hour had passed. Before he tried to call his mother again and try to apologize, but her phone went straight to voicemail. What is she going to do? He tried to think of anything but noticed that Tohru had come out of his room. "Morning, Tohru," she replied back with a yawn and a wave. He walked up to her and gave her a kiss on the cheek. He didn't take notice in the outfit she wore, it was still the shirt she wore to bed. "Hey Tohru, where's your uniform?" His head was tilted downwards and his finger was on his chin. He was thinking intently about what would happen if his mother actually came here. She looked down and her face reddened. "Oh right. I forgot about that, hee." Her clothing became bright and before Izuku could say anything else, she was in her over-glorified maid uniform, which at this point was more like cosplay than anything. "Do you want breakfast, Izuku-an?" she said from across the counter. She was in the kitchen resting her elbows upon it. "I'm not really hungry, but how would you feel if my mother suddenly came over today?" "She's coming over?" she asked excitedly. Her dragon tail actually started to wag, as if she were a dog. "No," she gave him a disappointed look. "Maybe. I don't really know, all I know is that I did something that she doesn't like at all." "What?" she asked simply. "Have you ever wondered why I don't try to bring up my father in any sort of conversations? Well, it's because Hidano Kobayashi Midoriya died by trying to save his fellow heroes in a major battle. He laid his life down for theirs. Which caused me and my mom to grieve over his death. It also caused her to not let me become a hero. She doesn't want me to live a short life like him, because she loved me as much as him." Izuku didn't really mind speaking to Tohru about his past, he just thinks it's painful every time he mentions something from it. "It's just stressful, because both her and I know that becoming a hero is my dream, especially after finding out my father was. I was conflicted on whether I should actually try to get into the school after you helped me use magic. Sai, what should I do, Tohru?" His eyes pleaded with hers for any guidance or advice. "Izuku, if she comes over here, then tell her how you really feel about being a hero, and prove to her that you can be a good one as well. Prove to her that you are strong enough to take care of yourself, because your father didn't die because he was weak. It sounded like he was a hero that would give his life in order to save many." She walked behind him and rubbed circles into his back, tears were flowing from his eyes. This whole situation was overwhelming him. It was around 7 p.m. that night when the doorbell to Izuku's home rang. He got up from where he laid with Kanna and Tohru on each side of his body. He took a deep breath before he answered the door. He was met face to face with his mother, who seemed exhausted for some reason. "Hi Mom," he said sheepishly as he waved. "Hello Izuku, could you please explain why you even applied to UA in the first place?" A bead of sweat rolled down his face. He knew he was going to be in for his first major argument with her. His mother walked through the door. She obviously didn't know that there was anyone else inside, because she started to scold Izuku, her son, as soon as she stepped inside. But he interrupted. "Hey, Tohru. Could you please take Kanna with you to somewhere?" "I don't know," I said, completely ignoring my mother as she became quiet. "Sure Izuku-an." She walked into Kanna's room and came out with her still sleeping a few moments later. Tohru walked over to the terrace door with 2 sets of eyes on her. She promptly opened it, and then jumped off into the night, turning into her dragon form and flying back up into the sky. The building shook when she landed on top of it. "Who was that?" my mother asked. "My girlfriend," Izuku said meekly, hoping to defuse the situation. "Good for you. But that doesn't matter. Why would you go behind your mother's back and try out for UA? Hell, you passed. You know what happened to your father because of that school." "I know. For God's sakes, you can't even hurt a fly, much less a villain." "I know." His fist tensed at his side. "You don't even have a quirk. You can't even use magic." She held out a light blue orb of magic in her hands. "I know. But Mom, I didn't try out because I thought I could pass. I tried out." His skin transformed into black and green scales, fire came out of his mouth with each exhale, and wings of fire appeared, burning the clothing on his back. "Because I knew I could pass. I know it's dangerous, but I won't let what happened to Dad happen to me." Her eyes glimmered with tears in the partially lit corridor. Not now, not ever. She was speechless. She didn't know what to say about the son that stood in front of her, especially when his clothes were engulfed in flame. You gonna get that?" She pointed towards his fiery shirt that still clung to his body. He knew he couldn't eat his own flames, but his mother used her magic on it, instantly extinguishing it. "Thanks, but you have to believe in me, Mom." She looked him dead in his blackened eyes. "Sure, but prove it to me." He was confused. "Prove what to you?" "That you can win against a hero." Sweat started to bead on Izuku's forehead. "How about I fight Tohru? I'd rather not hurt my mo-. You will fight me. Then I'll decide if you can be a hero." Izuku sighed. There would be no convincing her otherwise. His mother, Kaori, was a hero before she thought about settling down and having a child. Her husband did not, and he paid dearly for it. When she was in her prime, she used her magic like it was an extension of her own body, treating it not as an invincible force that could never stop her, but treated it as if it was a gift that she should never overuse, like the gift of life. Regardless, she was prepared to defeat her son with all the strength she could muster. No one in her lifetime would make the same mistake as her husband did. No one would live a premature life on her watch. Izuku had flown the both of them to the top of a small mountain, where it was believed a spring of magic had dwelled. But with most types of magic within this world, it dwindled and eventually disappeared. Though the Kobayashi Midoriya family always made a trek up to it at least once a year. Kaori hadn't climbed it in a few years, because she's been out of the country so she could properly take care of Izuku despite being gone for a portion of his life. Izuku had finally gotten to the top of the medium-sized mountain, and landed. His scales went away and so did his fiery wings. Tohru had given him a shirt before he left that was somewhat fireproof. That was because it was from her own world. Why she brought it, Izuku didn't know. He was just thankful that he had some clothing to wear when he flew through the air. "Alright. I'm ready to fight Mom." Izuku hated the idea of hurting his family, but didn't know that she was a hero before he was born. So he was in for a treat. A moonlit lake was next to them, the light from it causing the water to glimmer without end. "Alright Izuku." A sudden blast of magic came from her, causing Izuku to get pushed backwards. "Prepare to lose." She was in the sky and ready to slam down a large fist of blue magic upon him. Izuku dodged, but didn't counter her move, so she took the opportunity to swing a new blade of her magic at him. Izuku held up his scaled arms to block it. The initial hit didn't hurt at all, but when the blade started to turn and act like a chainsaw, it hurt. Specks of scales and blood shot from his arms. Quickly Izuku kicked the blade away and jumped backwards. Holy sh! He was punched in the back, which took his breath away, by his mother, who had suddenly appeared. "Izuku!" Language. She forced all of her power and pushed him back into the ground, making a small Izuku-sized crater next to the moonlit lake. He slowly got up from the hole, completely dazed from the impact. He looked at his mother that was over his head. "You lose Izuku?" she shouted as she brought down a magic hammer onto Izuku's head. She thought he was hit square in the head. She thought she had won. But she had thought wrong. Izuku had grabbed the hammer with a dragon's hand, preventing it from hitting him. Suddenly lightning discharged around him, even being sent through the incorporeal hammer that could only be gripped by those with the same magic. What the hell dash, she didn't get to finish her sentence. The lightning had appeared and disappeared in moments, electrocuting her easily. But she wouldn't go down without a fight. Kaori swung her legs downwards, breaking free from her own shocking grasp. She turned towards her son and threw small magic kukri at him. It hit his scales, but didn't penetrate them. He seemed unfazed by that, and it confused her until she saw the look in his eyes. A look so inhumane and dark, it sent a chill down her spine. A look of something. Something that couldn't be explained by humanity. He took a step towards her, so she tried to step back, but found she was unable to move. She looked briefly downwards. Her magic had embedded itself in the ground, and wrapped around her ankle, anchoring her to where she stood. A magic sword came out of nowhere and stabbed at the magical roots. They were sliced apart, but instantly grew back, spreading even further upwards. She hacked and slashed at the growing roots to no avail. They had spread to her arms and pinned her to the ground. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw Izuku slowly step towards her, his gaze darkening as he got closer. He stopped a few feet in front of her. Kaori's heart pounded in her ears, completely silencing anything that was going on around her. She couldn't even hear her own voice pleading to stay alive. She closed her eyes when she felt Izuku's breath on her. "Mom. Open your eyes." He shouted at her. She suddenly didn't feel anything binding her to the ground. What? She opened her eyes to see Izuku, the real Izuku, crouching over to see if she was all right. "Mom, what happened?" Izuku asked as his mother sat up and held her head in pain. I don't know." Izuku looked at her suspiciously. "Really? Because you just collapsed to the floor after you threw those small daggers at me." "Wait, I just fell to the ground? Let's just forget this happened. I guess you won the battle, Izuku." "Maybe. Just maybe it's what I think it is." I don't feel like IWF. Kaori had jabbed her fingers into his left pec, sending a wave of magic through him. Izuku was knocked out cold, but blue mist had appeared around him. Her magic was coming from Izuku, as if he was using it. "Thought so. It seems this is your magic," Kaori thought as she jabbed her fingers into his pec again, reversing her own effects on him. He seems to be unconsciously using my power, though. How does it work, and why did he become hellish? Still, you would have easily beaten me, son. I guess." She gritted her teeth, and spoke through tensed lips. "You can be a hero." His face became brighter, but diminished when he stared at something in his hand. Kaori looked down to see that a small snowflake rested upon it, but it was completely blackened. He looked up into the sky. Thousands of black snowflakes were falling down. But what was in the center of it all, fairly high into the sky above the moonlit lake, was a black dragon, one with the same hue emanating off its scales. It wasn't actually flying in the sky, it seemed to be a vision of some sort. "Is this a dragon? I thought they didn't exist, at least not in our world." It roared, interrupting Kaori's thoughts. An ear-splitting demonic roar came from it, causing her to hold her ears closed. Izuku stared at it. His wings began to extend from his back, becoming even more fiery and twisted. He was prepared for a fight, especially if the dragon was real. Once the roar subsided, so did the vision of the dragon. Kaori opened her ears once again. "What was that?" Izuku asked. He dared not lower his guard nor his wings. "Then you saw the dragon too?" "Izuku, I believe you have my magic along with your dragon slayer magic," she said, completely derailing the topic at hand. "Sure, but the beast. Why did it appear as only a vision?" Izuku asked as his fist tensed. It seemed that creature had scared the shit out of him, even if it showed a small amount. After spending 3 days in Japan with her son, Kaori Kobayashi had to return to her job in America. Meanwhile, Izuku had nightmares of the dragon every night since he first saw it. What could it possibly mean? Was he seeing things WTH his mother's magic? Or did he make it his own, like he did with the lightning powers of that emissary from Tohru's world? The only thing he truly knows is that they had witnessed an omen, one that could cause a calamity within their world, and so, Izuku decided that he'd train until that day would come, and he'd do that with the people he'd meet at UA. Becoming stronger alongside his new friends. Izuku had his uniform. Today was the first day that his mother had been gone, and the first day at his high school. He was ready for his hero academia. There would be no stopping him, nothing could stand in his way. Except his best friend, Kaken, who Izuku immediately ran into when he exited his home. Izuku fell on his butt and looked up at his friend. He looked sad. "Heh, sorry Kaken." He then scratched the back of his head nervously. "TCH, get up Deku, you dumbass." He barked at Izuku as he held out his hand for him to grab. Izuku's smile brightened and he grabbed his friend's hand to be pulled upwards. Thanks, Kaken. You ready to live out our dreams today? Izuku casually asked as they walked to school. He was a short distance from his friend when he said this. Course. If I'm going to be the number one, then I have to be better than LL might. Izuku snorted at his remark. Kaken, you know you won't be number one. Oh? Then who will? You. Izuku nodded, causing Kaken to let out a short chuckle. At least try to surpass me before even setting your sights on number one. Izuku rolled his eyes. Sure, Kaken, whatever you want to believe. He had gone so far, so fast with his ability to transform into a dragon. It wasn't completely perfect because he was still mostly human when he did it. And he still was when he had picked up Kaken and flew at breakneck speeds towards UA. What the fuck? Katsuki screamed into the wind, though his voice was silenced because of the pressure from flying. Don't worry, Kaken, just taking a quicker way to school, Izuku explained as he continued to fly. Set me the hell down. He started to flail around, nearly causing Izuku to fall. Knock it off. We will fall if you don't calm down. He was fairly close to UA, and wasn't ready to stop anytime soon. So he continued on, regardless of his friend's freakout. I said to stop. Kaken had broken free of his grasp and directed his hand to Izuku's chest, using an explosion on him. Izuku's scales instinctively blocked his attack, but he had to go faster if he didn't want to be attacked by Katsuki again. In a few more seconds, Izuku and Kaken had gotten to UA. One of them was clearly set off by it. It was Izuku, because his friend had used his quirk on him, which severely damaged his scales. Jesus Christ, Kaken, would it hurt you to not use your quirk on me for once? Izuku yelled. He already regretted it before it even came out of his mouth. TCH, what fucking ever, Deku, meet you inside. He sounded disappointed. It truly seemed like he wanted to mend his friendship and atone for his past sins he committed unto Izuku. At the rate they were going at, then it would be almost impossible for Bakugo. After Izuku watched Katsuki walk into the main building, completely ashamed of his actions, he followed. He had entered his classroom a full 2 minutes after Katsuki did, mainly because he was nervous, but was also fairly excited to meet his classmates. Inhale, exhale, you got this, Izuku. He brought his fist up and clenched his fist tight. He was ready for a whole new beginning. He slid the door to the classroom, but was immediately pushed backwards by what seemed like the wind. He hit the wall opposite of the door, and slid downwards. Oh. I'm so sorry, here, let me help you up. A feminine voice said, though Izuku couldn't see her because his vision was blurry. He felt an arm grab onto his and pull him up. He would have fallen forward, but it felt as if something was holding him up. He shook his head and his sight slowly returned. He noticed a girl with purple hair was the one responsible for him not falling. Thanks, he said calmly, still somewhat disoriented. I'm so sorry for what I did. The girl then bowed repeatedly with haste. There's no need to be, Izuku said as she continuously bowed, getting faster with each one. So sorry. Ahem, nice to meet you, my name is Tomoko. She held out her hand towards Izuku. He graciously accepted it. My name is Izuku, it's great to meet you, Tomoko. A small bead of sweat dripped down Izuku's face. This Tomoko girl was profusely bowing and seemingly defying the laws of the human body. Somehow her body sped up until it looked like she was in one spot. Sorry. 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 She repeated over and over. Okay, it's okay. You can stop bowing, Tomoko-chan, seriously, please stop before you hurt yourself. She stood straight up. Sorry. She quickly said, it's a horrible habit that I've developed, I just can't seem to break it. I apologize if this is a horrible first impression, Izuku. Izuku held up his hand. No. Let's just get into the classroom. He led the way into the room and walked into the room with Tomoko by his side. By the way, I think you owe me an explanation of your quirk, seeing as how you used it on me. She laughed. Sure, I'll tell you later though. I'm still sorry for attacking you though. If you want though, you can blame it on the spiky-haired guy over there. She tilted her head towards Katsuki. Izuku looked past her. Of course he did. Tomoko walked over to the blue-haired teen Izuku met during the exams, who was standing next to a desk right next to Kaken's. While he walked over to Katsuki and rested against a pillar that was between two windows. So, how did you get Tomoko to use her quirk? Izuku wasn't particularly sad that he was attacked by Katsuki, seeing as he was the one that elicited the reaction. But he didn't know how his friend was feeling about it. He only recently had rekindled his friendship, having missed several years of it. Well, she bragged about being the strongest in the class, so I told her to show off her quirk and aim it towards the door. You just so happened to walk through the door as she did. Izuku let out a hearty laugh. That wasn't a coincidence, was it? Katsuki shook his head and put his feet on the desk. Of course not, but now we're even. Izuku looked at Tomoko as she seemed to get chewed out by the blue-haired teen. he was making robotic hand gestures as he did. Suddenly, he went quiet and stared directly towards Katsuki. "Hey! Get your feet off of that desk right now." Katsuki blew air out of his mouth. "I really couldn't give two sheets right now, so fuck right off if you will." The other teen gasped. Izuku cleared his throat. "Apologies for my friend's rude behavior, he doesn't know how to be nice." The blue-haired teen squared his shoulders. "Well, I thank you for your apologies, but he is still disrespecting the seniors who have sat in that desk before and the people who built it." "Kaken, take your feet off the desk or I'll burn them," Izuku said very quietly. Katsuki sighed and reluctantly took his feet off the desk. "There, are ya happy now?" he sarcastically said, though the blue-haired teen didn't know it was rude. "Thank you." Say, he directed his attention towards Izuku. "We met during the exams, what's your name?" Izuku set his bag down next to the desk in front of Katsuki's. "It's Midoriya Izuku, yours?" The teen did a quarter bow and extended an arm towards Izuku, which he took. "It's Iida Tenya, nice to meet you Izuku Midoriya." Izuku broke the handshake, "Likewise Iida-kun." "Say, are you friends with Tomoko-chan?" He shook his head. "No, actually she was the one to start talking to me." She waved at Izuku. "I hope that we can become good friends despite trying hard to be heroes." Izuku nodded and looked at the three people near him. "I hope so too Iida-kun, I hope so too." Izuku repeated himself because he was distracted by something yellow coming through the door. What the hell is that?" When Izuku said that, everyone went silent and looked towards the big yellow bug-looking thing. "Good," it slunk across the ground and towards the teacher's desk. "It took 5 words for you all of you to be quiet, definitely needs some work, but better than I thought." The thing stood up. A dull-looking face was surrounded by a yellow sleeping bag from what Izuku could gather. He could hear it being unzipped, and suddenly the teacher pulled out a box. "Grab one that's your size and then go out to the training field, be there in 5 minutes." The man zipped his sleeping bag up again and fell to the ground. He then made his way out of the door by slinking along the ground. "Alright, that was weird." Izuku looked at Katsuki. "What would you say, Kaken?" Katsuki stood up. "I don't even know. What kind of fucking teacher would do that?" Izuku shrugged and walked over to the box to grab a medium-sized shirt and briefs. "Apparently ours would." The clothing was blue with the UA symbol on the shirt. They appeared to be gym clothes. Izuku wondered as to who their teacher was and why they seemed to be crazy, but he shrugged it off because some teachers have insane ways to introduce themselves or teach. It took a bit over 5 minutes for Izuku to get dressed and make it down to the training field. He was somehow the first one there. He jogged over to where the teacher in the sleeping bag was. "You're the earliest here, yet you're still late." His voice seemed to show no emotion. Izuku looked down at his feet in shame. For some reason he felt as if he let this random person down. Not what I expected from the one with the best score on the entrance exam. Izuku looked up. He was confused as to where his teacher would take the conversation as he stared at his teacher's emotionless eyes. But, he swore he caught a glimpse of pride within them. Whatever, he slid off the sleeping bag. "You interrupted my nap, and now I won't get any shut-eye with the rest of you around." He instantly identifies the teacher because of the scarf. It was the underground hero Eraserhead, and he was staring at something behind Izuku. Izuku would have followed his lead, but he was amazed by the teacher. "So you're Eraserhead? It's so cool to have such a great hero as our teacher." The teacher rubbed his temple, and his capture device shot up from his neck, wrapping its way around Izuku's mouth. "Just shut up, there's no way someone can be this loud in the morning. Will you be quiet?" he asked. Izuku nodded and the capture device fell off of his face. "Good, also welcome the person who got second place, Saito Tomoko, who got 1 less point than you Midoriya Izuku." Izuku looked at Tomoko. She got 164 points. She'd have to have a powerful quirk. Or a powerful magic like mine. You both seem to demonstrate excellent combat abilities and control over your quirks, so it was no surprise both of you nearly tied. Personally, Eraserhead took the rest of his sleeping bag off. I believe that Saito would have become in first if Midoriya hadn't grown scales and become stronger. Tomoko looked at Izuku with a wide-eyed gaze. "Oh yeah, there's the rest of your classmates." Izuku looked over at Tomoko disregarding the people coming from behind him. "Is something wrong, Tomoko-chan?" She shook her head and slapped her cheek. "Nothing. I'll tell you later when we're alone." The crowd of students stood behind Izuku and Tomoko, prepares to hear their teacher out. Izuku, however, tunes the teacher out. His mind was racked with ideas as to why Tomoko was surprised when Eraserhead said something about the Dragon Slayer's special technique, Dragon Force. When a softball was thrown at Izuku, he nearly dropped it, fumbling with it the entire time until he caught it. "Since you got the highest score, you get to throw the softball first." A confused look was plastered on Izuku's face. "You weren't listening, just great." Stand in that circle and throw the softball as far as you possibly can. Also, whoever has the lowest score will be expelled from the school. Right now though, it might look like you'll be expelled for not listening." Izuku's heart raced as he felt everyone look at him. He wasn't comfortable with this many people looking at him. This caused his knees to buckle and wobble as he walked over to the circle. Taking a deep breath, Izuku put his weight into his right foot and slid it behind him. "Don't set the ball on fire, it's the only one we have," Aizawa said at the last possible moment, breaking Izuku's focus on the magic. His arm was transformed into a dragon's claw for a few moments before it turned back to normal when his concentration broke. So he threw the ball normally, if you'd call throwing it 3 meters to the left normal. 22 meters. Are you trying to get expelled on purpose? Izuku took a deep breath. No, his voice cracked as he said this. Nearly everyone laughed at Izuku, but he cleared his throat. No, I'm not. I'd like to have a second try, Eraserhead, the teacher laughed. You've had your chance. He had a ball in his hand which he threw towards Tomoko. Saito, your turn to shine. Please show me you have more potential than Midoriya. She caught the ball reluctantly and slowly walked towards the circle. Izuku pleaded with her to not do this, to not make a fool of him. But she did it anyways. "I'm sorry, Izuku," she apologized on behalf of the teacher, and got into position to throw the ball. A white light shone from her when she released the ball into the sky. It was thrown about 50 meters into the sky. Roar of the Sun Dragon. Izuku watched as she cupped her hands around her mouth and shot a beam of light out of it. The ball was shot even further into the air, so far that she couldn't see the ball anymore. 1,294 meters, Eraserhead said after 15 seconds passed. Good job, even better than Midori dash, you know what? Izuku interrupted Eraserhead by walking over to him. He noticed there were softballs in his sleeping bag, so he grabbed one and walked back towards the circle which Tomoko had left. You're done, Midoriya, put that ball down or I'll expel you. Izuku didn't pay attention to the teacher and got into position. Izuku's arm transformed again and started to become fiery, so he was about to throw it, but something wrapped around his arm. That's it, you set me off. More of the capture device restricted Izuku and started to pull him out of the circle. Eraserhead's eyes began to glow red, a sign of him using his quirk erasing quirk, but it didn't work to Eraserhead's surprise. No, you set me off. Izuku let out a strained roar as flames shot out of his body, incinerating the capture device restricting him. This also burned off his clothes, scales covered his back. Roaring Claw, he pulled his arm back and threw the ball insanely high into the air, of the fire dragon. His hands covered his mouth and tightened his roar of fire until it was similar to a water gun. His flames extended further than ever, but the spread of them was smaller. This pushed the ball even further into the air, even farther than Tomoko's. Izuku took 2 deep breaths before he turned around. He saw that Eraserhead was stamping out the flames that were spreading further up his capture device. What in the absolute hell is wrong with you, Midoriya? You think that this, Aizawa gestured to the fiery scarf as he stomped out the last of the flames, bits and pieces of the device were scattered around Izuku's feet, was a good idea. Izuku began to calm down and realized what the severity of what he had just done. His scales began to retreat into his body and his arm turned back to normal. He began to wonder if he'd be expelled, but that soon stopped. He knew that Eraserhead wouldn't expel him over this, because he didn't burn the ball, and he proved to be brave enough to go against a teacher. But why would he want to have a teacher like this? One who would prevent him from using all of his power. One that would be an a-hole. One that would embarrass him in front of his classmates and make him slightly grow as a person. Oh, that's probably why he did it, to see if he'd have the ball to be a hero. No.it was the best idea I've ever had, Izuku said, and you can expel me if you want. I've already proven something to myself, something that you wouldn't understand. Izuku walked over to the exit of the field with his head held high, but was stopped by a capture device circling around his chest. Wasn't that destroyed? Izuku thought as he was yanked backwards and to the ground. He coughed as he hit the ground. You lit something on fire and thought that was a good idea? Izuku didn't dare nod as he grit his teeth. He wouldn't respond to an a-hole. Well then you were right. His jaw loosened. You proved me wrong, and showed that you can actually be more than you seem. Now get up and stand with the rest of your class. Eraserhead threw the ball to the next person. Izuku stood up. He wasn't confused by the teacher's actions, but he was most certainly curious about why he went that direction. He ignored Tomoko trying to speak to him and went behind everyone else. Far behind them he rested against a wall. Well, that was horrible. I made such a fool of myself, but I guess I proved Eraserhead wrong, and probably everyone else. Izuku observed the rest of his classmates throw the ball. He could feel Tomoko looking at him the entire time, but he ignored it. After the last ball was thrown, Tomoko walked over to him. I'm sorry for sh. Izuku held his hand up. Save it, you already apologized so there's no need to. I just wish he didn't act like that, made me look like an idiot. Izuku held his forehead in his hand. I thought you looked like a badass. Izuku looked up at her and laughed in her face. I'm sorry. That's not what first came into mind when thinking about that. He wiped a tear that was forming at the side of his eye away. So anyways, you're a dragon slayer? Tomoko asked. Yeah, it's kind of why I was told not to throw the ball. Mainly because of how destructive it can be. Speaking of which, you're also a dragon slayer, a sunlight dragon slayer if I had to guess. She giggled. Yeah, mine's not really destructive. It's meant to heal and help the people I'm fighting with in a battle. She played with her hair. You know, it must be really weird for people to see you standing over here with the person who was made an example of. You should go back to the rest of the students, just call me over when I have to do a test. Please? She sighed. Sure Midoriya. She walked away. Also you should probably put on a shirt, whether it's made of fire or not. Izuku looked down and a slight blush appeared on his face. Instead a layer of scales made their way onto his body. After 6 other tests, the exam was over. The rankings for each test was projected onto a digital screen when they were back in the classroom. It wasn't a surprise that Tomoko was first. She had come in first for 3 exams and came in second for 3 other ones except the meter toss which she came in third for. Izuku was second with 3 first places, 3 second places and 1 fourth place, putting him right behind Tomoko. A person named Minoru Mineta was last, but it didn't matter according to the teacher, who claimed that it was all a strategic ruse to make them perform at their best. Izuku didn't fall for this. He knew this from the start, especially when he was the prime candidate for an expulsion. Nearly everyone else was surprised, even Tomoko, who was easy to fool because of her innocence. After this whole thing, class ran for 2 more hours before it ended. Izuku walked out of the door with Tomoko and Katsuki at his sides. He was rather quiet because he let the two butt heads. For some reason, the calm Tomoko was rude whenever Katsuki was around. Maybe his assholeness rubbed off on someone, or maybe it was because he was utterly rude to her. Regardless, he thought the two would become good friends in due time, but he grew tired of listening to their constant fighting, so he flew off after taking off his shirt. He flew all the way onto his balcony and opened the sliding glass door into his home. Tohru was chopping up some meat within the kitchen. When she saw him, her expression became brighter and she was happy because her dragon tail was moving behind her like a cat's. How was school, Izuku? He set his backpack down and walked over to her. He grabbed the knife and set it to the side. As he hugged her, he sighed through his nose and buried his face into her hair. I missed you so much today. Everyone is annoying compared to you, he said. They spent a minute hugging before Izuku broke away and kissed her on the lips. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Izuku. I hope it becomes better. She smiled warmly at him. I hope so too, otherwise I'd be a laughingstock. He muttered the last part. What was that, Izuku? Kanna ran up to him and jumped towards him. Nothing. Oh hey Kanna. He caught her. How was your day today? She eyes sparkled as Izuku head pat her and hugged her at the same time. Tohru on the other hand was happy with Izuku. She couldn't ask for anyone better than him, because he was someone that can only be met once in a lifetime, perhaps even more than that, and she began to dream about what might be. Hey Tohru, she snapped out of her trance. Yes Izuku? He put Kanna down and stared directly into Tohru's appealing eyes. I hope you know that I really love you. A stupid, wide-toothy grin appeared on his face, causing Tohru to do the same. I love you too Izuku, and you mean the world to me. The two thought at the same time. As they stared longingly into each other's eyes, the two truly realized how the other meant to them. For Izuku it was everything in the world. Despite only knowing her for a small fraction of his life, Tohru really improves upon it, and not just because of the magic. She was his aide, the one who actually helped him get off his poor, useless feet and become something better. Something that could only be accomplished with her, something that only she could have caused. And for Izuku, Tohru knew he meant more to her than anything she had ever seen or met before, possibly even the universe. No. Even the universe. He gave her life a purpose, more so than just being daddy's little daughter who disliked the idea of going to war against the humans from her world. She would do anything to protect the lover of her life, and he would do just the same. Even if it meant they had to lay down their life. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, due to the annoying amount of light that was filtering through his bedroom, and directly hitting his eyes. He rubbed the sleep out of them and looked over to the other side of his bed. It lacked a certain someone, so he looked to his door to see it slightly ajar. He looked through the crack, and saw Tohru, already in her maid's outfit and dusting something. He heard the rising volume of a tea kettle whistling, which caused Tohru to tend to whatever type of tea she was making. Izuku blinked once, then twice, and swung his leg over the side of his bed before grabbing his phone. He turned it on and looked at the time and date. It was 6:48 and the 4th of August. Why today of all days, he thought as he stood up, stretching as he did. He wore gray sweatpants to bed last night, but had to take them off in order to get dressed in his uniform for school. After about 7 or so minutes, Izuku walked out of his room to see Tohru sitting on the couch. A still piping hot cup of tea rested on the coffee table in front of her. But she was clutching something with an odd shape, and so Izuku tried to peer over her shoulder, until the floor creaked beneath him. Tohru quickly hid the thing and turned around to look at Izuku. "I didn't know you were awake, Izuku," she nervously said. "How did you sleep?" Izuku scratches the back of his neck. "Pretty good," he said. He yawned. "By the way, what did you just set to your side? I'm curious." A bead of sweat appeared on her face, and slowly rolled down. It's nothing for you to see. Kanna just wanted me to make her something for her friend." She seemed to be anxious, because she was tapping her foot against the floor. "Oh, well, thanks for taking care of her, Tohru." He walked until he was next to her, and sat down. Surprisingly, the object wasn't there. "Who's her friend anyway?" Toru's foot stopped tapping. She seemed to freeze up. It's Saikawa. I believe." She quickly muttered the last part. "What was that, Tohru?" "I couldn't hear you." Izuku grinned smugly, knowing that he had caught her in what was most likely a tiny lie. "I said her friend's name was Saikawa, nothing but that." Izu, he hung his head low. He was hoping to see what she was making. He leaned in and gave her a peck on the cheek before standing up. "I'm gonna make some breakfast before I leave. You want any?" Tohru shook her head. "I made some omuris for you. It should be on the counter next to the stovetop," she said, letting out a sigh of relief as Izuku walked away. She grabbed the object from between her thigh and the couch, and used some teleportation magic to move it into Izuku's room. She followed Izuku, who was somehow already sitting at the table with the dish of food she made earlier, and sat down opposite of him. Tohru believed she had moved the object into his closet, but she didn't really know where it was since she moved it in a hurry. Izuku sighed. "So who is this Saikawa anyway, and how come Kanna hasn't told me about her friend?" Izuku took his fork and cut into the omuris. Steam poured out of it as he lifted it up to his mouth and took a bite. He melted into it because it was delicious. "I don't really know. I thought she would have already told you." Tohru responded. Her tail stirred a bit as she waited for Izuku's reaction to her food. This is really great, Tohru, probably better than I could make," Izuku said with a smile growing on his lips. It only grew because of how excited Tohru looked after he said this. "Thank you, Izuku." Behind her the door to Kanna's room opened, and Kanna came out of it with her yellow cap for school on. "Good morning, Kanna-chan. Are you already ready for school?" Tohru said as she turned around and followed Kanna, with her eyes, as she walked over to Izuku's side and tugged on his sleeve. He looked down in a fake confusion. "Did something just tug on my sleeve, Tohru?" "I don't think there's anything here." Kanna puffed up her cheek. "It's me, Izuku-kun. I tugged on your sleeve," she said cutely. "Oh, Kanna. I didn't see you there." "Good morning." He laid his hand down on her head. "So, I've heard that you made a friend." She nodded her head and Izuku's eyes lit up. "That's amazing to hear, Kanna. I'm proud of you." Her face became brighter because of Izuku's recognition. But Tohru was jealous of the attention Izuku gave to her, but she digressed. The only reason was because she realized that this kind of behavior should be encouraged by parents and that Izuku was doing what any good parent would do. "So, what do you need?" he asked. Clearly she wanted to do something, because after exiting her room, the first thing she did was walk over to Izuku and pull on his clothing. "I wanted to ask if I could go with Saikawa to her house. Can I, Izuku-san?" Izuku nodded his head. "Of course. Just come back before 7 o'clock tonight." Izuku was going to say she needed Tohru to go with her, but she remembered that she was a dragon and could fly home. Her eyes sparkled. "Thank you so much, Izuku-san." She held her arms up, and Izuku picked her up. She gave him a hug. "It's what I do, anyways." He glanced over at the tune displayed in the oven. "Ah shoot, you gotta go now." He let her down. Get going, or you won't be able to go to Saikawa's house later." Izuku motioned with his hand to the door, and Kanna took off running. "Bye, Izuku-san," she said as she left the apartment. Izuku sighed. "You're really good with children, Izuku," Tohru said, causing Izuku to chuckle. "No, I'm not. I just did what my dad would have done if he was in this position." Izuku cut his food once again and went to take a bite from it. He did this while looking away from Tohru. Izuku bit down, expecting to bite into the fluffy egg, but he bit down on the fork only. "Izuku, your food fell back onto your plate." He said nothing more and turned towards his food. Sulking over it, he took slow bites. Tohru pushed her seat out and stood up while pushing it back. She walked over to Izuku and fell onto him, embracing him in a hug. "Look, Izuku," she said quietly, "I don't know what happened to your dad, but I'm truly sorry for whatever did happen. I know it must be devastating." She didn't let on to what she knew, which was still really small. A single tear rolled down Izuku's cheek and onto the table, creating a plop sound when it hit the table. He placed a hand on Tohru's shoulder. He went quiet for a few moments. You're an amazing person, Tohru. I don't know what I'd do right now without you. For the rest of the time he was home, he ate and wept in silence with Tohru's arms still wrapped around him, with some memories of his father flooding through his mind. Some of his best moments with his father happened before he turned 4 years old, so he hardly remembered them. Only through being told what happened could he remember. And the time ended before he could get it off of his mind. He left the apartment with a distant gaze affixed to his face. Hopefully this depression would end rather quickly. Maybe with the help of his friends he'll get better, Tohru had thought. But it most likely was going to be impossible, because even she couldn't help him. That wasn't the only thing she was thinking though. Just what caused Izuku to act like this? The answer had to be in his room, most likely with the photos, since he was talking about his dad. Tohru took a moment and really thought about it. Could today be the anniversary of his father's death? Her inner voice yelled when she finished the sentence. No, that can't be right, unless he didn't want to tell me, which is totally fine with me, I mean. She didn't know what to think. Instead she decided it'd be best to do something special in order to cheer him up. And so, she went into his room and retrieved the object, which she thought she had transported into his closet, but it was plain on his bed. It was a sphere that had a bronze detailing within it. The material surrounding it made it seem like it was from outer space with how abyssal the coloring looked, but she recently went to her dimension to procure one of these. There were numbers within the bronze. It seemed to be a locking mechanism of some sort. Alright, let's open this. She spun the bronze in different directions a couple of times and the sphere cracked open. A projection of the sphere popped out of it. Alright, let's open this. It repeated what Tohru said. Okay, it works. Now, since he was sad about his father, maybe some good memories would cheer him up. I think Miss Kobayashi's number should be somewhere in here. She gestured to the entire apartment before she closed the sphere. I don't want you to get any funny ideas and continue to catch my memories, cause if you did, then I'd destroy you. She spoke to the device as if it was a person. Which would have shocked anyone listening to her. After half an hour of traveling by train, Izuku made it to UA. He acted slightly happier than he was, and it would have worked if that one thought didn't linger within his mind. Izuku sat down in his seat. He made some small talk with Kaken before class started. Every other class passed quickly, mainly because he only somewhat paid attention. By the time high noon came around, Izuku heard the sound of calm, yet heavy footsteps approaching the room. Apparently only he could hear them, since no one else tore their attention away from their conversations. Do you hear th? The door slid open at breakneck speeds. I have come through the door like a normal person. Izuku looked, his eyes wide open, towards the figure standing in the doorframe. It was All Might. One of his favorite heroes, who was second to first. It was obvious why he wasn't first, seeing as how his own father was a hero. Yet, he was the number one hero in so many people's hearts. While also being the number one villain in others. Everyone else was extremely excited to see the top hero make an entrance into class like this, everyone except Izuku, of course. Izuku watched nonchalantly as All Might walked weirdly over to the podium-like thing where Present Mike was just standing. Izuku tuned out the several people who yelled out that All Might, the number one hero, was standing in front of him. Including Mineta, who was the loudest and most annoying. When he stood at the podium, Izuku tuned back in. Ahem. We'll be putting your abilities to the test today, in the form of a battle test. Or training, whichever one you prefer. And for that, he pulled out a small remote and clicked the only button on it. The wall next to him started whirring as if mechanisms were moving and working. The wall flipped over to reveal briefcases. You'll need these. Before we had you come here, we had you fill out a costume request form with specific needs that pertain to your quirk. Izuku counted that there were 19 briefcases there, when there were 20 students. There are costumes for each one of you who submitted a form, otherwise if you didn't, then you'll have to use your gym uniform for now. All Might said to everyone. Izuku knew why there were only 19 briefcases. Because he never submitted a design for his costume. Which he had. It was a gift that Tohru had given to him the night before. She got it from her dimension along with the hologram projecting sphere a few days prior when both Izuku and Kanna were out of the house. It was a simple flame retardant shirt that had no sleeves or a front to it. It seems that he had to make up for it with his scales. Along with a pair of his shorts that she cast a one-time use fire-resistant spell on. Other than that, Izuku had to supplement for parts of his outfit. Now, go get changed and meet me at training site Beta. It would have looked weird if Izuku just wore a completely black outfit that didn't cover his entire body, with a pair of sneakers, so he bought a pair of sandals. Just the thought of wearing his outfit made the skin in Izuku's body tighten and transform into scales. But he suppressed the thought and pulled the clothing out of his bag. Izuku walked out with the rest of his class, his costume in hand and with a very slight hunch that was unnoticeable unless you knew him. It took 5 minutes for Izuku to change and 7 minutes to head out with the rest of his class to training site Beta, which was similar to the city Izuku fought in for his entrance exam. Oh wait, it was the city he fought in. There was the crater the size of the robot he destroyed, which was way down the road. Regardless, he stood in the back and against the wall of a nearby building. His costume was rustling with the wind, and he still had his skin showing, not scales like he was supposed to. He was sulking as well as listening to All Might's explanation of what they were going to do. Alright, now that you all are here, I'll explain what you'll be doing today. First, I'll break you off into 10 teams of 2 and assign you a role, either heroes or villains. The villains will begin inside this building and will have 10 minutes to find an area to place a fake explosive device. For the heroes, you will have 15 minutes to locate the device and fight against the villain team in order to disarm it, which you do by touching it. You could also capture the enemy team to win. All Might explained. Any questions? Instead of raising their hands, several people just shouted out their questions. Are you going to expel someone like Eraserhead Senpai did? Can I just blow everyone away with my quirk? What if my quirk accidentally heals my foes instead of hurting them? From the brown-haired girl Izuku was going to save, of course Kaken would talk about blowing someone up, and Tomoko with her dragon-slaying quirk that could cause more help than damage. Whoa, I have the quirk of super strength, not super hearing. So one question at a time, All Might held a hand weakly in front of him. He obviously couldn't handle teaching students. No, I'm nothing like Eraserhead. No, you can't blow everyone away with your quirk, and you'll have to work past that flaw with your quirk. Anyways, here are the teams. Team A is Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako, Team B is Todoroki Shudo and Shuji Kuji, Team C is Yayorozu Momo and Minoru Mineta, Team D is Bakugu Katsuki and Tomoko Akiko, Team E and beyond is the same as the anime minus Team I, which is Ida Tenya and Mashareo Ojiro. All Might said, which confused the very one except Izuku who knew it was a fourth wall break. What do you mean by that, All Might Sensei? Nothing, just get into your teams and greet each other. Teams A and D are up first, A are the heroes and D are the villains. The match will begin in 1 minute for the villains, and 11 for the heroes. So, it's nice to meet you Midoriya, I'm Ochako Uraraka. She extended an arm out to Izuku. He looked at it and looked at her face. Let's just get this over with. I'm not here to be friends or anything, at least not today. So let's just make a plan for you to go after Tomoko-chan while I take on Bakugu. Izuku said. He sighed and a few embers of flame came out with his breath. You're fine with that? It didn't sound like he was asking, more like he was ordering her to fight against the weaker person. Oh okay, do you have any strategies to fight her? Izuku shook his head. I hardly know her, I just know she's not as strong as Bakugu. Izuku still hadn't changed his skin into scales, which was still weird since it was meant to provide him the armor his costume was supposed to give. Oh, well thanks. She was clearly weirded out by Izuku and his attitude, but he didn't care or pay attention. He just waited out the time by thinking, God, how could I nearly forget what today was? I was so happy until today, just why did school have to start the day before his death's anniversary? Fuck. Maybe this is why Mom didn't want me to come to UA, probably because she knew that it's where Dad went and that it'd start right at the anniversary of his death. Now that I think about it, I wouldn't be able to be as good of a hero as him. I'd only be a second-rate Midoriya. Izuku was torn from his thoughts when he saw Uraraka ran inside. The battle must have begun, so Izuku ran inside with her. It took Izuku and Uraraka a few minutes before they came across anyone else. The two of them were running down a corridor, when Izuku heard 2 sets of feet running down the stairs. He pulled her by the arm and against the nearest wall, he held a finger up to his mouth and made an audible, shushing sound. Bakugu, just calm down, we can take on the two of them together. But you need to be quiet for that to work. Izuku heard Tomoko yell, ambush in 3, 2, 1. He ran silently towards the end of the hall, which was where Bakugu stood. No! Leave Izuku to me. You can take round face. When he reached the end of the hallway, Izuku jumped towards them, his fist covered in fire. He aimed his fist towards Katsuki, but didn't account for Tomoko to come down the stairs. Bakugu! Watch out! Izuku threw his fist towards Katsuki, but hit something solid in front of his friend's face. He glanced over at Tomoko who was holding up her hands, and then back at Katsuki. His hand was lit and ready to blow up Izuku, but he breathed in and out. A torrent of fire boosted him backwards, just in time to miss Kaken's explosive fist. This isn't going to be good, Izuku said as he looked at Tomoko. She can create barriers? Why? Uraraka, change of plans. I'm going to need you to support me when I throw myself at them. Izuku didn't give her a chance to respond. Instead he rushed towards them. His scales were actually covering his body this time. But, that doesn't matter. He was just prepared to either kick butt, or get his butt kicked and be known as a disgrace to his father and mother. Izuku hit a barrier with his head as he ran towards Tomoko and Bakugo, and recoiled backwards onto the floor. He was dazed and confused down there, but he stood up and blinked a couple of times as to fix his messed up vision from hitting his head. Right in front of his face was Bakugo. And his fist was extended towards Izuku. He was punched in the jaw by him and was sent flying when he added an explosive twist to the attack. Izuku grew claws rather quickly and sunk them into the ceiling. He clung to it as blood spilled from his mouth. He spit it out though and put his other claw into the ceiling. Izuku pulled on the ceiling and swung his legs upwards. He then kicked off of the ceiling and brought it down alongside him. Izuku fell to the ground on the ceiling and broke it into 2 parts as he stood up. Oh, you messed with me now, Uraraka. Get over here and use your quirk on these stones. He yelled into the earpiece he didn't bother to attach to his ear. He pulled one of the pieces of the ceilings off of his claw and breathed fire towards Bakugo. It was redirected towards him with Tomoko's moonlit dragon abilities, so, he quickly jumped up and pulled his arm up to block the incoming fire breath. Oh okay Midoriya-kun. This one is floating. She ran to the other one when the fire faded. This one is also floating. Izuku pulled this one out of his claw and punched it, which shattered it into several dozen big chunks of rock and metal. Thank you Uraraka, now make me float and try to hold all of these stones, please. Izuku did the exact same with the other stone, one of which hit Bakugo directly in the face. Uraraka touched his back, which caused Izuku to float. I call this, the starlit battlefield. Flames ignited on Izuku's calves and on his triceps, they flared to life and he was propelled across the hallway and towards Tomoko. In front of him, Izuku saw pebbles accumulate onto a surface, so he turned his calves a bit to the right and dodged one of Tomoko's barriers that she created. Uraraka. Go to the bomb, do that or hide. 'Cause I'm going to take these 2 down. Izuku's right ear twitched as it became more dragon-like. It seemed he was hearing something. Bakugo. Izuku seems to be focused on me, go take care of Uraraka while I handle him. Izuku opened his mouth a bit, embers seeped out of his mouth as he grunted. His flames became brighter as he moved head first through the air towards Tomoko. Which was a bad move to do. He didn't even notice the pebbles and stones that were gathering up on an invisible wall. So he slammed into it, but his flames didn't dim, they only got brighter and stronger. And his gaze became inhuman. Izuku tore his claws from the wall despite how strong his flames were propelling him. He then shoved it and the nails that were now growing rapidly into the wall, and struck right through it. Tear through your defenses. He took his other hand and did the same thing. No matter what Tomoko. He pulled them apart and ripped the wall open. He would have shot himself through it, but he suddenly fell to the ground, a sign that Bakugo caught up with Uraraka. He landed on his feet with a thud, and continued to pull the wall apart. He tried to run through it after creating a hole in it, but he hit another wall. Izuku. Stop it, you aren't yourself. So stop or I'll have to hurt you more than I will right now. Suddenly, Izuku began to feel a strong pressure building up against his back, so he tried to stop it, but it constrained him in a small box and between 2 different walls. You think I'll stop? Izuku opened his mouth to reveal that most of his teeth were now fangs. No. I won't. I'll continue to come after you. He opened his jaw as wide as he could and took a bite out of the wall. Until I beat you. He said with his mouth full. He then began to SCK in the rest of the wall. He swallowed it all, and began to feel weird. He opened his mouth as he tried to tear into the next wall, but his claws hit nothing. Instead he just walked through, seemingly untouched by any walls. What? Why aren't the barriers working? Izuku walked closer to her. I don't know. He grabbed her arms and breathed fire onto her arms. They encircled them like a pair of cuffs. They should have hurt her, but something was preventing her from being burnt. And I don't care. Tell me what your dragon-slaying ability is, before I go to take on Bakugo. She sighed. You captured me, so I guess why not? It's the Moonlight Dragon Slayer's ability. Izuku turned his back on Tomoko and saw Katsuki running towards him from the end of the hall. I may be out, but I'm not knocked out. So that means I can still help Bakugo. Izuku's black and green eyes widened. What? He grunted out. He watched as Katsuki suddenly became faster when he ran. Smart. Izuku took in a deep breath, but not as smart as what I'm about to do. Roar. He closed 2 hands around his mouth, of the moonlit fire dragon. Izuku breathed out his normal fire, but it seemed stronger and mixed with something white. It consumed the entire hallway, shooting past Katsuki. The flames moved up to the floor above them through the hole in the ceiling. He held the roar for 15 seconds. When he quit at it, he saw that Katsuki was untouched. Ah, you really are a good dragon slayer, aren't you, Tomoko? Izuku's scales faded away, he fell to one knee and the flames surrounding her wrists disappeared. Izuku! She ran towards him and held him before he fell. Are you alright? Izuku laughed. No. That moonlight or whatever I ate is painful. So if you don't mind, I'm going to sleep. Good night to Mo-. He couldn't even finish as light faded from his eyes and he dropped to the ground despite her best efforts. Jesus H. Christ. Tomoko quickly put her hands over Izuku, small, mostly white, but nearly silver light came out of them. Come on. Please work. Izuku's body started to rise, so Tomoko knew that it was working. Okay, I'll have to do this carefully. She slowly moved her hands through Izuku's windpipe. Or you'll be in a much worse condition than right now. Suddenly she pushed her hand further forward and out of his mouth. A small amount of moonlight exited him. You should be fine, but just in case you're too fine. She pulled out a pair of cuffs from somewhere within her outfit. I'll just slip these around your hands, and win this for me and Baku. A hand latched onto her wrist. Go. Flames shot out of Izuku's forearm, and sent Tomoko flying back. Wow, I do not know what you did, but I feel much better. Thank you, Tomoko-chan. Izuku pushed himself off of the ground and sat down in a crisis cross pattern. So here. You can cuff me, but I think you have 5 seconds to do so. He held out his arms close together and aimed them towards her. A sudden booming voice came across a loudspeaker from somewhere inside the building. 5, 4, Tomoko scrambled to her feet and ran towards Izuku. 3, 2, she grabbed the cuffs and tried to hit one of Izuku's wrists with an open one. It wrapped around and closed around one. But not the other one. Heroes win. By a technicality, of course, Izuku said after the voice stopped speaking. You did good, Tomoko, possibly better than Kaken. Izuku had a purpose behind those words, since Katsuki was behind him. She's what? Katsuki yelled, better than you. Though I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you did put an end to the Starlight battlefield. By the way, he stood up and wobbled. How did you catch Uraraka? His attitude from earlier had shifted for some reason, probably because he was beaten by Tomoko. Katsuki, Tomoko, Uraraka, and Izuku walked out of the building and towards where the rest of the class was. They were at the door right before them, so Izuku walked ahead of everyone and held it open for them. So Tomoko created a wall of moonlight at the top of every 5th floor entrance? DMN, that was smart. Maybe if I didn't focus on fighting you all, then we would have truly won. Someone scoffed within the room, but you did win, you kicked the villain team's butt? No. I would have lost entirely if Tomoko didn't fix me up and I came back so fast. So it was a fluke that our team even won. Whoever said that. All Might cleared his throat. Anyways, who was the MVP of this battle? Someone raised their hand within the group as Izuku slumped against a wall alongside Katsuki. Yes? Well, it would have to be Uraraka-san. She followed through with Midoriya's plan and created a hard battlefield for Bakugo and Tomoko to fight inside of. Midoriya set the building aflame, Bakugo chased after Uraraka and took too long to get back into the fight, and Tomoko just stopped Izuku from doing too much damage despite being a villain. All Might nodded. Alright, next group, get into the building next to it. I'll send for someone to staunch those flames that Midoriya Shounen set inside of the arena. Izuku chuckled awkwardly and scratched the back of his neck. My bad. Anyways, I think that I still have some moonlight inside my body, he said to Tomoko, who was next to Katsuki. What do you mean? Izuku held his hand out and a small white flash of light shot out. I mean this. But, I think it should be okay, I don't inherently feel bad. Izuku flexed his arm. I feel stronger though. It's like it's coursing through my veins at this very moment. Her eyebrows furrowed. That dot shouldn't be possible. But I guess I wouldn't know, I'm not an expert on dragons. She pauses for a moment. I could do some research on them though. Here, I'll give you my number after this is over. She said. Izuku was surprised, he had already gotten a phone number from somebody on the second day of school. Okay, she added as she walked away towards the rest of the group. Katsuki nudged his arm. Do you think you can do me a favor and get me her number as well? Izuku snickered. Why, do you already like her? No, dumbass. I'd like to get to know her more though, she seems like a cooler nerd than you are. Izuku sighed. Sure, I'll try. Probably wouldn't get too far though. Izuku stared at the screen as several shots of a building could be seen due to several cameras. But, he could only think about two things. Was he a disgrace to his parents for losing this battle? And why did he get this new power from eating Tomoko's moonlight, and how does it work? He'd have to ask about both of those later though, cause his mom would most likely know the answer along with Tohru with their respective questions. Izuku yawned when he opened the door to his apartment. The lights were off and it was pitch black inside. Hello? Is anyone here? He walked further into his apartment, even going so far as to flick the lights on. I guess that Tohru and Kanna left for the day. Then I guess that I'll be alone, with my thoughts. He sat on the couch and leaned back in it. Dang it. Now I'm the one who needs someone else. He sighed and slung his backpack off of his shoulder. He didn't see that it hit something mid-air and slowly fell down. He rolled his eyes and sat back up. A weird spherical device was in his lap. Who put this here? He touched it and the lights shut off in his apartment. Only to be filled with light from the device. What the hell? Tears collected in his eyes, as he saw a projection of him and his dad from someone else's eyes. A younger Izuku was riding atop his father's shoulders, and they seemed to be in someplace far from home. Alright Izuku, watch the sky. A whistle could be heard and something rocketed through the sky. A small explosion happened and several dazzling lights were seen in the sky. Hey, Kimmy. Why did you take us out here just to shoot off your magic? He stared off into the sky as he shot off more fireworks with his magic. Because, I want to share this moment with just you. I want you to know that even if Izuku can't develop a quirk, or learn how to use magic, then I wouldn't ever be disappointed in him. I want him to know that I will never, ever be dissatisfied with him. I can only be proud with him. He's my son for Chris' sakes. A silence was shared between them as Izuku oohed and awed at the fireworks. He was about 2, maybe even younger. Okay. But why not tell him when he's .0, right? You may not be around for him when he gets older, I would never know. They both said simultaneously, yeah, that's the basics of it. Hero work is always impossible to guess as to what would happen, so I wanted to tell you. So that you can pass on the message to him in case I'm gone and he needs it. The projection cut off and Izuku sat in the dark, tears streaming out of his eyes as he held the device in his hands. Thank you. That's just what I needed, Mom, to know that Dad thought highly of me, even if I was 2. Thank you so much, Mom, he cried as his mom appeared from behind him and hugged him. She waited for him to calm down before speaking, which took about 6 minutes. Even in heaven, I bet he's still proud of you. He put his hand on his mother's hand. Yeah, I guess he would be. But how did you even get here? He looked back towards her. Her hair was all messed up and looked as if it went through a wind tunnel. Oh, Tohru did this, didn't she? She nodded. Yep, work let me take the day off so that we can be strong for him together. I just wonder where she went off to. A small flame appeared in the corner. There she is. Tohru, I have something to ask you. He said the next morning. Sure Izu, what is it? Izuku cleared his throat and stood up from his chair. I ate something I shouldn't have yesterday, and now I can do this. He held out his hand and a silver light was shining down onto some small flames. What is that light? Is it moonlight? Izuku nodded. You ate moonlight. From another dragon slayer if I'd have to guess. He nodded again. Is it bad? Yes? I wouldn't know since I've never done it. I would expect you to be able to be fine though. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows as he sat down and spooned some rice into his mouth. Why do you say that? Tohru scratched the back of her neck. Well, there is something weird inside your body. I found it when I gave you some of my magic. It's not cancer or anything like that, so don't worry about that. But I think that it's some sort of magic. Izuku's heart thumped in his ears and his palms began to sweat. You're kidding, right? Did he always have magic inside of him? She averted his gaze. Right, Tohru? Izuku was sitting in class about a week after getting his butt handed to him by Kaken and Tomoko. He wasn't doing much, just twiddling his thumbs and listening to Katsuki spew some insults out of his mouth. They were directed towards Tomoko for some reason, probably because she approached him. Get your dumbass purple hair out of my face, nerd. Katsuki yelled. No, why would one? How about you get your stupid spiky hair out of here? She retorted, it's not stupid. Izuku knew that Katsuki was extremely mad, because when his voice dropped and he didn't yell, it meant he was serious. Izuku leaned back in his chair and rested his head against Katsuki's desk. Hey, how about you two shut up and make out already? A blush grew on Tomoko's face, while Katsuki's was just befuddled. Shut the hell up, Midoriya/Deku. The two of them yelled in tandem. Izuku chuckled, causing Tomoko to return to her seat with a scowl on and her face the shade of a tomato. Izuku tilted back forth in his chair, and touched the ground again. That was when Eraserhead walked in. Eraserhead walked over to his lecture podium and leaned against it. You're all going to vote for a class president and a vice president today. Do it in whatever way you'd like, I don't care enough. Izuku didn't even notice the bright yellow sleeping bag around him, but it was suddenly zipped up. When Eraserhead fell to the ground, the majority of the class, nearly everyone on the left side, broke out into yells and screams for who should be president. If I become class president, then I'll make all the girls' skirts inches shorter. Shouted some random purple-headed pervert. A visible tick mark could be seen on Izuku's head as tried to rest in his seat. No, pick Mel, pick me. A pink-skinned girl repeated, causing Izuku's eyebrow to twitch every time she said it. I'm the only person right for this position. Izuku heard some sort of footwear slam down onto the desk behind him. So choose me to be your ruler, you BSTRDS. Izuku sighed and casually got out of his seat. He looked up at Katsuki. Shut your. He kicked the desk he was standing on, pushing it to the wall and sending Kaken crashing to the ground face first. Goddamn mouth. All of you. I can't even think with you all screaming in my ears. So shut the hell up. The whole class looked towards Izuku when he kicked Katsuki to the ground. Thank you. He cleared his throat. Katsuki began to get up, but Izuku put one of his legs on his back and pushed him down. Now, we should decide who our class president should be democratically, then it wouldn't be complete chaos in here. He took his foot off of Katsuki. You can get up now, Kaken. He got up. Don't do stupid shit like that again, or else. Izuku warned as a small flame came out of his mouth. He didn't even pay attention to the onyx-haired speaking. All he did was have a glaring contest with Katsuki, until he sat down at least. Okay, take a piece of paper from the podium and write a name other than yours on it. Then put it in this basket when you're done. The same girl said when Izuku began to listen. Izuku didn't even vote on who should be the vice president, he just sat in his chair and relaxed by leaning backwards. Did everyone vote? The onyx-haired girl asked. Yeah, everyone did. Izuku called out with his eyes closed. He heard the shuffling of paper from his curtained eyes. And after several long, boring moments, the girl spoke up again. So it seems that Izuku Midoriya is our class president with N-. A loud roar could be heard overhead, causing Izuku to tip and fall in his seat. What the hell? He stood up and walked over to the window, along with the rest of the class. He saw a dark, dragon-like silhouette fly across UA's courtyard. Sheet, he pushed the window near him open after unlatching it, his skin changed and he urgently jumped out of the window. He plummeted to the ground, but at the last moment his wings shot out of his shirt and flew back upwards. Tomoko, follow me. He called out to her from outside. He flew above the roof of UA and began to chase down the dragon. The dragon was pure black, the sun that gleamed off its scales was swallowed up by the darkness of them. After a few moments, Tomoko caught up with him and was running next to him. Why the hell is there an actual dragon in our world? She yelled at him. I don't know why, but we have to catch up to it quickly. So use your dragon slayer art on me so I can catch up to it. He yelled at her. She held up her left hand and a beam of light shot towards Izuku. Suddenly, he felt stronger and faster than before, so he flew like a bullet towards the dragon. A tingling sensation filled his body. Maybe it was the lightning he consumed a while back, maybe it was Tomoko's magic working on him. Regardless, the dragon reared its neck and roared towards Izuku. A black beam shot towards him, so he dodged, but barely. He noticed that a piece of his shirt was caught in the beam. But, when it dissipated, the shirt seemed to be vaporized. Along with several clouds that were in the sky, Izuku could tell because there was a giant hole going through everything. Tomoko-chan, we don't stand a chance against this. It just vaporized everything in its path. Izuku flew in midair, and aimed himself towards her as the dragon flew away. Yeah, let's do that. Instead of fighting it, just let it loose onto our world. 'Cause that sounds reasonable. She shouted at Izuku as she continued to run towards the dragon. Izuku sighed, don't be stupid Tomoko. Izuku created a barrier of moonlight directly in front of her. She crashed into it and fell backwards. You do not stand a chance in the slightest against that thing. It can destroy anything with just a single roar for Chris sakes. She looked directly at Izuku. No. We literally have to go kill it. Because if it can do just that, then who knows what it'll do to the world. She yelled. Izuku sighed and flew closer to her. With a swift chop to the back of the neck, she was out cold. You won't be fighting it, I will. Hopefully not by myself though. Izuku pulled his phone out with his right hand. He picked Tomoko up with his left. He called the home phone, and after a few rings it was picked up. Hello, Kobayashi residence. Thank God you picked up Tohru. He heard Tohru squeal in delight on the other end. What do you need, Izuku-an? Izuku took a deep breath as he stared at the dragon flying away in the distance. Well, we might die, for starters. But, there is a dragon flying above downtown and it can shoot out beams of literal death. He heard the phone drop and hit something. Tohru? Are you there? Directly after Izuku said that, he heard the loud sound of dragon wings beating. He looked towards his apartment, and could see a green dragon fly from it. Well, I hope neither of us die, Tohru, he said before taking off in the dragon's direction. Izuku had followed the dragon until it had touched down in a grassy field in a forest. He had put Tomoko down on a random building, surely she'd be able to get down when she awoke. Alright, here goes nothing. I guess. Izuku descended like a bullet towards the dragon. He would have waited for Tohru, but it'd be better to keep the dragon busy until the cavalry arrived. Izuku stopped in midair when he saw the dragon shift. A large flash of light appeared and blinded Izuku. When it subsided, Izuku saw a man laying down on the ground in the place of the dragon. It was another black-haired man, but his gaze seemed distant and his eyes were entirely black. Izuku didn't take the free chance to attack to fiddle with his fingers. No, he took the chance to breathe out a roar of fire. Roar of the fire Lee dash, he suddenly fell to the ground. Unconscious. The black-haired human sat up and looked towards Izuku's unconscious body. Shame, he stood up and wandered on over to Izuku. I wouldn't have expected you to succumb to me that easily. He bent down over Izuku's body and reached in to touch him. A crazed look was in his eyes as he breathed in and out heavily. He was an inch from Izuku's face and was about to touch him, but he quickly restrained himself by latching onto his own arm. And no, I mustn't, they'd kill me if I did anything other than this. He heard the beating of wings above him. Oh, that I guess our time is up, Izuku. But I'll be waiting for you at the end. The dragon-turned-human ran into the trees as Tohru appeared overhead. It was just chance that Tohru looked down and spotted Izuku, so she landed on the ground. Turning into a human, she ran towards him. Izuku! She slid over to his side and her hand went for his neck instantaneously. There was a pulse. Thank God you're alive, she quietly spoke before picking him up and bringing him into a hug. Tohru was sitting down and tightly grasping Izuku's unconscious body when she noticed something off. It was something with his chest. So she let him down, unbuttoned his uniform, and took a hold of his white shirt. She pulled it above his abs, which looked smaller than before. Then Tohru noticed it was his chest. His chest wasn't his. It looked too feminine, mainly because there were melons plastered onto it. A blush grew on Tohru's face as she stared at the two small mounds of flesh that were now on Izuku's chest. She looked towards his face and noticed that it was now more feminine. She was breathing heavily, as if perverted thoughts were racing through her mind. Tohru breathed out, a visible cloud of her breath could be seen as she reached over towards the melons. Tohru pulled away when she stirred a bit. I must be dreaming, Tohru said, before pinching herself. She felt the pain, but didn't suddenly awake in the real world like Izuku told her. Nope. Not dreaming, Tohru shrugged and decided to check inside her loose-fitting briefs. Tohru pulled them up and pushed the boxers down. A small amount of blood trickled out of her nose. Her assumptions about Izuku were right. He was now a girl. Tohru laughed. She perked her head up as if she could hear something. Furrowing her eyebrow, Izuku sat up. Do you hear something? She transformed her ears into those of a dragon. She could now hear a quiet whistling in the sky. Tohru put a finger up to Izuku's mouth and stood up. A glow appeared around her NDE body and she was now wearing her maid outfit. She walked over to the door and into the kitchen. Izuku stood up and grabbed her boxers. Boom! A large crash sent Izuku to the ground as the ground around her shook. What the hell? She got onto her feet quickly and ran out of her room. She turned the corner and could see a looming shadow submerged in a cloud of dust. And it was holding Tohru. Izuku gasped as she instantly channeled dragon force into her entire body, instantly becoming a demi-dragon. Tohru! She shouted before flying towards her companion and her captor. Izuku flew towards her enemy, towards her lover. Her mind pleaded for Tohru to be left unharmed by the bulky shadow of the foe. But that vision was soon put to an end when she heard a yelp of pain escape Tohru's throat, which was being crushed by her captor. Tohru! Izuku shouted wrathfully. This caused her to fly even faster across the room, but it wasn't enough. The moment she was within grasping range of her dragon maid, the figure disappeared, taking Tohru with him. Izuku flew directly out of the hole in the wall and staggered a bit in the air. Without any warning, something collided with the center of her spine, nearly shattered it as she was sent speeding to the hard, hot concrete ground. She hit the ground and nearly passed out upon impact with it. Whatever she was hit with packed a severe punch. A punch that she'd either have to block or dodge when the time came. Insolent demi-human. Don't come after me, or you will lose your head, the figure spoke from above her. Izuku propped herself up on her left elbow and pushed herself up with the right one. She got onto her knees and looked up to the sky. There Tohru was, and being held up into the air by a dragon man with pitch-black wings and scales of the same color. In the center of his chest was the Greek symbol for Theta. It was clad in white, almost colorless scales. Izuku chuckled a bit and brought her thumb up to her nose and wiped the blood away from it. She flew, without hesitation, towards the dragon, determined to beat his but in order to keep her true and only love safe. He sighed as he looked towards Izuku, so he quickly swapped glances with Tohru before headbutting her. A shockwave pushed Izuku backwards and nearly blinded her, so she put her arms up to guard her sensitive eyes from the massive amount of wind that had shot out from the dragon's attack. A loud boom sounded out into the air as the dragon threw Tohru at the ground, causing her to be driven into it. My name is Karasu, not that you will need to remember it, seeing as, the dragon appeared in front of Izuku and grabbed her face. You won't breathe after I'm done with you. He flew into the ground and dragged Izuku's face against the concrete ground of this concrete jungle. Her head carved a path within the ground as it was pushed along by Karasu. It took a lot of her willpower to grab onto his forearm. When she did, she used all of her might to bring him overhead and cause him to crash into the ground headfirst. But Karasu was smart, smarter than Izuku thought. He stopped mid-flight and grabbed onto her forearm, before she could to his, and shattered her connection between her humerus and ulna bones by snapping her elbow joint in half. An ear-splitting cry sounded out from Izuku's battle-torn windpipe. It was an excruciatingly large pain to feel in a singular moment. A foot found its way onto the back of Izuku's head and it pushed itself down with immense speed. Shut up. Karasu brought his foot back up, and Izuku was lying down within the pavement. Her scales had turned back into her normal skin and a small pool of blood was gathering around her head. For everything you boasted about, you went down so fast. 'Tis a shame though. He began to bend downwards. He crouched over her and grabbed a hold of her head and brought it up once more. I was hoping for a much better battle from his child. He was about to slam and crush Izuku's skull onto the pavement, but a bright red light from his left caught his attention. Quickly he let go of her head and appeared next to Tohru, kneeing her in the jaw as he did. You can wait your DMN turn to die, princess. I have more pressing matters at hand than to take care of you. He looked down at Tohru with pity. TCH, to see the princess herself in a state like this. To see her dressed in these apes' clothing is just disgraceful, he muttered as he began to slowly walk towards Izuku. Tohru propped herself up on her right elbow. Who are you to say that? Who are you to tell me that, Karasu? He stopped dead in his tracks. Silence crossed the battlefield for a few moments. Only the distant screams of the innocent and police sirens could be heard. He peered over his shoulder. An icy cold gaze chilled Tohru's heart. Was it the gaze of a killer or the glint of inhumanity within his eyes that froze her from the inside out? Well, you came here to live with these apes. A bit of rubble moved in the distance. You're the one that took off without your father's permission. Tohru caught a glimpse of an arm rise and touch the ground. You're the one that cost us the whole DMN war with you selfish desires. He turned around and walked back towards Tohru. No. You're the DMN selfish ones. You want a world without H-. Karasu kicked her in the jaw. The force of his kick sent Tohru sprawling onto her back and brought her to the brink of consciousness. The last thing she saw before her sight gave out was Izuku rising from where she laid. But something was wrong. It was as if she was the embodiment of rage with those red, piercing eyes. Perhaps she was the embodiment of wrath with her jagged, sharp, long dragon claws that seemed to be able to cut through the air itself. Or maybe it was her chaotic, demonic wings that sent chills and shivers throughout Tohru's body. Karasu turned back around. This is why I hate brats, they only ever give me .0? You can still stand? I thought I pummeled you into the G-. He sidestepped to the right as Izuku swung her left claw. Somehow she just materialized in front of him to do that. She slowly cranked her head toward Karasu. The edges of her lips cracked into a crooked, devilish smile that would paralyze anyone with fear. So you couldn't suffer the taste of defeat well enough to stay down. A glint of avarice appeared in Karasu's eyes. Perfect. I'll get a full FL-. He kicked Izuku in the jaw as he jumped backwards. A flip wasn't necessary, but it was added by him. The kick sent Izuku flying into the air. A full-fledged fight between me and the great magician's daughter? Son? I don't really give a shit, just as long as I get to beat you to a pulp. Izuku suspended her flight into the air with a single flap of her wings, all the while Karasu brought his right hand to the theta symbol on his chest. Quickly, a finger dragged across the white scaling, causing the symbol to break. As if on command, a tornado, that was tons stronger than a Category V, appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Karasu. This is my ultimate power. One that you will not be able to def-. A blazing kick from Izuku collided with Karasu's right cheek. Karasu grit his teeth to the point where they'd shatter a normal human's jaw. Obviously, he was not a normal human. He gripped Izuku's fiery leg. He didn't so much as flinch as his forearm was engulfed in flame. Suddenly, all the flame dispersed off of his arm. You do know that fire can't be in play if there's too much or too little air pressure, right? He smiled snarkily as he brought her leg over his own head and began to slam her down into the ground. A scream of immense pain erupted from Karasu. Izuku fell to the ground. The tornado became weaker as blood spilled from the open gash that had replaced everything above Karasu's elbow. His arm lay 2 feet away from him. How fucking dare you tear off my arm? He was about to stab Izuku in the face with his remaining claw, but spears of black fire shot out of her body and stabbed straight through his core, the heart. Gyu, blood dripped from his mouth before he could say another word. The tornado that surrounded the battle-torn city dispersed. Izuku grunted as she stood up, her body cracked and twisted itself in order to face Kurasu's corpse. Standing above it, the red glint of rage continued to stain her eyes. A blade of black flame shot out of her right hand, she slashed Kurasu's body in half. Blood spattered everywhere including in her eye, but that didn't stop her from summoning another sword in her left. She slashed with that one as well, separating his left arm from his body. Repeatedly, she slashed. Repeatedly, she grunted, getting louder and louder with each one. Repeatedly, she became more and more twisted with each slash. Was it her animosity against Kurasu that caused this? After about a minute, she ran out of Kurasu to cut, seeing as most of him was either burnt to a crisp or too small to cut into. A ground-shaking, earth-shattering roar escaped from Izuku's throat. It was inhuman. Just like her. Tohru stirred herself awake, her head pounding. It was as if someone had yelled directly into her ear and hit her with a sledgehammer. She opened her eyes. The sky was darker than pitch, the wind around her was non-existent, the air was freezing. Something was wrong, she could feel it within her chilled blood. She sat upwards and just now noticed that everything was eerily quiet, enough to raise every single hair on her body. Slowly she looked behind herself. A demon stood over a pile of something that was burning, though it wasn't normal flame, it was black and gray and devoid of any color. Wait, the demon wasn't an actual demon, there were characteristics of a dragon mixed within its sinister body. Is that, the fire, the green scales, the red eyes? It was Izuku. Tohru's breathing deepened, and no, you can't already be like this. She pushed herself up and actually managed to stand up, before doubling over onto her knees. Her body was unwilling to move. Get up, princess, you can't be this weak. Tohru quickly ducked, narrowly dodging the claw of her foe. You know, Kurasu, I thought you'd pull all your punches and try to kill me here and now, seeing as I'm now your enemy. Tohru said in a sarcastic tone before rushing towards the aforementioned enemy with a claw poised and ready to strike at his stomach. Instead of swiping at his gut, she swiped at the open air. Of course I would pull all my punches, princess. Kurasu grabbed a hold of his right hand and slammed both of them down into Tohru's neck. What do you take me for, a beach? Ha, don't make me laugh. Kurasu kicked her in the side. Get up, princess, you can't be this weak. He bent down and grabbed her head only to bring it up. You're right. Kurasu's eyes widened. Looking down he could only see a jade-green claw embedded in his stomach. I'm not weak. Blood spilled from Kurasu's wound and it was exacerbated by Tohru driving her claw deeper and spinning it around like a drill. He yelled out in pain and slashed his newly formed claws through her own, severing only the nails from her body. Kurasu swiped at her and cut through her chest. Next he put a gash through her leg, and the final wound he would deliver to her was a stab wound through her right arm. She was overcome with an immense pain, but she powered through it and kicked him in the leg, knocking him down to the ground. She then kneed his face, causing Kurasu to pass out. She breathed heavily in and out, blood poured down from all over her body. Heh, that was a good final battle, Kurasu. She turned around and began to walk away, turning into her full dragon form as she did. But I'm going to stall this pitiful war as much as possible. With an unsteady flap of her wings she took off into the air. She only had one destination in mind and that was to head to the neighboring world, Earth. Tohru slammed her fist into the ground. You're right, Kurasu, I've got to grit my teeth, brace my body, and stand up. Stand up to face the horrors of the world and protect it, and right now Izuku jerked her head toward Tohru when she heard her name called out. She still seemed to keep a remnant of her humanity, the sound of police sirens was closer than before. You're the horror that I have to face. She pushed herself up, glaring at Izuku the whole time. Standing up she began to limp toward her demonic lover. I will do whatever it takes. The same earth-shattering roar from earlier escaped Izuku's throat as she stood there, seemingly accepting of her challenge. To save you from yourself, Izuku, she took 2 steps towards Izuku before she went berserk and rushed towards Tohru. Even if it means, Izuku appeared in front of Tohru, her claw stabbed through Tohru's stomach as she was moved into the air. That I have to sacrifice myself, she smiled brightly at Izuku as blood fell from her stab wound. I love you, Izuku. She grabbed onto her claw and pulled herself closer to Izuku. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Closer and closer, inch by inch she closed into Izuku. Even if I die here, I will watch over you, Izuku, because I. She reached around Izuku's neck and brought herself closer with a hug. Love you. I love you with every bit of my heart, Izuku. Tears fell out of her eyes. Izuku's claw was now bathed in blood, but that soon concaved in on itself. Izuku's whole demonic form faded away, leaving behind her normal dragon force form. She stood there, a look of terror filled her eyes. Only now, had she realized what she did. Tohru? She asked quietly, tears already streamed down her face, and no. She stood there with Tohru's bloody body on her claw, and no, you can't, not now Tohru. Tohru looked into Izuku's eyes, you're back Izuku-kun. She smiled, revealing a fang that was in the top right corner of her mouth, I'm glad. Her eyes began to slowly close as her life force faded away, Tohru, Tohru. She cried into the vast emptiness of the battlefield, but no one was around to help her, and so, Tohru began to slowly die within Izuku's arms. Tohru opened her eyes, a midnight blue sky was the first thing she saw. Where was she and why was she there? The last thing she remembered was being stabbed by her lover, Izuki Midoriya, due to him being in an enraged state. Weird, where am I? Back home? She thought as she tried to sit up. She would have sat up if a sharp pain didn't shoot through her abdomen. Gah, she cried out as she fell into her back. No. Not home, actually I'm not on Earth anymore if Tohru's thoughts were cut off by an all-too-familiar voice, well. The dragon who thought her wings couldn't be clipped was shot out of the sky. What a pity that it had to be done by me. She could see him emerge from the darkness within her peripheral vision, the man that caused Izuku to go on a rampage. The dragon who caused her to open a portal to Earth. Kurasu. The dragon with the theta symbol, which branded him as a dragon god of something. Yes, dragons had to resort to their own gods when they started battle with humanity. So, you actually plan on doing this, huh, princess? The dragonoid asked, his obsidian-colored scales gleaming in the sunlight. Yes, Tohru replied with seemingly no control over her body. Her own body forced her to stand up and look Kurasu dead in the eyes. Oh, I have to relive this again? Well, if I have to, I'll do whatever it takes in order to change this world, even if it means that I have to destroy it, Kurasu. She was reliving some sort of memory, one that most likely formed rather recently due to her being able to remember it so vividly. A silence was shared between Tohru's body and Kurasu. There was noise, but it was from her consciousness, which was from the future and currently dead if not dying. Why is it this memory specifically? Why do I have such an attachment to this part of my life as opposed to when I was a child? Is it because this was traumatic for me? Tohru thought as the silence between her and Kurasu continued. Alright. I know I won't be able to stop you. Kurasu's demonic red eyes shone through a sudden darkness, but I will end your life when you do it. In just a moment Kurasu disappeared, leaving Tohru standing toward a vast field of pure, green grass. She sighed before turning around, a stone empire of wonder and amazement that stretched from sea to shining sea due to being on a peninsula that jutted out into the ocean. She sighed, knowing that she'd either have to enter the city undetected or raze it to the ground with her fire in order to get what she needed. She looked behind her at her tail. She'd have to cut it off if the first path were to be taken, and she'd need to be quick with the second one before literal gods decided to fight her. Dang it. Tohru had her hand on a stump that was above her butt, which was only in place because she had decided to cut off her tail and intrude upon the city. Following a straightforward path to the castle, Tohru thought she would be able to get in and out with ease. She had finally come out of the windy street that was created from in between rows of housing and onto a town square of some sort. It was bustling with great amounts of people. 3, 2, and a green scaled tail burst forth from the stump. Never in her life had her tail grown back this fast. The 100 or so people stopped in their tracks and looked directly at Tohru. She held a straight face before suddenly shifting into her dragon form. By now the townsmen and women were running away out of fear for their own lives, screaming for any sort of help in order to protect them from this dragon. Tohru raised her neck and let out an ear-splitting roar before taking off and tearing through the sky toward the castle. So much for that first plan, her current and past self both thought at the same time. Time for plan 2, she outstretched a claw and cut through the feeble stone of the castle. She closed her hand when she came to the right spot and crushed the material within it into dust. A golden power shone within her claw as she began rocketing off into the distance and away from the castle. It began to flow within her draconic veins, giving her a sense of newfound power that made her fly even faster. Knowing where her next destination would be, she barreled towards it with an intense power that would be able to destroy almost everything. Within the distance Tohru could see the area where almost every dragon, that aligned with the Chaos cult, lived. But, a thick wall of wind appeared in front of her. She nearly shredded the tip of her nose scales when she halted to a stop in front of the wall. A gust of wind that could rival the tornado wall itself shot from her wings. She could hear the whirring sound of the wall seeing as she was only a couple meters away from it. A black meteor formed in the sky and fell down to the planet and directly towards Tohru. She hardly had a moment to move before it hit her straight in the underbelly and pushed her to the ground. Dirt flew everywhere she hit the soiled ground. It continued to spew out from beneath her as she was pushed even further into it. Without thinking, her jaw clamped down on the meteor, but it wasn't hard, it was rather fleshy and soft when she sunk her fangs into it. She reared her neck towards the left, which threw the fleshy meteor into the wall of wind. It was instantly evaporated when it was forced into the wall. A muddy taste resided in her mouth before pushing herself off of the ground and taking flight. She roared into the open air, fire spewed from it and fell to the ground, instantly catching the grass on fire due to the strength of the wind. It was always a tough fight when I had to battle Joichiro, but when he's paired with Karasu he's impossible to def. Tohru suddenly choked on something. She cast her eyes downwards as a viscous, red liquid poured from her mouth like molten magma. She coughed it out and her blood went everywhere. Some of the excess blood that had pooled inside of her mouth had been forced out by the cough. A series of these hacking coughs forced the blood that was deep within her body to be expunged from herself and effectively spewed out. I guess that this is where I actually die. No second chances, no seeing Izuku again. Silence consumed her as tears began to stream down her face. Well, at least I tried to save him. Her residual heartbeat slowed. 1 beat, 2 beat, no beat. Beat, 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 beat. Through some sort of miracle, Toru's heart began to beat again. And again. And again. And again. And again, until it pulsed and hummed as blood flowed throughout her, bringing her oxygen-starved body the much-needed oxygen that would bring her back to life. Her lungs pushed and pushed in order to take in any oxygen, but she needed her contracting muscles to properly work for her to properly breathe. A slam came down onto her chest and her lungs began to work. Quick breathe-like breaths came from her as fresh oxygen flowed into her lungs, filling her blood with the sweet rich nectar of oxygen. It was like an ambrosia, but for humans and all living things instead of just for the gods. Her lungs filled to their maximum volume, which was when she heard the quick and uneven beat of some sort of machine. Another sound that was similar to some sort of air compression and decompression device. Or at least from what Izuku taught her. Strong, tight arms found their way around Toru's neck, something wet touched her cheek and rolled down it. Whoa, don't be hugging her too tightly now, missy. Her heart did just restart, you know, an unfamiliar voice sounded out. Her sense of smell kicked back in and she was overwhelmed by the scent of her mate. Sniff. I am sorry, I was just overjoyed with the fact that Tohru would be alive or at least recover quickly. Thank you so much, recovery girl. Tohru pushed, shoved, and mentally forced herself to open her eyes open. Blinding white light filled her eyes. When they adjusted, one of the only things that filled her sight was the beautifully curly, long green locks of Izuku's hair. That and her impeccable face filled her gaze, and by God, was it absolutely amazing, phenomenal even. A silence was shared by the two as they stared longingly into one another's eyes. Tohru. Izuki began morosely. A couple coughs came from Tohru as she cleared her throat. It's fine Izuki, I already forgive you. Her voice was weak and near unintelligible due to its low volume. A wide smile grew on her face as Izuki began to cry out more like sob. But still, she wept for her mistakes. She nearly killed her lover, for Christ's sakes. She pulled herself into Tohru for a hug that was tighter than ever before. Tohru tried to lift her arm, which took a lot of effort, but it was worth it because she was able to comfort Izuki as her sobs became somewhat vocal. There, she said as she slightly moved her hand in order to slide her head. It's all right Izuki. I'm all right, nothing to worry yourself over, because I'm all right. See? I'm alive, and it's all because of you, Izuki. She only focused on Izuki. She, despite having killed her, was her world, and she would do everything for her no matter the cost. Which was one of the several hundred reasons she put her life at risk in order to quell Izuki's rampage. And that is exactly what she told her as she continued to comfort Izuki. After Tohru comforted her, Izuki felt like the worst piece of shit to ever be alive. I mean, who kills their lover? Don't answer that. But it was exemplified by Tohru constantly comforting her and assuring her that she did nothing wrong. Which was absolutely wrong. She fucking killed Tohru. She literally had no pulse when I was about halfway here. Which is why that pit stop makes sense as to why she's breathing now. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead, which she swiftly wiped away. Oh no, what the hell did my magic do when I stopped? She looked down towards her lap, all the while remembering exactly what happened when she stopped that caused a weird tattoo to take shape upon her chest. It was similar to a skull that was splattered and misshapen against her chest and brsts. Let's see, about 3 minutes ago I stopped flying and landed atop a building. Izuki set Tohru down on the concrete ground. Blood was already pooling out of her wound. Where the fuck is your pulse, Tohru? Izuki tore into her clothing and set her head down on her chest, not even worried about touching her brsts. There wasn't a pulse. Absolutely nothing. No. She placed one of her hands over the other and put them onto Tohru's chest. The light around them disappeared as a black fluid flowed from Izuku's chest, down her arms, and into Tohru's chest. The light came back when this transaction of power finished. It was done almost instantaneously, so by the first time she pressed down on Tohru's chest the transaction had been finished for what seemed like an eternity. Without thinking, her moonlight power reached down and plugged her wounds shut, which why she didn't do that before was a mystery. When she performed CPR for about a minute she picked Tohru back up and flew off towards the school. No way did my crappy CPR save her, Izuku thought as she continued remembering what happened. Wait. A tattoo formed after some black fluid flowed from my chest. Izuku looked at the bed Tohru was resting upon. Should I? She looked toward her chest and without thinking too much, she began to move toward Tohru. She lifted the blanket that was covering her off of her and gasped quietly at what she saw. She set the blanket back down and went back to her chair. A shiver went down her spine when she touched the chair. Everything in the room felt 10 degrees colder. What the hell? Izuku thought. She trembled at the thought of what was on Tohru's chest. A grave sitting over a cliff was positioned under the shade of a tree at sundown. A girl with a dragon tail and a maid's outfit was standing above it, holding a rose, and tears were falling. But what really made Izuku tremble like crazy was that the grave read, "Here lies Izuku Midoriya, 2120 to 2139. Izuku gulped. There were only 2 more years until that death date would fulfill itself. Why the hell? No. I see can't die in just 2 years. IW won't. Right? Her mind was clouded with these thoughts of her death, that she didn't see Tohru open her eyes. Hey, Izuku? Is something wrong? It all started long ago, in a land far away. With a woman in LBR. A consoling father. And a simple village doctor. A lucky couple that could only dream of having a perfectly healthy son. But that did not happen. Instead of having a single child, they had 2. Different, but still 2 healthy, special children. Ones with small horns and tiny tails, originally to have been thought of as demonic. 2 calamitous children that would tear the universe apart, thread by thread, atom by atom, molecule by molecule. Until everyone and everything in their path was destroyed. One representing the sun and everything good in the world. The other representing the void and everything evil in the world. The 2 brothers continued to fight countless times, in countless lifetimes. Until one dominated the other would the CYCL truly end. From these 2 children, 2 cults were founded, surrounding, fanaticizing over these 2 children. The first of a generation. A generation of dragons. With a sharp inhale, someone awoke within the darkness. Deep breaths plagued them as they sat up. A cold sweat ran down their back as they rubbed their forehead free of sweat. Why is it only this dream? The figure asked emotionlessly as he propped leaned backward without using his hands. An itchy sensation came across his back. Sighing, he put his hand behind his back and tried to scratch it. It took some effort, and some flexibility he never knew he had, in order to scratch the spot on his back. Phew, much better, he said, adding a sigh at the end. He leaned forward and stood up, slowly stretching his limbs out one by one. Several loud pops and cracks came from his bones. It would usually hurt, but today it didn't for some reason. He stretched toward the cavernous ceiling and slumped back down. He yawned and closed his eyes, which were already adjusting to his dark, dreary surroundings. Another appealing, shady day, he murmured as he drudged forwards. A faint light began to fill up the cave. With each step he took the light became brighter and brighter and brighter until he came to the exit. He placed a hand on the wall next to him and climbed upwards and out of the exit. A blinding white light filled his eyes and a light breeze blew past him, filtering through his black hair as it did. Blinking a couple of times, his black eyes opened up. Ah, the dreadful sun. How I hate your bright shine. He looked down into the crater that was at his doorstep. How feeble was this world that it could simply be destroyed by a simple landing. How feeble was this land that everything living died at the hands of this man's touch. And how feeble was this man that he had to be stuck in a cave. He took a step into the light. A mortal wound covered the entirety of his back. Blood dripped from a central hole in his back while the rest of it was scabbed and cut off. It was similar to a scalping, but instead of dying from blood loss, his veins were entirely black and he felt no pain from this. In 3 years to the date a calamity will be released into this world. Cum celum terramp convenient et sic cali et inferni. He turned around. When the sky meets the earth, then so too shall heaven meet hell. He walked back into the darkness. That said, when we meet again, then the universe will be destroyed. He sat down and laid upon his back. Izuku Midoriya, you will meet hell when that day comes. And so too shall I meet heaven with you. With that, he closed his eyes and drifted back off into a slumber. A 4-year-old boy with golden blonde hair stood in the doorway to his house. He had 2 horns that were the color of the sun, but one seemed to be chipped and bleeding. His eyes were full of tears and a slightly taller 4-year-old brooded behind him. That was his brother, the dark child he was called. This was mainly because he was the antithesis of his brother, his exact opposite. The golden-haired child ran up to his mother, who had no horns unlike her sons. "Oh my, what happened to you, Solaris?" his mother cried when Solaris clung onto her leg. The little boy sniffled as blood began to drip from his wound and into his forehead. "You Umbrano pushed me into the ground," he said between sobs. Umbrano walked through the door to their humble home. His mother glared at him for what he did. "Things like this have happened plenty of times already." So like always, Umbrano did not regard his mother's death glare. She sighed, "What shall I do with you?" She sounded disappointed as she brought Solaris toward a wash basin. "Come on, let's get you fixed up, Sol. Umber. Don't do this again, or I swear on the gods you will be reprimanded harder than ever." Solaris was nearly 17, he lived a sort of happy life with his mother. Umbrano wasn't the same as before, but on occasion he still bullied Solaris. This was because he was emotional and cared about every life in the world, no matter how insignificant it was. It was the exact opposite with Umber. He hated existence. He knew that everyone and everything was evil. Because of this, he grew to distaste anything with a pulse or blood. Which is what led him to kill his own mother. That was the first time he took a life, and it was his own caretaker's. When Sol found his mother on the ground and laying in a puddle of her blood, he went berserk. His brother that was nowhere to be found, was the source of his anger. He was steaming with rage, so he went outside. His talons retracted from his hand and he swiped at the trees with them. In a few moments, the trees that were unlucky enough to receive his blow, fell down to the ground. His eyes became more reptilian, with the slanted pupil becoming ember red. The horns that were on top of his head began to shift towards one another. But Weir promptly stopped when Sol saw something take off past the field of tree stumps. He watched it fly through the air. When it suddenly ceased flight and stayed in one place, Sol ran into his house. He slid over to his deceased mom and curled over her in order to protect her. For a few seconds the air around Sol had become silent. Then, a large gale of darkness shot through the house and directly into his back. Aag, a scream of pain was the only thing to pierce the air as Sol was shot in the back by who he could most likely assume was Umbrano. After about 20 seconds the gale stopped. Sol was breathing heavily. He and his mother's body were unscathed, while everything around them was absolutely destroyed. A crater was formed around him. A wall of scorched scales was coming out of his back and projecting itself outwards. When he moves his head upward, the scales cracked and turned to dust in a singular moment. Sol sighed, knowing that he'd be safe, but a still feeling of anger resided within him. Just how far would he go in order to kill Umbrano? It didn't mean a thing to him at the time. The only thing he had on his mind and in his hands was his mom. So he began to bury her at her favorite spot in the entire world. The hill where she first met his father. It was a scenic location, one that became gorgeous when night fell. Getting to work, Sol dug a grave out into the dirt thinking about how to fight his brother now that he possessed a new form and avenge his mother. It was almost dawn. The gorgeous sun was slowly coming up above the horizon. Solaris was already awake and in front of his childhood home now turned to rubble. The sun was barely hanging in the sky. He currently stretched in a field of grass that went on for as far as the eye could see. He brought up a hand to his chin and pushed it leftwards, cracking his neck. He then did it in the opposite direction before extending upwards toward the sky. A lungful of breath was taken in by him. Looking directly toward the sun he brought his arms down to his sides. "Well, I guess it's time." He turned around, exposing an orange-colored dragon tail with a tan underside. His body began to shift rather quickly into that of a dragon's. Before the transformation was over, a large cloud of smoke surrounded the dragonoid. An elegant crown of yellow and orange appeared out of the smoke, a snout spewing out smoke and flames joined with it as a pair of golden eyes came out of the smoke. A single roar from the beast was all it took to clear the smoke forming around it. A large dragon that resembled the warmth of the sun or even a fire emerged from the smoke. It had 4 claws that were the size of several horses, 2 elegant wings that had a wingspan of 13 meters, and a large jaw with rows of sharp teeth that gave it a menacing appearance. With a couple of wing beats, the dragon took off in the direction of the moon. His counterpart, his archenemy, his brother, awaited in that direction. It was time. Time to put an end to his reign. He disappeared as he flew and in a couple of moments came to be in front of a set of 3 valleys that crossed over one another, creating a triangle pattern. The dragon knew that in the center of it was an entrance to a large cavernous system. Or at least there should be if his sources were correct. Within another moment a large tornado of fire shot down upon the land from Sol. Everything within the valleys was ablaze, all but the cavern's opening. And he soon realized why it was like that when a beam of dark energy shot out of the hole and directly at Soul. He promptly dodged before flying directly towards the quarry. Blasts of pure shade shot at Soul, but, similar to a bullet, he moved fast and moved past every beam. A vortex of flame was fired upon Umbrano in his hole. So far, it seemed like Soul would be able to enact vengeance on Umbra, but something unexpected happened. Umbra shot through the fire and toward Soul like a freight train and tackled him. Claws sunk into Soul's underbelly and a jaw clamped onto his neck. When Soul hit the ground, Umbrano began to fly and drag him in the dirt and fiery trees. Regaining his focus, Solaris quickly clamped onto his brother's jaw. He forcibly separated the two from each other, pops, cracks, and blood shot out from Umbra. He was wrestled to the ground and he could feel his tail being stepped on by Soul. Taking a deep breath, Soul's lungs began to fill with flame, which he then released into Umbrano's open mouth, cooking him alive from the inside. A roar released from Soul's throat as he exhaled this fire. After Soul was sure enough that he seared Umbrano well enough, he let go of his jaw and plucked the claw out from his body. In an instant he collapsed next to his brother. He was already dying the moment he took the claw out, as there was a sword-like line that cut through his flesh from the inside. His neck fell down and he took one last look at his brother. His scales were charred black and a smell of burning trees surrounded him. His eyes slowly closed, his breathing grew less frequent, and blood poured from him. The moment his eyes closed he died, and Izuku's eyes opened. What was that dream? Solaris? Who the hell was Solaris, or even Umbrano? Izuku sighed and sat up within his bed, slapping his face. He thought, come on, get a grip on yourself. You're just clearly delusional from killing your girlfriend. Right? I just have to be delusional. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed. His male physique was renewed so he could sleep in just a pair of boxers and sweatpants again. But he wore a shirt, which was odd for him seeing as he was always overheated, but he felt chilly. Something was wrong with his body as a cold sweat came over it. He looked back at Tohru to see if she was sleeping, which she was, and made his way for the bathroom. He stood up and nearly fell to the ground, but he caught himself in the most silent way possible, by grappling onto a door handle that appeared out of nowhere. He stood up and barreled for the bathroom as his body suddenly heated up. He came to the sink and began to run ice-cold water. He splashed his face with the ice-cold water in order to wake himself up and to cook off his face. But that wasn't enough to stop the flames that grew all over his body. He cried out in anguish as his flesh began to melt together and smoke. Surprisingly, Tohru wasn't awakened by any of this. And what was even more surprising, was the voice of Solaris speaking down unto him. 3 years. 3 years until he strikes and destroys your world. 3 years for you to get stronger. Strong enough to fight the overwhelming evil that awaken in 3 years. You, Izuku Midoriya, are me. And I am you. You are the next dragon of the sun. And with that, Izuku awoke in his bed. A cold sweat ran down his body as he breathed heavily. Was that a dream? Or a nightmare? He questioned before sitting up in his bed and contemplating it. He did have a dream about this Solaris, so it could have just been a twisted dream. Or it could be real. Again, he'd have to ask Tohru about this in the morning. It was nearly 2 years later since Izuku had that fateful nightmare. So many things had happened that he quashed rather easily. He and his class were attacked on a visit to a summer camp that was meant to toughen up their quirks. The League of Villains was tough for everyone minus Izuku and Tomoko. They fought side by side and managed to easily stop the League from taking Katsuki. All Might fought with his arch-nemesis a week after that, All for One. He gave All Might a run for his money and even managed to make him reveal his true form to the world. But somehow, someway, All Might persevered and showed that his will is stronger than All for One's. Izuku fought Mirio Tagata and somehow beat him. Maybe it was a fluke or he really was stronger. To that question Izuku just said no. One of the toughest battles came when he fought Overhaul and won at the cost of getting shot with an anti-quirk agent. It obviously had no effect on him, because he used magic and not a quirk. But it should have been erased due to the active ingredient in that agent, was the blood of a girl that could revert things to their prior forms with her quirk. He did feel it act on him just a bit, though he had no idea why it stopped after a couple of seconds. It amazed Overhaul that Izuku stood after getting shot. It amazed him even further when he kicked his butt. Other than that, nothing too important happened. It was pretty bland even when he was the next shining hope for the future of heroes. He was just seeking a fun battle. Which he was about to have. For every day during that gap he trained until he could prove himself stronger than any single dragon. A well-built body and a strong mind could prove lethal to any man as well as some dragons, if he was smart enough. But he wasn't smart, he was ingenious. He was creating several moves that Tohru had never seen being used by a dragon. For example, he created an attack where he takes to the sky with his dragon wings, then casts down random objects of fire, mainly spears and javelins, at his foe. Another was a move where he creates a large globular flame in his hands, which he then detonates, releasing a large amount of light, which is enough to blind a mere human, while also shooting fire off in every direction. It had been almost 2 years since Izuku transformed into that demon, and killed Tohru. He figured that the weird tattoos that covered their bodies were a binding curse. Due to their weird patterning and the color of them, he had to assume that her life was connected to his. So that if he ever died, then she would die, but this shouldn't be vice versa. If she died, then Izuku most likely wouldn't die due to the nature of any curse. It usually only made one party receive the large negative effects of it, and it was upon the one that the curse was aimed for. He also knew that whenever he was hurt in a battle, then Tohru wouldn't feel it. So it was just a binding curse that shared his life force with her? Though this was all just speculation on his part, he had no way of proving it was true unless he decided to kill himself. Or kill Tohru. Both options were obviously off the table. Just harming her in general would violate every single one of his morals. But now, it was time for Izuku to awaken. So he did just that. His eyes were already adjusting to the room's natural lighting that shone through the window. Regardless of the outcomes of the battle that would occur later, his life was going to change drastically. Quickly, he gave Tohru a kiss on the cheek, before swinging his legs off the bed and touching the ground. The tattoos on his chest were still plaguing him. Tohru still lay asleep on her side of the bed, beneath her pajama shirt, which was just one of Izuku's shirts. He could see the small, snake-like part of her tattooed curse. It was the most distinguishable part of it, but he had to be thankful for it suddenly enacting itself. Otherwise he'd be heartbroken, as the love of his life would be dead. Izuku stood up, his joints snapped and cracked as he put pressure onto them, but it felt rather pleasurable. He shuffled over to the bathroom. 2 large scars where his wings grew were on his muscular back, and another cut through his eyebrow and barely missed the cornea of his right eye. Thankfully he had closed his eye in time before Tohru hit him with her claw when it occurred, which didn't damage his eye, just the eyelid and eyebrow. Izuku grabbed a hold of the sink and looked into the mirror before running. Cold water came from the faucet. He cupped his hands, creating a well for the water to fall into, which he then brought up to submerge his face. He opened his hands, letting the water fall freely from his hands. As the small drops fell, they twinkled in the small beams of sunshine that shone through the window and into his bathroom. He looked into the mirror. His now fully awakened face could hardly contain his excitement. The counter he unconsciously gripped crumbled under his tight grasp. His face grew into a surprised one as the marble counter fell to the ground while dust fell along with it. "Whoops," he muttered as he went back to smiling. Behind him he closed the door and walked over to the shower. He grabbed the faucet valve and cranked it until it reached the coldest blue. Today is the day. The day when I fight Tohru and travel to another dimension. It will be a journey through her world, but I expect Tohru to know why she's bringing me there. He was clueless as to why he'd be traveling dimensions? This would truly be a harrowing journey. The pitter-patter of water hitting the ground stopped and Izuku's arm reached out from behind a curtain. It advanced against the wall as it erratically searched around for a towel. After a few slappy attempts he grabbed onto the cloth. Pulling it into the shower with him, he wrapped it around his waist before exiting the shower. However, the moment he pulled the shower curtain open, he was tackled with his back up against the tiled wall. "Whoa!" he yelled out as his head flung backwards and hit the wall as well. "Oh CRP, are you alright, Izuku-kun?" Tohru asked as she examined his head. Fictitious stars swirled around his head in an orderly fashion. "I think so. Let's just wait for the stars to disappear first." Once they did, Izuku got up and dried himself off with an extra towel. He didn't want to expose himself in front of his girlfriend. He obviously did it before, but that was as a girl. He was going to at least wait until they were married. He didn't actually believe in a god because he was raised to believe in science and magic since they were pretty closely related. He did like this idea of saving oneself until marriage that Catholics had, so he was going to save himself, and it was most definitely going to be for Tohru. Technically he wasn't a virgin because he technically had sex with Tohru as a girl. By the time he finished his odd monologue in his mind, Izuku finished dressing in his hero outfit. Tohru stood behind him and rested her chin against his shoulder. She looked at Izuku in the mirror and lifted her head. "Are you ready to leave, Izuku?" She perused. "Yeah, I'm a bit though, gotta tie up some loose ends." Tohru sighed. "Okay, I'll go make some breakfast first and wake up Kanna, so go tie up your loose end, Izuku-kun." With that she walked towards the bathroom door, opened it, and left. A few seconds later Izuku could hear his room door open and close. He sighed as he knew what would be happening soon, so he left the bathroom and sat on his bed. He grabbed his phone off of the nightstand that was near his closet and unlocked it. He had to do it now or else he wouldn't be able to for about a year. The phone trilled in Izuku's ear. She probably wouldn't pick up since she'd be at work. He sighed again as his phone trilled for the 6th time. "Hello, this is Kaori Kobayashi. I'm obviously not at the phone, so leave a message after the beep." Izuku mimicked the machine on the other side. Beep. He took a deep breath and let it out. "Hi Mom, I know that it's rare for me to call you. I'm sorry about that, I guess I need to call you more often." He chuckled morosely. "Listen, things are changing, the world's changing. And it's definitely not for the better." He paused, "but something's gotta be done to change it. Something has to change the course of the world, and that something," his voice broke as a tear fell out of his eye, "is me. I'm sorry about only bringing it up now, I didn't know how to break it to you. I have to leave, and I won't be back for a year, but," his voice grew strong and sounded stoic, "I will be safe, so don't worry about me. I'll see you Mom, love you." He looked around his room. This would be the last time he'd be in here for a year, if he even makes it out alive. Goodbye. Izuku stood up and put his phone back on the nightstand. A year. A year until I'll see everyone that I love again. Ida, Todoroki, Kaken, Tomoko, Mom. Tears welled up in his eyes, "But it's okay, I'll return." He looked towards the door as tears fell from his eyes. A look of resolve plastered itself on his face. "There's no doubt about it," he said as he opened the door to his room. He walked out of it. Somehow Tohru was already done making breakfast for both him and Kanna, who was excited to go back home. "Alright Tohru, let's eat breakfast and head off to Mount Hakuno." Izuku held Kanna's hand as Tohru opened the front door to his apartment. The three of them walked out of the door and up to the roof. "Are you ready Kanna?" "We're going home today." Kanna, who was definitely older looking than she was 2 years ago, shrugged. "I'll see some of my old friends. But then again I was exiled by your dad, Tohru." Tohru scratched her chin as she walked up the stairs. "Fair enough." She cleared her throat. "But what about Fafnir and Lukoa, weren't they friends to you, Kanna-chan?" Kanna nodded slightly. "Yeah, they were also kind of like parents in their own odd ways." Tohru laughed lightly. "Good. Now are you guys ready?" She turned around and Izuku was already in his Dragon Force form. "Yes." Tohru smiled. "Alright, then let's get going." She ran towards the edge of the roof and jumped off of it. Within a few seconds she came flying back up as a dragon. Soon after, Izuku followed suit with Kanna being held in his arms. The crisp, cold morning air was refreshing to Izuku. It was much better than the city's smoky air. That smelled awful. The wind resistance that he faced was almost nothing despite the fact he was traveling at around 100 miles per hour. Maybe it was due to how peaceful his surroundings were. At the moment, however, he didn't care. The sun from the northwest was soothing on his scales. The light gleamed off of them, producing a glistening obsidian-like color that only complemented him. The warm sun clashed with the chilly air around him, leaving him in a state of being lukewarm. It was fairly nice that he wasn't suffering from the harsh heat or the chilled cold. A state of in-betweenness was absolutely perfect for him at the moment. But that attained perfection crumbled away when he landed in a clearing upon Mount Hakuno where Tohru awaited him. Izuku set Kanna down, where she then scampered off towards a fallen oak log that lay on the ground. She then sat down on it and observed Tohru and Izuku facing one another, one as a green dragon, the other as a dragon-slaying man with razor-sharp claws. "You ready?" Izuku asked with a sneering grin creeping onto his face. Tohru didn't even speak, she just roared out. A bit of flame seeped out of her mouth. Izuku roared out as well before springing into action. However, he was swept backwards when Tohru took to the skies. "So that's how it's gonna be? Well fine, two can play this game." His wings were already moving and fast enough to reach Tohru in moments. He swept his claws toward her, but felt something solid hit his head, causing him to spiral down into the ground. His world spun around as he felt concussed from Tohru slamming her claw down into his head. Thankfully his thick scales absorbed most of the impact, which meant a quicker recovery for him. So he regained his composure mid-fall and flew back up to her before crashing into the ground. Izuku's body was now coated in fire, that only seemed to burn brighter and grow stronger the closer he got to Tohru. Meanwhile, with the battle that was occurring, Kanna discovered a frog within the log she was sitting upon. She was amazed by its hopping, so when stars appeared in her eyes she imitated the frog's hopping. Izuku suddenly crashed down into the log Kanna was sitting on, which splintered it into thousands of pieces. He was dazed and confused from the shock of the impact. Something hard was stabbing his back, but he didn't care. He got back up and flew towards Tohru again. This CYCL of Izuku losing and getting thrown into the ground repeated. He wasn't going to win unless he was prepared to harm her. A fiery flurry of flame surrounded Izuku, its original red coloring grew tainted with surges of yellow. A silhouette of Izuku was standing in the center of it, unflinching and unmoving to the world around him. His body shifted a centimeter to the left when suddenly Tohru fell to the ground. Izuku stood atop her with an electrified claw pointed toward her neck. Where he once stood, swirling scorch marks surrounded his old set of footprints. As Izuku sighed, his dragon-forced form dissipated, causing him to fall to the ground. Pain echoed throughout his human body. He collapsed onto his back out of exhaustion, which caused him to slide down Tohru's neck. When he hit the ground, Tohru turned into her likable and friendly-looking humanoid self. A small bruise was on her neck from where Izuku kicked her when electricity was flowing through his body. Meanwhile, Izuku had a myriad of mysterious bruises that were placed all throughout his body. That was Izuku took in a deep breath as his heart pounded in his chest. He wondered if it had burst out. A good fight. He looked at Tohru, who was above him and partially panicking because he collapsed. Is your head all right, Izuku? Izuku furrowed his brow. Yeah? Why do you ask? She glared daggers at him. Because I hit you repeatedly in the head. She trailed off as it was pretty self-explanatory where her worry came from. Ah, seems my scales prevented damage. He brought a tense fist up to his head and rapped against the skull. A hollow thunk sound came from it. See? Nothing to worry about. A faux smile appeared on his face as a small drop of cold sweat ran down the back of his neck. All right, Tohru spoke before sighing in defeat. Whatever you say, Aizu. In response to the nickname, Izuku stood up. His muscles cried out with pain. He looked at Kanna. The frog she'd been imitating somehow ended up on her head. He chuckled as he walked over to her. How'd this little guy get here? He held out his arm in front of Kanna, to which the friend atop her head leaped onto. The frog then jumped off after he put his hand level with the ground. He looked back at Tohru. A small rift in the air was right next to her. We ready to go, Tohru? Izuku picked Kanna up and walked towards Tohru with her. Yes sir, to open this we just need to pump our magic into it. Which was false, seeing as it opened as soon as Izuku touched it. A grassy, green field was on the other side of the portal. Okay. Shall we head out? Izuku put Kanna down and gestured toward the open with an open hand. Tohru took his hand and pulled him into the portal with her. He found himself on the other side of it. A appealing blue sky hung over his head. The strong scent of clean air and grass wafted into his nose. Are you sure this isn't heaven, Tohru? 'Cause it sure feels like it. Everything's so calm, it's amazing. Izuku spoke as he took a few steps away from the portal, causing it to close and become a rift once more. He threw his arms out as to exemplify the vast green fields that surrounded them. I mean, come on. This is just beauty personified. He turned around and his bright smile faded. A dragon had both Kanna and Tohru in its hands. Izuku couldn't even get a word out before a tail swung from nowhere and smacked him into the distance. His back hit a tree and the recoil flung his head back, causing him to slam his head into the bark. The world around him quickly darkened as he fell to the ground, unconscious. Beyond every dirt road, a young 16-year-old boy began, is just another village of dirt. Holding a spear in his hand, he moved it at and around the hay dummy in front of him. But at least it's one I'm proud to call home. He unleashed a flurry of jabs and stabs that lasted for 10 seconds before stabbing the dummy in its head. The boy breathed after wasting most of his energy on trying to extend his breaker art. Sweat rolled down his face and all around his body as his muscles began to cool down from being overheated. He got out of his stance and held his spear in one hand as he wiped his brow with the other. Morning, Oni-chan. Are you ready to head to the city today? A small girl wearing rags said from behind the boy. Yeah, I was just practicing, Yui-chan. Yui smiled. She looked highly up to her brother. All right, let's leave when you're ready then. Her brother sighed and sheathed the spear in a makeshift leather scabbard that was slung over his back. I'm ready now, so we can go. He turned to face her and was faced with her dirted face. Oh come on Yui. He pulled a rag out of his pocket. You know we can't go to the city looking like we just bathed in dirt. He wiped the muck off of her face. But why, Kazumi Onii? If you don't have a clean face, then city-goers look down on you as if you're worse than refuse. When the last bit of dirt came off of Yui's childlike face, it gleamed brightly with the sun's rays that reflected off of it. There we go. Kazumi stood up as he spoke and put the rag back in his pocket. Much better. She wasn't particularly fond of him treating her like a child. She may have looked like one, but she was only 2 years younger than him. Kazumi Onii, you know that I'm not a child anymore. He scoffed and turned his back to her before beginning to walk towards the entrance to the village. What was that supposed to mean? She yelled out as she began to follow him. Well, it shows that I found that funny. You're 14 and want me to treat you like you're older. He waved to his red-headed girlfriend as she passed him. Yet you continue to act like a child that's only begun to walk. She crossed her arms and turned her head away from him. No, I do not. Kazumi just sighed as he continued on his path. the wagon was in sight and sacks of goods were being loaded into it. Fine, then act like an adult the entire way to and back from the city, then I'll treat you like an adult. He waited for her to shout something absurd, but only heard an okay from her. He chuckled before grabbing the last sack and climbing into the back of the wagon and setting it down. He walked through the hull of the cart and lifted one of the flaps up to reveal the seat and his father standing next to it. "Good morning to you, Otoshi-san," Kazumi said with pride and a warm voice. His father's left eye was shut. "Good mornin' to you as well." He pauses before speaking again. "So I take it that you're travelin' to the city?" Kazumi climbed into the seat and sat down before grabbing the horse's reins and nodding. "All right then, make sure your sister doesn't get hurt." His father struck him a cold gaze that froze him. Or else, his heart pounded in his chest as a savage feeling of hate and fear arose within him. His face, however, was normal, despite the obvious emotions that were trying to boil over and consume him. His father pat the wooden side of the seat before walking off, but Kazumi didn't notice, instead staring off into the air. "Kazumi Oniai?" He felt a tap on his right shoulder, causing him to jump. He turned to face his sister who was equally surprised. "I just wanted to ask if you were all right," he furrowed his brow. "Well, you were looking off into the distance for a minute or so I wanted to see if you were all right." His eye twitched as an image of a bamboo pole shooting down and hitting him in the back. "Why yes. I'm fine." He could hear the thwacks as the vision continued. "Then let's head out before nightfall," Yui said, causing Kazumi to take a deep breath and striking the martingale lightly, causing the horse to start trotting off on the road. Kazumi looked at the open field that was coming up in front of them. To their right was a forest. After checking the sky for the sun, he could tell that it had been 2 hours since they left. "How are you doing back there, Yui-chan?" He looked over his shoulder, and after a few moments she popped her head out of the flaps. "Nothing behind us, so I don't think that we'll be attacked," Kazumi chuckled. "You know, I think I like this Yui more than the old one." He turned back toward the road. "You sound much calmer and sophisticated than the old one." He formed a lip-deep smile. "Indeed," was all she replied with, causing him to chuckle even more. So he turned his head back around. An arrow whizzed past his head from the right. "Yui, get down." He pulled the horse to a stop, before jumping off and grabbing the spear on his back. In the woods to his right he could see 4 bandits, and there was a large possibility that there'd be more. Another arrow was knocked and fired off. Kazumi ducked below it as he ran towards them. A third arrow was knocked, but Kazumi was close enough to jump and move his spear into the foe's neck, killing him instantly and leaving him 3 more enemies. "Come at me," he yelled. The biggest one moved towards him. Suddenly, the loud noise of a tree snapping sounded throughout the landscape. This petrified the big man as he could see what caused it, leaving him open for Kazumi to stab in the throat. He fell into his knees and tried to hold his throat closed. He tried to get up and strike back at Kazumi, but his leg faltered and he fell to the ground. Kazumi focused himself on the other 2, who were now running away, which confused the fighter. "Yui, are you all right?" he cried out before turning his back. The bloodbath at his feet wasn't a sight to behold, but it demonstrated his ability to fight. "Yes. Nobody came to attack me, Kazumi." The sun disappeared as something eclipsed it from above, causing him to shiver. Overhead, something large flew off, leaving the 2 dead raiders, Kazumi, and Yui alone. When the sun came back, he could see the outline of a dragon beating its wings and flying in the air. Faster than the speed of light, he put his spear back in the sheath and ran back to the wagon. "Let's go," he shouted without looking back. Grabbing the reins of the horse he whipped them, causing the horse to bolt off. "Kazumi Oniai, we have to help this man," she shouted, not from behind, but from in front of him. "No. Get on the DMN wagon," he yelled as he tugged at the horse's reins, slowing him down. Yui stood her ground. Next to her was a boy with green hair and a weird outfit on. "Then go on without me, I'll carry him back to the village by myself." As she tried to lift him, Kazumi got off of the wagon and began towards Yui. Surprisingly she got the boy onto her back. "Yui, leave him, we have to leave. The dragon might come back." Yui looked at him with disgust. "I thought you wanted to be a knight. But right now you're a coward." She trudged forward as Kazumi stared at the tree the boy crashed into. "Are you just going to stand there and be a coward, or are you going to help me and be a hero?" He shook his head. "Then stop moving, I can carry him." Kazumi went over to his sister and picked the boy off of Yui's back. To his surprise he was breathing rather strongly. Which was, or at least should have, been impossible. He crashed into the solid bark of a tree that was nowhere to be seen and he was bleeding from the back of his head. Kazumi took a step and slid on the loose dirt. Yui tried to help, but he barked, "Get on the wagon." She listened and ran to the seat, ready to steer the horse as soon as her brother got on. Blood seeped down onto Kazumi's shoulder as he began to walk back to the dirt road. When he reached the wagon, he looked back and noticed the bloody trail they left behind before raising the boy into the back of the wagon. "Hit the reins," he said. As he climbed in, the wagon began to move. He made his way to the front while Yui made her way back. He didn't know what to say as Yui walked past him and instantly tended to the boy's wound. "Thank you, Kazumi Oniai," she said before he were to exit the flap. "Don't thank me. I did nothing." He lifted the flap up and stepped into the seat before hitting the reins and kicking the horse into action. After an hour, the horse began to slow down yet seemed far from exhaustion. Kazumi stood up and reached for the horse before stroking its mane. "Thanks, girl, you're doing good." He turned around and headed into the hull of the wagon. There he saw his sister's ingenious craft at work. An intricate, yet simplistic-looking wrap was around the boy's head, preventing blood and the like from seeping out. It was staunching the flow pretty well. Yui noticed his entrance. "He should be fine. I staunched his bleeding wound, but that's all I could do." She stopped there, yet it seemed like there was more she wanted to say. "Yui, what else is there?" She took a shallow breath before taking the small tarp that was covering his chest. "I believe I know where this clothing comes from." The tarp hit the ground next to her. Kazumi just stared at the clothing. It was black and looked scale-like, as if it was made from lizard scales. Just beneath it, however, was a scrawling of weird, occult markings, ones that seemed to be a part of a large, stretching curse that extended, quite possibly, through his body. "He's wearing Dragon Slayer clothing, isn't he?" Yui nodded, not to mention the obvious curse that's embedded in his skin. She touched his abdomen, to which the unconscious fellow just winced in pain. "But it seems to me that he has broken ribs." She touched his left arm, causing him to wince once more. A broken arm, and a broken knee. Small yet noticeable sweat protruded from his body when she tapped his right knee. It seemed that the pain was overtaxing his body. "If we don't get help soon, then he most likely will die, Kazumi Oniai." Kazumi rolled his eyes. "We can find him some help when we get to the city. We should only be an hour out from it." Yui looked into his eyes, to which he stared back. Sparkles of hope and innocence shone in her eyes, causing him to sigh. "And that's a guarantee." He opened his satchel again and reached into it. Grabbing onto a vial, he pulled it out. "Force him to drink this, it should heal him." The vial contained blue liquid. It seemed to be an impure healing potion. He reached over to Yui with an outstretched hand and offered her the potion, which she took. She uncapped it and a strong scent wafted through the enclosed tent. "Are you sure this is safe for a human to consume? This smells as if it could kill a dire bear." Kazumi sighed. "Yes, it's good enough. Just use it on him for God's sake." She shrugged before lifting the boy's head up and opening his mouth a little bit. She brought the flask to his lips and slowly began to pour the liquid into his mouth, to which he slowly swallowed with an unconscious disgust toward it. After a few seconds of continuous pouring, the small vial was empty. There, he should be good and dash. His eyes shot open. Seeing this new location had already caused him to enter a heightened alert mode, but the new faces just took the cake. He raised his fists in a defensive stature and was prepared to fight both of these new people. "Oh gods!" Yui shouted as she quickly fell backwards onto her hands. She scrambled for the back of the cart as Kazumi unsheathed his spear with unprecedented speed. He pointed it towards the boy. In turn, the boy cut the spear in half with a simple swipe of his wrist. Kazumi's eyes widened at how fast he lost his weapon, but a cough resounded from the boy. It was as if he was hacking his lung up. He was cut off by Kazumi trying to punch him, but the boy caught the blow in a large hand. "Where?" His voice, it didn't sound human with how gravelly it was. "Where am I?" The boy released Kazumi's fist and sat down. "What in the fiery pits of Tartarus do you mean?" The boy glared at him. "No need to be rude." "So we're in the kingdom of Mithra?" The boy, who revealed himself as Izuku, said, "Yes." Izuku sighed. "What language do you guys speak again?" "English?" She nodded. "A form of that, yes." He brought a fist to his eye and rubbed the sands of sleep from it. "Damn it," he swore in Japanese before standing up. "Did you see anybody else with me?" he asked. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Yui shake. Whether it was in fear or cold, he did not know. "No, you were the only one there." He nodded and tried to take a step. Pain resounded in his knee, bringing him falling to the wooden floor. "Fuck!" he yelled out in Japanese as he only felt the red-hot, glowing ache of a broken bone. Yui just stayed silent as Izuku writhed in pain. "Why is my knee broken?" he shouted again in Japanese. He breathed through his teeth as another wave of pain washed over him when he grazed his left forearm on the tarped wall. He didn't even notice the sharp pain in his chest until he took a deep breath in order to yell out in pain once more. It stabbed and probed within him. Painful wasn't even a word that could describe the sensation his body was currently feeling. Gut-wrenching. Agonizing. Excruciating even. Meanwhile, as Izuku could hardly breathe, Yui backed herself towards her brother in the seat of the carriage. When she felt the fabric brush up against her shoulder, she turned around and entered the empty portion of the seat next to her brother. Yui sighed, she could still hear him shouting in that befouled language. How long until we get to Konad? The noise from the carriage quieted down when she asked the question. In the distance, a wall could be seen. Judging off of the distance, I'd say an hour or so from now. Why do you ask? Yui looked at her brother with tired eyes. Okay, I get it. You can rest, you've had a hard day anyways, Kazumi said as he patted his thigh. She lightly smiled as she was at the edge of collapsing. Using her mana on magic always tired her out. Thank you Kazumi Onii. She instantly fell down onto his leg, instantly falling asleep as she did. Kazumi felt at bliss. There wasn't any screaming from the back and the air was perfect. But, it was oddly quiet in the carriage. He tapped on the side of the wooden hull of the carriage. You all right back there? He quietly called out to Izuku. He earned no response, so he lifted up the tarp flap and peered into the carriage. Inside, a small amount of light was coming out of Izuku's hands that were hovering over his abdomen. He looked visibly comfortable. It was as if the pain from his broken bones was melting away. Are you all right back there? Kazumi asked, to which Izuku nodded and stood up. He took a step with his left leg towards the boy. Wait. But it was already too late. Izuku already took another step with his right leg, but he wasn't in pain? How did he heal a wound of that caliber that fast? Is something wrong? Izuku asked. No. Why do you ask? Izuku cleared his throat. Because your face is contorted and looks odd. Kazumi quickly turned away with a red tint in his cheeks. Whatever, you still owe me a spear for breaking mine. He turned around again, but was met with the regular contents of the carriage minus Izuku. A thud sounded out from atop the carriage. Kazumi couldn't see what was going on, so he stood up with abandon, causing Yui to hit her head on the wood. He could see Izuku standing atop the carriage. For some reason he was staring off into the distance. Get down Fr-. Kazumi didn't get the chance to finish the sentence before Izuku shouted something and spewed out a tornado of fire from his mouth. The flame shot forth and began to be pushed out in several different directions by something flying in the air. Kazumi Onii, what's going on? Yui pokes her head up and saw the spectacle unfolding in front of her. The fire that came from Izuku easily reached lengths of cannons and most likely past that. Stars grew in her eyes as Izuku's flame began to slow to a halt. When he was done he coughed and wiped a bit of flame from his mouth. About a mile or so away from the carriage was a wyvern. Its body was charred and burning on the ground. Izuku turned to face Kazumi and Yui. Sorry about that, he said as he grinned while scratching the back of his head. Didn't think I'd interrupt the R-. The carriage hit a bump, causing Izuku to lose his balance. Whoa! He shouted before falling onto the ground headfirst. The siblings were still too stifled by the raw show of power that Izuku put on to help him get back up and onto the carriage as it slowly moved away from him. Izuku was bored. He was told to follow the duo around the town. He obviously didn't mind, but he had better things to do with his day than just stay, loyally walking behind the siblings. Can't I just leave? He asked. Nah, you're dangerous. Kazumi responded. Yui seemed content with his decision to keep Izuku as a prisoner. Just because I can take down a wyvern with one magic attack doesn't make me dangerous. Kazumi sighed. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it means. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I guess it does. A complacent look appeared on his face. But you do know that I don't have to listen to you. You are correct. He looked back at Izuku with a smug grin, only for it to fade instantly as he saw him begin to walk away. Get back here! He shouted. Izuku pretended to not hear him as he walked away. I could have sworn I heard something. He stretches his arms out as he walked further. Guess it's nothing. Kazumi fumed, but didn't enact upon Izuku leaving. Perhaps it was his own judgment, or perhaps it was something else. Regardless, he knew there was no reasoning with this hard-headed man, not when his eyes were set in something unknown. An unknown hand rested atop Kazumi's shoulder, shaking him out of his mind. Oh right, I completely forgot. Kazumi looked back. It was Izuku again and he was speaking in a worry-free manner. Where would I find a dragon's nest? He asked. This time, in a serious tone. What? I asked where I could find a dragon's nest, he simply stated. Kazumi was speechless. He obviously didn't know where a swarm of dragons would be. Kazumi turned around. Izuku-san, that's a death wish. Sure it is, kid, now tell me where I can find a DMN nest. Izuku felt a tug at his sleeve. Looking down, he saw Yui pointing towards a road. There's a guild hall that way. Izuku took his hand off of Kazumi's shoulder and bent his knees, facing the little girl as he did. Thank you, Yui-chan. He placed a hand on her head and patted it lightly. Time to take my leave then. Izuku stood back up and walked away. He held up a peace sign as he furthered himself from them. It's been a pleasure. His feet pounded against the cobblestone beneath him as he made his way to the guild, and hopefully, closer to Tohru. It's weird that they have honorifics. Maybe this world was taken over by the Japanese? Or it's just a huge coincidence? Izuku questioned aloud, scratching at his chin stubble as he did. Izuku yawned as he found himself in front of the guild hall. It looked disinteresting, like any other normal building, perhaps even an eccentric tavern. Regardless, this is where he would find answers about his personal quest. He cracked his neck, craning it from side to side before a resounding pop came from his bones. Izuku pushed the wooden doors open. It was rather calm, like his attitude about the situation he found himself in. Several curious glances found themselves affixed to Izuku as he walked into the building, and towards the counter. Perhaps it was his odd choice of outfit, maybe his new face, or perhaps it was because of how casually he strode into here. However, he couldn't care less about these strangers' glances. They meant nothing to him and he meant nothing to them. Upon reaching the counter, Izuku placed an open palm against the wood. "I'm here to acquire information about something important to me." He spoke. The guild hall girl clad in red clothing greeted him with a cheery smile. "And what is it that I can help you with?" A glint of wrath shone in Izuku's eye. "Where can I find the Chaos Dragons?" His voice carried out throughout the silent tavern, chilling every soul that heard it. "I'm sorry, but that information is only for adventurers that are gold rank or higher." She pointed to a chart next to her. It was a painting of the distinct classes, gold being the third highest on the list of, and seeing as you don't have any identification to be an adventurer, I cannot give you a quest to help increase your rank. Izuku looked directly into her soul with dead eyes. "You wouldn't let a dragon slayer do their job in exterminating dragons?" Izuku could feel the cold glances, that were once boring into the back of his head, become filled with rage. However, the girl in front of him had the same cheery, fake smile on. "You are not a dragon slayer. I'd suggest leaving before something bad happens to you." She spoke in a decisive tone. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked, his brow furrowing. A cold rush of air ran down the back of his neck, causing him to shudder before turning around. In front of him was a gargantuan of a man. He was cloaked in armor and easily stood at twice the height of Izuku. A large hand suddenly grasped Izuku's head. A few moments later he was lifted above the ground. It felt painful, but he held up a plain face as a facade. "Why are you picking me up by my head? Don't you know there are better ways to greet someone?" The grip tightened against his skull. "Everyone knows that the holy dragon slayers are dead." Izuku's face showed a hint of shock. "Don't blaspheme to them by spouting lies from your mouth." The man holding Izuku spoke in a low tone. "Fine, say what you want. But despite what you want to believe, I am an actual dragon slaw." Izuku didn't even see the man's fist coming as it collided with his exposed stomach. Torrents of wind shot out to the sides. Izuku seemed unfazed, however, despite his body being elevated by the force of the punch itself. Sighing, he flicked the air between him and the man. A large gust of wind forced the two separate from one another. Izuku landed on the ground with his face toward the ground. "Like I said, I am no liar." The man looked at the green-haired boy with rage as he got and began to run towards him. Another fist collided with the top of Izuku's head and yet again he seemed undamaged. A flurry of punches collided all over Izuku's body. He began to stand upwards, his body becoming more coarse as time went on. When his spine finally straightened out, the punches came to a sudden halt. Izuku was holding the man's right fist in his hand. In Izuku's eyes, a glint of something inhuman could in them. If looks could kill, then the room would be a bloodbath. "Please stop, I can only take so much damage before you break your fists." A small amount of ember came out of Izuku's mouth as he exhaled. The skin that was covering his chest and abs had completely turned into scales. Unless, Izuku's eyes looked as if a fire had been lit inside of them. "You want to break them?" The man was visibly afraid of Izuku. There wasn't a proper way to tell if he was lying without beating the snot out of him. It just so happened to be the wrong move, as Izuku was staring daggers at him. With how menacing he was, he could get a basilisk to stop dead in its tracks and run away. "Good, your silence leads me to believe that you don't want to fight." Izuku's scale armor faded in a mere moment, leaving him vulnerable to any attacks as he turned around and faced the quest counter again. A blue bolt shot across the room, aimed directly for the boy's head. He sighed. A yellow wall appeared out of the thin air and absorbed the shocking impact from the projectile. "So where is this dragon's nest?" he asked again, paying no mind to the fleet of blue arrows being shot at him from behind. The guild girl was mesmerized with what was going on in front of her, but Izuku's snap woke her up. "Sorry," she said before grabbing a map from under the counter. She unraveled it and pointed to a location far from the village. "It's due west from here," she said, her voice quivering lightly. She was in awe at the immense power Izuku showed. "Thank you." He rolled the map back up, turned around, and nodded, forgetful smoke of the Moonfire Dragon. Sparkling smoke came out of his feet with every step he took, which put him closer to the arrow's volley in front of him. However, their range continued to shorten as Izuku walked closer to it. Behind him, the guild girl fell to the ground. It's finally working now, great. Soon enough, everyone in the room collapsed to the ground, unconscious as their minds shut down. Their memories would be rendered useless under the effects of the smoke that came out of his feet. Tohru, Kanada, I'm coming to save you, he said, full of energy. It seemed he was invigorated for the journey ahead. Despite how long it was, he was prepared to take it. He was prepared to do anything in his power to save Tohru. And walking a few hundred miles was but a drop of blood into the ocean for him. It was nothing in his eyes. So he stepped out of the door. The only focus that was in his mind was set onto rescuing his family. But instead, he diverted his focus to the large light gathering in front of him. Izuku stood calmly, as to not provoke the blonde-haired man who was controlling the inexplicably bright light. By the order of Mithra and her people, I order you to peacefully come with me. Izuku sighed. Look, he took a step forward. I have better things to do. So let me go and we can forget all about this. He smiled with his teeth showing, waiting for an answer to appear. No, a beam of light splintered from the gathering light and shot the ground next to Izuku's foot. Now come with me peacefully or have your life come to a short end. Izuku was still smiling. His canines, however, were sharp. You should know that I'm not going to give up easily. And you should know, Izuku Midoriya, that I won't fail in taking you down. A bold claim for someone who will lose. Izuku took a step forward again, fire coming out of his mouth and a nearly invisible mist came out of his hands. But for now, Izuku raised his arms and put his hands behind his head. I'm going to surrender. I see that there's no need to provoke the people of this world. The smoke from his hands. All right then, the man dropped his guard and the light dwindled from within his hands. Izuku chuckled a bit. What's so funny? The man asked. What's so funny you ask? You're the fool that dropped their guard. Izuku took a single step and the mist seeping out of his hands suddenly erupted out, covering the area around him. It grew denser as well, making everything impossible to see. Now Izuku could easily win this confrontation without violent methods. Even more so with his moonlight abilities. With it he could silence his footsteps or easily put the man in a stockade or similar device. But this time, he'd use it to create a barrier around the man and run away. He couldn't spare time to fight with the humans of this world with everything that was going to happen in his own. Destruction was imminent. Everyone and everything he knew would be destroyed in less than a year by some unforeseen force. Perhaps it was the dragon he encountered before he turned into a girl, perhaps something else. Regardless, there was a reason that Tohru made him come to this world, and he'd have to rescue her to find out just what it was. You'll be free within 10 minutes, but I'll be long gone by then. Izuku spoke, wings slowly forming with each word. Regardless, I'd pressure you to not follow me. You never know what might befall you. A gust of wind from Izuku's wings pushed all of the smoke away and put him in the air. When all of the smoke cleared, he held up a peace sign and took off into the air, hoping not to confront more of humanity in this realm. After flying for 3 hours, Izuku had made it to his destination, for in the distance, was a dragon's eyrie. With his end location less than 6 miles away, he decided to land in order to gain some of his energy back. He silently touched the ground, within the forest he was above, and instantly got to work. He gathered dry leaves and a bunch of fallen branches. Under the only fir tree in the forest, he found 2 rocks, one on top of the other. Odd, he said before picking them up. On the bottom of the one in his right hand was a red X. He raised his brow, ultimately shaking the mark on the rock off, thinking of it as nothing but a mere coincidence. A quick chill went down his spine, as if a spirit of the dead passed through him. Regardless, Izuku was quite exhausted from flying non-stop and was focused on building a fire. So he created a small makeshift campfire and placed the dry leaves within it. He crouched over it and struck the stones against each other, creating a small spark that landed on the campfire. As if on command, the entirety of the leaves caught fire and created a decently large flame. Finally, some good food. He emptied his lungs and took in a deep breath, inhaling the fire as he did. A nice leafy green taste entered his mouth as he ate the fire from the campfire in front of him. A full feeling consumed his stomach after he finished eating, which quickly faded when he burped up some smoke. He swatted the smoke from his vision, clearing it with ease. In the distance he could see a buck. Its horns were magnificent as it prodded at the ground in front of it. Izuku smiled, captivated at the elegance of this lone deer. It whipped its head towards Izuku as the sound of a branch snapping resounded from behind him. A loud clanging sound came from Izuku's neck as it deflected a green blade, flaming grasp of the fire dragon. He calmly spoke as an orb of fire appeared in his hand and shot outward behind him, branching out in several hundred different ways. Izuku wanted to make sure that whoever tried to kill him would be skewered in a painless and quick way, but when he heard the clang of scales he got to his feet and spun around. His dragon force form activated in the blink of an eye. A plain black-haired man with red eyes and busted glasses stood there. He stared painfully menacingly at Izuku. "Who are you?" Izuku asked. "I am Fafnir-sama. I've been tasked with helping you rescue Lady Tohru and Lady Kanna from the Dragon King." "Then why attack me?" Fafnir continued to look painfully bored. "To test you whilst amusing me." Izuku lowered his guard. "Why is every dragon I meet wanting to kill me?" He muttered, "Because humans tend to be a tornado of thorns in our side." Fafnir said, "Okay, that's actually fair since I did retaliate against you with killing intent. Trust me, I want to kill you for breaking my glasses, but we must focus on saving those two first before we start killing one another." Izuku nodded. "Yep. This dragon is going to drive me into the ground with insanity," he thought. "Well, what are we waiting on? Let's go storm the area," he cried out, glory and bravery slipping off of his tongue with each word. Standing on the precipice of the forest, a wave of anxiety and fear washed over Izuku. He was staring upwards, his gaze intently glued upon the flying mess that was surrounding the dragon's area fixed atop the black mountain. He gulped. The mass was moving quickly, so there was no true way to count how many dragons and wyverns there were up there. But it was a lot. "Come, we still have to travel further," Fafnir spoke as he passed Izuku from behind. "Alright," he stuttered out. Seeing him stutter was like seeing a cocoon in the wild hatch into a butterfly, a rare occurrence. It almost never happened, for he never felt extremely fearful or even nervous. Right now, however, he felt as if he'd be stuttering for the rest of the day and night. Terror wasn't the word he'd use to describe the feeling enacting on his heart, making it palpitate to the point where it'd burst if it was touched. He didn't know exactly what was making his heart beat rapidly, but it was mostly a mix of consternation and panic. Panic that he wouldn't be coming out of this alive, consternation that he wouldn't be able to save Tohru and Kanna. He gulped one last time before he had to put on a stoic face, before he had to charge headfirst into a den of elemental dragons. And so he followed Fafnir, gritting his teeth. Izuku looked forward with dead, but aware, eyes. He looked ready to kill. Perhaps the true emotions in his heart began to show. Indeed, emotions of rage had been boiling in his heart from the moment his family was taken from him. He followed Fafnir until he stopped. In front of the two was a large cavernous hole within the mountainside. "So this is where we enter from?" asked Izuku. "Of course, there'd be no way we could get through topside." Fafnir continued to walk forward, getting swallowed up by the abyss of darkness within moments. An impalpable shadow swallowed up everything within the cave, leaving Izuku unable to peer inside to see what it was like. So he clenched his fists at his sides. A film of flame covered them as he walked into the abyss. The darkness swallowed up any light that came from his hands, leaving him surrounded in the shadow. "Time to turn up the heat," Izuku said. The flames rose, bathing the cavern in a light that could rival the sun. For a few moments at least. All around him were holes. Some looked large enough to fit a human, others were large enough to hold a fully grown drake within them. The moment he saw them, he panicked and snuffed the fire out, leaving him in the dark once again. "Damn it," he whispered, his words barely escaping his lips and instead making only the movements. Slowly, he let flames rise off of his right hand, which he had extended out in front of him. He let the magical fuel stagnate when the light from the fire reached a point to where he could barely see the walls around him. Terror strikes easily for those that haven't any bravery, unlike Izuku. His heart was now intrepid. He was dauntless as he walked forward. He might have feared the large area of dragons above, but now he was in a close-quarters area, where fire burns anything easily. Izuku was disadvantaged in the dark, however he had the biggest advantage. He would be able to blind anything with a bright enough flame, enough to the point where he could burn their flesh before tearing into them with a fiery claw. With each bold step he took forwards, however, he felt that sense of pride and bravery diminish. As if there was something wrong with this cave or the situation he was in. "Come," he heard echo from deeper within the cavern. It was unmistakably Fafnir's voice, but it seemed so distant. They'd only been in here for the better half of 3 minutes. It was inane to think that he'd gotten so far ahead. Unknowingly, Izuku let more magic flow into his right hand, causing the flame to burn brighter as he passed by a dragon-sized hole. The light bent and twisted its way into the dark shadow of the hole until it landed on a peachy patch of something attached to the wall. Izuku walked past the hole but immediately doubled back and peered into it. He put his right hand inside. Light filled the hole, revealing everything that was inside of it. He was revolted. What laid before him was something that could only be described as a chimeric abomination marked for death. Its skin was paper than his own, to the point where it was almost entirely drained of color. It had segmented horns on the crown of its bloodied head. Festering wings of disease and torpor were forced into its back. Pain scratched its way into Izuku's eyes as he felt the urge to vomit rise within his body. It was as if God had left, for he permitted such a thing of disgust to live in his domain. Pity. The word abruptly came out of his mouth just as his fire erupted from his hand, engulfing the creature in an undying flame. He walked away as screams of horror and the scent of burning RBB echoed from the room. Now you can rest with peace in your heart and dreams in your mind. Flashes of the horror's torn lower half entered his mind. Hastily he walked forward, forcing himself to think of Tohru. Panic settled into his skin as thoughts of Tohru suffering the same fate as that thing popped into his imagination. So he began to run, not caring about the sound of a set of heavy boots running behind him. Izuku had come to a large opening within the twisting stone caverns. Laden within its center was a pile of corpses rotten and disfigured. He quickly scanned the heap of bodies for a familiar face. His emerald-colored eyes had landed upon something bewitchingly orange within the mess. Without a second thought, Izuku had kicked his legs into motion, hastily making his way toward salvation. He jumped onto the pile and began to tear at the flesh. The stench of death invaded his nostrils as he probed deeper into the pile. He tore a head off of its shoulders, revealing behind it the bewitching orange hair he had seen before. His heart skipped a beat as he realized that this hair belonged to his salvation, to Tohru. Come on, let's get you out of this filth. He dug a bit deeper into the pile until he could grasp her shoulders. With a strong grip on each one, Izuku pulled her out of the meaty heap. The urge to puke his guts up had finally faded away. However, as his eyes landed upon her face he turned away and heaved. For he was disgusted by the layers of caked blood upon her face. He shook off the disdain and pulled her away from the filth. The minute she was pulled from it, the pile had collapsed. You're all right now, I'm with you, Tohru. Her maid's dress was tattered all around and soaked through with blood. He was bothered by the unsightly brown blood on her face, so he tried to scrape some of it away. It was tough, so he stopped cutting at it and left it alone. Whose blood is this? He picked her up like a princess, with one hand behind her knees and the other on back of her head. Through a tear in her dress, Izuku could see a dark purple spot. Have you been hurt? He would find an answer to his second question. Right now he was focused on escaping with her. But as he turned around, he could feel the cool steel of an edged sword against his neck. Move and I'll cut your throat, he heard a familiar voice say. How did I know that you'd turn out this way, Fafnir? If that's even your real name, Izuku said, his tongue burning with hate. I did not intend to hide from you my true intentions. I may be sneaky but I am no liar. Izuku clicked his tongue. Sure feels like it, but whatever. So, what do you intend on doing to me? Who knows? Maybe I'll cut you down right here, maybe I'll take Tohru from you. Fafnir brushed you against Izuku's neck, to the point where his breath was a mere centimeter away. Maybe I'll torture you? His voice sounded unpleasant as he projected his perverted tastes onto Izuku. How does that sound? Izuku smiled. It sounds terrible, maybe you should get better. A slash resounded in the air as the back of Izuku's neck gained a tiny cut. The major damage, however, had been dealt elsewhere. Tohru's neck was cut through by the sword. It was only sliced halfway. Blood began to spray wildly from the wound, covering Izuku. Within a moment, he was showered in her blood. Within a moment, Tohru had lost her life. Within a moment, Izuku's bloodlust was unleashed. Izuku dropped Tohru's body on the ground and turned around to face Fafnir. He had already moved halfway across the room. What are you going to do? Enact revenge by killing. His nose broke when Izuku slammed his fist into Fafnir's face. That hurt, but will you kill me for her? Izuku didn't respond. His blood-red eyes held the answer within them. He rushed forward, kneeing him in the gut and sending him reeling into a wall. With a lunge, Izuku had swiped at him with a claw and pinned him against the wall. A sharp nail was lodged into the base of his neck. A man forgives, a boy holds a grudge. Are you a boy? He choked through his own blood. Izuku didn't speak as he placed a hand on Fafnir's face. Or are you a man? Fafnir yelled, I am death. Hellfire combusted forth, instantly burning Fafnir's body. Ah, so a boy you are, Fafnir's voice spoke from behind. Shame, Izuku didn't have time to turn around before a sword swung at him. However, he had the time to create a layer of scales to deflect the strike. Izuku exploded into fire, hoping to create a window for him to recover from the sudden blow. Your meager fire won't stop me. Another blade clashed against his scaled face. Suddenly, he was assaulted by a flurry of slashes and stabs, sending him backwards and pressing him against the wall. What happened to your bravado? Fafnir's face was suddenly in front of Izuku. Did it burn in the fire, little boy? Fear set into Izuku's eyes as he slashed at the man he swore he had killed. Blood shot out from the flayed marks on Fafnir's face. This is nothing. His wounds instantly closed. You are nothing. He shouted as he grabbed onto Izuku's head and slammed it into the stone wall. He slumped down to the ground, his head swimming as he tried to get up. The fire around him had dissipated, allowing him to see the legion of Fafnir standing behind him. They all tore their faces off to reveal the half-cut-off Tohru head. "Why did you let me die?" They all asked at once. Their cacophonous voices echoed throughout the room, deafening Izuku instantly. They all moved in on him, swarming him as his vision swirled and shook. Fear was apparent in Izuku's eyes as he tried to back up further, which was impossible seeing as he was directly pressed against a stone wall. Stop it," he pleaded as the Taurus began to cover everything in his sight. He had no reason to be scared by what was obviously an illusion, but something about seeing her dead made him terrified. "Please," the Taurus began to meld into one gigantic Tohru face. "You let me die, Izukun, why?" It asked as blood sprayed into Izuku's body, crimson splattered all over his body, covering him head to toe in her blood. At this point he was too terrified to move, his breathing was laboured, and his heart was beating too fast. But the illusion suddenly ended, instantly disappearing. Fafnir was in the center of the room, a spear of light sticking out of his body. Izuku crumbled to his knees as Fafnir died in front of him, his mind underwent an onslaught of pain and torment because of him. He was glad that the man who tormented him had died, but he still wasn't entirely sure if Tohru died or not. So he looked over at where he dropped her. There was nothing. It was just an empty room again. There wasn't even a stack of human corpses. It was as if everything in the room was an illusion. They seemed to be controlled by Fafnir, which was melting into someone else. It was a blonde-haired man whom Izuku didn't know. He sighed in relief. Everything was now much better knowing that Tohru may breathe again. At that exact moment, he heard an echoey voice. "Hello? Is anybody there?" It reverberated against the narrow hallways to where Izuku was. He smiled, knowing full well whose voice that was. He got off of his knees, trying to rid his mind of the image of Tohru with her head chopped halfway off. Izuku had wandered aimlessly long enough. The voice that had spoken out earlier had become silent about 5 minutes ago. It grew weaker the more it called out to him until it had finally disappeared. "Hello? Is there anybody out there?" Izuku called out, bringing his hands up to his mouth to amplify its volume. He was steadily getting worried. Why had Tohru slowly cry out weaker and weaker each time she called out? "Tohru, if you can hear me, say something." Again, there wasn't any sound from her. "God damn it," Izuku spoke. "Where the hell are Y-?" He quickly shut up when he heard a faint jingle of metal clinking together. It was rather close, so he sped up. Turning right at the end of the hallway, Izuku came to an open room. Another one of those abomination things was upright, its underbelly was pressed up against the wall. Help me Izuku, please," he heard Tohru cry out. Her voice was dry and broken. Izuku took a step forward, his bone cracked, causing the chimeric abomination to turn towards him. His face dropped as he saw a crying Tohru behind it. She had tears streaming down her pained face as there seemed to be blood and bruises littered among it. Izuku's eyes wandered downward to her exposed chest and nether regions. There were cuts and bruises all over her midriff as there seemed to be something white leaking from between her legs. I am. Izuku took a step forward. A fiery greatsword appeared in his right hand as he rushed forward. "I'm going to fucking kill you." Izuku slashed downwards at an angle, cutting the chimeric creature in half. It fell backwards off of the distressed Tohru. "Izuku?" she weakly asked. He got up in her face and tried to pull the shackles off. They wouldn't budge. "It's me Tohru, I'm here for you. I'm so sorry for leaving you, I truly am, but I won't leave you again." He placed a hand on the shackle and created a fire in it. "This'll only hurt for a moment, then you'll be free." The metal turned white hot, glowing with color, so Izuku pulled. It broke almost instantly, freeing her arm from its captivity. It fell in front of her as her body did too. Izuku began to work on the other shackle. Once it glowed, he broke it, causing her to fall forward into his embrace. "I got you." He fell down to the ground with her and got closer to her ear. She was broken. "I won't leave you, I'll never let this happen to you." Izuku wrapped his arms around Tohru. His grip tightened as his anger increased. How could he let this happen to her? "Izuku? Is that you?" Izuku smiled bittersweetly. "Yes, it's me." She began to laugh before sobbing and coiling her arms around his body. "I was so scared," she cried out as she placed her face in the crook of his neck. "I know, but you're safe now, because I'm here for you." He slowly released waves of moonlight from his hand which slowly healed some of her wounds. "Here, Izuku." Broke the hug off a bit before taking his vest off and putting it over her very tattered maid's dress. It was the only piece of clothing that he could fit over her bare chest. "Can you stand?" he asked, looking directly into her dead eyes. The light from them had faded. She nodded. "All right, I'm sorry to do this, but we're leaving this cave." He grabbed a grubby black coat off of a skeleton and placed it on top of her before picking her up like a bride. "Here we go." Izuku got out of the room and made his way back along the right wall. For the entire way, he had dragged a scorching hand across the wall, so he followed the scorch marks back out. It hurt so much," she commented, her body shuddering in pain. "I couldn't stop it. I feel disgusting." She seemed to be broken, for the tears from earlier had been replaced with a permanent smile. She was broken, and it hurt Izuku to see her like this. He felt at blame for what happened to her, seeing as he couldn't find her quick enough. "I'm sorry, Tohru, why did this have to happen to you?" Izuku said. She paid no mind to what he said, instead she continued to repeat, "It hurt." It took Izuku 10 minutes to escape the cavern. The wyvern nest to his left had disappeared. However, he didn't notice the shuffling of something metallic within the forest in front of him. He took a step forward, causing the bushes to sprout men in armor from their tops. "In the name of Lysithea, I order you to surrender or face death." Izuku concentrated on the face who the voice belonged to. "Get out of my way." Izuku lowly muttered. Whoever had stopped him was irrelevant to him right now. He took a step forward, an arrow flew forward and landed next to his foot. "If you move you will be shot. Comply or face death." Izuku hung his head low. "Lord have mercy." On their souls, he looked up. Spikes and needles of fire shot in every direction, stabbing and killing everything in its path, whether it was alive or not. "All right, close your eyes and get some rest, you're safe with me," Izuku told Tohru. Blood from the people he killed was splattered within the bushes and stained onto trees. He remembered something from when he flew over here. About 20 minutes out, and directly in front of him, was a village that was based near the forest and next to a river. But it would have been a 5-minute walk if Izuku sped up, which he did. He wanted to quickly make sure that Tohru was as safe as she could be, so he began to run through the forest, narrowly dodging trees at times. The eyes of the storm had never shifted from their blood-red state, they would forever continue to contain his rage. It had been less than a day since Izuku, Tohru, and Kanna have come to Mithra, and already things had gone wrong. Kanna had been missing ever since he regained consciousness. He found Tohru, but he felt as it was a bit too late. Even as she lay down next to him, the glassy, distant look had never left her eyes. From the moment he rescued her from those nasty dragon-like creatures, she had that look. It was obvious that she was traumatized, but he had absolutely no idea how to help her. Or if he could even fix her. He shook his head free of any dreadful thoughts about her future, instead focusing on the present. Night had fallen and he had easily secured a place for the two to stay. If Izuku were to find Kanna in the morning, then he'd have to get some rest. Which was why, when he laid down in the bed, he pulled Tohru along with him. She emotionlessly fell onto the bed next to him, causing a rather large hassle to occur when he tried to position her comfortably. His arm calmly wrapped around her, pulling her in close as he tightened his grip on her. "I'm never letting you go again." The feeling of the pillows only lulled him into a dream quicker. It was like nestling between two fluffy peaks of down. It only felt like a couple of minutes passed by when he woke up. Between falling asleep and waking up, he felt that the process was no more than 15 minutes. He wanted some more sleep, but there was a point that he had to open his eyes, unless he wanted to waste a day. Knowing he would feel guilty if he gluttonously gathered more sleep, he opened his eyes. Instantly, his ears were flooded by two familiar cries for his name. The shadows casting downwards were blinding. It took him a few seconds for his eyes to gather the blurred details in front of him. With a few blinks, he could see that Tohru and Kanna were hovering over him. He barely had a moment to register what was going on before two sets of arms wrapped around him. Enveloped in a warm hug that he gingerly accepted, Izuku tried to wrap his mind about the situation he was in. There were two answers. One was he was dreaming about the previous day's events. The second was that he was currently trapped in a dream. Although, now that he thought back on it, yesterday really felt like a nightmare. And his assumptions were only reinforced as Tohru spoke, albeit muffled. "I'm so happy, you're finally awake, Izuku." After relishing in the warmth of their combined hug, along with Toru's constant gushing, Izuku finally got the chance to speak. What exactly happened? With lightning-fast reflexes, he grabbed Toru's hand as it shot like a bullet for the bottom of the shirt he was wearing. But where did the white shirt come from? They hadn't packed much clothing, only the essentials. As he thought about it, he hadn't noticed that her fingers had extended enough to hold the hem with two fingers. With unprecedented force, she brought her arm up, with another she gestured to his stomach. The shirt had no time to come off of him before it tore, is what happened. His head reared back before shooting forward, prepared to yell at Tohru for tearing off his clothing. Especially because Kanna was around. But his attention was torn away by 3 long, crimson marks brazenly blazing on his chest. It was as if seeing the wound registered the pain that came along with it. With every weak beat of his chest, with every breath he took, with every beat of wind that came his way, pain writhed within him. It was like a brand constantly marking him for death, the boiling feeling pressing into him with every small thing he did. "You shouldn't move around too much, you might reopen your wounds if you're not careful." Didn't you? Izuku bit his lip after he took a breath. Didn't you two grab onto me the minute I woke up? And just now? Wouldn't that be jostling? A warm, viscous feeling ran down his stomach. He ran a hand through the bleeding fluid. See? You two jostled me. He held up a bloody hand before falling onto his back. Now I'm going to die. He stuck out his tongue and tilted his head to the side, faking his death. Izuku-san, no. Kanna cried out before moving to hover over his face. You can't die yet. Tohru chuckled a bit before taking the glove off of her right hand and putting it onto his stomach, just above his diaphragm. A warm feeling spread throughout the gashes as a fiery light came from her palm. You promised to take me on another play date with Saikawa when we got back to Earth. He forced back a laugh as to not exacerbate the pain. Find out I'll hold on to my life. Just for you, Kanna. He feigned his weakness as he lifted a hand over her head. It plopped onto her hair and moved in a repeated motion back and forth. I promise you'll get another chance to play with Saikawa-chan, he said, a heartwarming smile formed by his lips. He laid his head back down and stared at the crumbling stone ceiling above. So how long have I been unconscious? A little less than 3 weeks. It was ever since that dragon we first encountered when we arrived here. Tohru looked towards him, expecting shock, but he stared emotionlessly at the roof above them. Well, not exactly here. We had to fly for a while to get here. It was the only shelter I could think of getting you to. Regardless, you seem a little unfazed by all of this. Are you okay? He exhaled through his nose before taking his hand off of Kanna. Here, lay down. He patted the ground directly next to his left shoulder. I mean, why wouldn't I? I have 3 claw marks in my chest that would literally tear through solid steel easily. Not to mention the fact that we'll have to spend an unknown amount of time for me to get better before we search for the Dragon Ball, the only thing that could possibly stop my world from being destroyed by a calamitous dragon. He wrapped his arm around Kanna before sighing. So yeah, I'm okay. He paused for a moment before picking back up again. We will begin our adventure tomorrow, even if you have to wrap my chest in 5 layers of bandages to stop me from bleeding out. Tohru met his steely gaze as she continued to heal him. Look, I know what you mean, Izuku, but you will die if you overexert yourself. Once these wounds, she moved her hand across them, open up, there will be no way for me to close them. Her look was soft as the embers in her eyes seemed to dull. Please, for my sake, just hold off on the idea of adventuring for now. We can come up with something else soon. She wanted to change his mind, but she feared there was no reasoning with him with how determined he was. Izuku stared at the ceiling for a few moments, the emerald in his eyes glistened. Find out I'm not too happy with it, but fine. If you don't think that we should continue the adventure, then I'll trust you. The warm feeling got stronger, as if her emotions were directly tied to her healing factor. I just hope that they heal quickly. Who knows, you might get better in a day, maybe a week if you're lucky. Izuku glared as she giggled. I said that I can heal you, but that doesn't mean I could do it all the way. You know I'm not a doctor. It was when she winked that Izuku groaned. Then shouldn't I see an actual doctor? Won't they help me more than what you can do? Her shoulders moved up and down, causing her hand to press into his chest as they dropped. His eyes winced as he bit back a tortured cry. Sorry about that, but to answer your question, yes. And no. All her concentration went to healing him. There is most certainly someone in this world that can heal you, but I don't think that they do it for free. Let alone do it for someone who isn't royalty. She hovered above the wounds as the blood flow slowed. They and their personal knights usually have the best kind of healthcare, which are basically gifts given by the gods that rule over this world. Her head bobbed from side to side, so it's not too wise to seek out a human doctor. And it's also not likely that a dragon or demi-human would help you. So the best thing for you right now is to have me heal you. That's just stupid. The warmth radiating from Kanna as she laid in his arm was spreading to his neck. Overall he was just warm all over, which helped his brain's gears start going. Have you been healing me for 3 straight weeks? He saw Tohru nod. And you haven't been able to seal the wound all the way? Then couldn't a curse be blocking your healing ability along with my natural regeneration? A dainty laugh escaped her throat. Nonsense, not most dragons can inflict curses on someone. She met his worried gaze. But I can check for you, even if it's just to make you feel better. A pleasant smile was formed by her lips as she stopped healing him. A small purple circle appeared under her hands as she began the process. Even if you are cursed, I doubt it'd be too bad. If it's something weak, then I should be able to break it easily. It rotated for a bit before suddenly turning black. Well, I was wrong. She stared wide-eyed at the marker coming from her hands. Oh yeah? So how bad is the curse? There wasn't a single discernible emotion in her eyes, just dead emptiness as she stared. It's horrible. Isn't it? She chuckled crazily, as if there was nothing to care for in the world. I don't even know. I can't even tell what kind of curse you have. The magic circle dispersed as she fell backwards. I've never seen something as bad as this. I don't know if can even be dispersed. Izuku just chuckled. Why are you laughing? You could be in grave danger. Now, it seems like we have to find someone to disperse this curse. Fighting through the pain, he lifted himself up. Instead of a grimace, a teeth-baring, ear-wide smile was placed on his face, meaning that I actually get my wish of leaving. A tear leaked from Izuku's eye as Tohru finished wrapping him in bandages. It wasn't because the process was painful. It was because of the massive welt now forming on the back of his head after Tohru hit him over the head for being carefree about his body being cursed. There, now I'm going to lay out some rules. No running, no using your dragon abelites, and most importantly no fighting. If you worsen your wounds then I doubt I'd be able to fix them up. Okay. But why did you have to hit me so hard last night? He sniffled. It really hurt, you know. Well, you needed to rest some more, so I forcibly put you to sleep. She stood up, leaving Izuku to be the only one sitting down. Now, I don't know if you'd be able to handle flying, so we'll be going to a friend of mine's on foot. He may or may not be able to help you, plus we won't waste too much time if he can't. We should be able to get there in less than a week if we stop for food breaks and to sleep at night. Therefore we should get going. She walked around to the front of Izuku and offered a hand. He grabbed onto her and pulled himself upwards, not wanting to stress his torso out too much. Alright, he took a few steps forward, trying to learn how to walk under his condition. He stumbled before finding his footing, then go we shall. He didn't notice the small hand slip into his left hand as they began their small excursion. And their excursion would lead them to their first destination, a small village that they would rest in. Night had already fallen when the trio finally got to Dorgan village, and with all the walking they had done they were rather tired. Izuku was able to keep pace with the other two, even if it meant he had to suffer through pain. Seeing as they needed a place to stay for the night, Izuku suggested looking for something like a pub or an inn. Which both Kanna and Tohru did, leaving him on his own as they scoured the village. A chill ran through his body as a chilly breeze blew by. Goddamn, it is freezing out here. He cupped his hands and brought them up by his face. Dragon's roar of the fire dragon. He casually spoke as a stream of fire came from his mouth and settled in his hand. With his face lit up, along with some of his surroundings, he was able to see the person standing in front of him. Oh, hello there. And no, it can't be you. You can't still be alive after 40 years. Izuku raised his left brow as he looked at the old man in front of him. He looked to be roughly in his 70s, maybe 80s. And you haven't aged a day, Slayer. Izuku thought for a moment about why he'd call him Slayer, then realized that it might have been because of his demonstration of power. He wanted to ask the man the real reason behind his nickname, but the old man was currently running away. Which wasn't too fast. Wait, he called out and took a quick step towards the man. Old man. He bit his lip as he stumbled in pain, clutching his wounds as he took a few breaths to dull the pain. Fucking. I've gotta be more careful. He waited around for about 3 minutes before Kanna came back to get him. He took her dainty hand as she led him to the inn that they'd be resting in. It wasn't something amazing to look at, but it was good enough for a night's rest. As they walked to their room in the back, Izuku felt a few glares burn into the back of his head. Though he couldn't care less, he just wanted to get some sleep and rest his weary body. Which was why he instantly fell asleep when he laid down on his back. He hardly registered the heat of Tohru laying down next to him before he dozed off. It didn't feel like too long before a knock at the door woke up Izuku, who would be knocking at this hour. A few moments passed before he forced himself to stand. Shuffling over to the door, he grabbed the lock and turned it before turning the handle. He swung the door inwards. What do you w-? His arm shot up and blocked a sword from cutting into him. He winced in pain as he felt a few scraps of pain on the highest claw mark. I don't want to have to fight right now. Just let me get some beauty sleep and then we can do this in the morning. He blinked a few times, his vision going back to normal. He sighed as he looked at the group of people standing in front of him. You've got to be kidding me. The scales protecting his arms were still guarding against the sword. He reached up to grab it but found he couldn't do so without causing immense pain. So he did the next best thing, which was to have fire erupt from his forearm. The metallic blade melted in mere moments. The hand holding the handle had dropped it, causing it to clang to the ground. It's really him, Kimihito. The small burst of flame revealed the assailant attacking Izuku to be the old man from earlier. My son, you're finally back. It was after this that the entire crowd began to cry out in joy, which made Izuku even more curious about the entire situation. The townspeople forced their way into Izuku's room and grabbed his various limbs before raising him in the air. A chant in an unknown language burst forth from their throats, drowning anything he had to say. He craned his neck to see Tohru trying to grab him. I'm fine. He yelled as loud as he could, only for it to sound like a faint whisper fading in a hurricane. Don't worry about me, I don't think they're going to hurt me. His head was past the doorframe when she gave up any efforts to rescue him from the mob. She obviously understood what he meant, and it was most likely due to her enhanced hearing. When he passed through a second doorframe, Izuku could see the infinite beauty of the stars above him. An infinitely growing mass of a black canvas, painted with an infinite amount of white or colored specks that made their home in the infinite amounts of galaxies. It wasn't something that you'd see every day, and it was growing even rarer due to light pollution on Earth. So it was nice to see something so drastically different, which he relished until he passed through another doorway. A few seconds passed by before he was abruptly placed on the ground. Izuku's eyes strained in the darkness of the room as his ears twitched to the sound of shuffling throughout the room. Groggily, he raised his hand and lit a fire in it. The entire room became illuminated, but not by him. Before it could manifest in his palm, a circle of fire appeared around the room, lighting the entire room up. The group of 30 or so people was reduced to two, the old man from earlier and someone that looked like an older version of him. You really haven't aged a day, Kimi. He spoke up, in fact you look younger. Much younger. Izuku stifled a yawn. Well of course I look younger. Because I'm not this Kimihito you're talking about. He blinked a few times, seeing their growing disappointment in between. I don't even have a Kimihito. It physically hurt to continue past that. He could feel a trickle of warmth dribble from his chest. Sickening. The want to double over was overwhelming his mind. Are you alright son, you're looking a little pale? The middle-aged man spoke, getting a facial response out of Izuku. Never mind, it could just be that you're not from around here and we're mistaken. Or you don't come from this world at all. Izuku raised his brow in response. Did that catch your attention? I'd have thought he'd have a young son, maybe a daughter by now, but I didn't think they would be able to wield fire like him. Izuku knew that his father was special, but not from another world kind of special. Guess the lazy Kimihito grew up, didn't he father? The old man laughed and nodded with his son. Excuse me, young one. Izuku straightened his back out as much as he could, alleviating the pain pent up in his chest. But if you could do me a favor and demonstrate your abilities some more, then I would deeply appreciate it. Just place your hand on the ground to begin. Izuku wanted to learn more from these two, so he did as he was asked. The cold, flat stone under his hand pulsed against his hand, as if it were alive. His eyes were forcefully closed as the air went silent around him. His hearing only kicked back in when his heart beat in his chest. The dark surrounding him was cold, unflattering. But a line of red went through his arm, illuminating it for him to see. All the tiny details in his arm were revealed, even a faint scar that ran under his elbow. The red line detailed the stone under his fingertips. Despite looking flawless on the top, the rest of it was severely cracked. The red line that originated from his heart spread throughout the stone, snaking through the infinite amount of cracks and passages in it. When it began to slow down, Izuku saw the image the line created. It was the face of a human. One that moved, sending a roar that cascaded through his body. He wanted to see more of it, but a power stole him away from the stone. He was blown back by it, forcing his arm to come free from the imperfect stone. I assume that you just saw a vision, one of a dragon if I'm right? Izuku, a bit stunned to use words, could only nod. Even if it was a lie, those with dragon blood in them are able to see dragons. He told us that it was a stone BRTHED from the imperfect mixture of blood from all of dragonkind. Kimihito brought it back to the village after being gone for 4 or so years. We were only able to see him for a week before he left again, which was about 20 years ago. I apologize for having mistaken you for him earlier. So what has my son been up to in his absence? Sirs. I don't exactly understand what the connection between us is, but if you are truly talking about Hidano, Midoriya. Then I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Izuku bent forward until he could no longer do so. His forehead was preventing him from going down any further as he prostrated to the two. If Hidano Midoriya is your son, then he is dead, sir. A beat of silence hung in the air before Izuku heard the middle-aged man begin to laugh. Izuku clenched a fist before getting up from his position, ready to defend his father's honor. But he didn't have the guts to speak. That idiot seriously used my name? You didn't have the gall to leave this world. With your own name, did you, Kimihito? You couldn't even create a legacy with the name Pops gave you. Hidano was clearly choking back tears as he insulted his brother from beyond the grave. He stood up before making his way out of the room. You insolent bastard. The room dimmed as the real Hidano left. It was as if it was powered by the life force of those in it. Don't mind him, he's just a bit upset, the old man sighed, and he has a right to be. He groaned as he moved to stand up. Now, I know there are times when lies should be used, but earlier was not one of them. Izuku could hear his joints creak and pop, so he thought of helping him for a moment. Don't. I am perfectly capable of walking on my own. Now, about you lying about seeing a dragon, could you tell me what you truly saw? The man asked as he hobbled over to Izuku. And before you ask how I knew, just know that I've been alive for 90 long years. Well. Izuku let the man sit down in front of him before continuing, I think I saw my father. Everything was going fine until he roared, literally pushing me away from the dragonstone. Izuku looked the old man in his squinted eyes, if dragons are seen by those who touch this stone, then why did I see my father? The old man pondered for a moment, there is a special connection between you and Kimihito. Whether it is because you are his son, or something similar, I do not know. He held up one finger, but I do know that he is trying to communicate with you, for nobody else in this small village has experienced anything similar. He stuck his arm out, if you don't mind, give me your arm. I will help you with maintaining connection to the dragonstone. Izuku shivered at the freezing death grip of the old man. 3, 2, 1. A simple countdown before Izuku was ejected from his realm of normality. It took a few moments before the red line appeared again, it branched out of his forearm and into the old man's. He could see the true disparity that his body was going through, even the black mass that stuck out like a sore thumb in his lit-up body. He waited for the face to reappear before bracing himself to get blown away. When it began to roar he could feel the grip on his arm tighten. Brave yourself, son. You must not give in to silly volitions of failure. Slowly, Izuku watched as the black mass in the old man's body unfurl into a appealing blue. As it spread throughout his body, it branched into the red coming from Izuku, turning the red line into a calming purple one. One that could tame the fiery roars of the man projected in front of him. With this, the threads disappeared entirely, he could no longer feel the ghastly cold grip on his arm. Everywhere around him was covered in that inky darkness. Nothing could permeate it, not even the pure radiance from a solar body. Something was off about it, however, it cradled Izuku's body like gelatin. Meaning that he could move throughout the mass, no matter what, it felt like he was getting nowhere. If he swam up, nothing. If he swam down, nothing. To the side, nothing. It was like a never-ending abyss that sought to swallow everything good in the world. A chill ran through his body, causing him to shiver. This lasted for a bit before he lit a flame in front of him. In the distance, a brilliant, but small, white flame lit up. In desperation, Izuku began to swim as if his life depended on it. It was as if the flame was what was letting him cling to life and not die from his wounds. And it was only when he tried to grasp it that he realized it wasn't his at all. Izuku. Izuku fell onto his side when the ground returned to normal. His eyes were on level with a familiar pair of leather boots. What are you doing down there? I knew you were a klutz, but I didn't think that you would fall that easily. It had been too long since he heard that warm voice. Well? Are you just going to stay down there? Izuku tilted his head up to see a dark green head of hair. Or are you going to get up and say hi to your old dad? Izuku didn't even have to think, his body was already clambering to get up. Clambering to see the man who was a pure mystery at this point. His father. Whoa, you're raring to go, what's got you like this? He chuckled, oh wait, you haven't seen me since you were 12, haven't you? Kimihito frowned, has it almost been 6 years since I died? Sorry, Izu. Izuku's grip tightened around his father, you left mom and I alone for 6 years. You hurt her so much when you passed away. Izuku nearly choked as he swallowed his spit in an angered state. So much that she wanted to lock herself up and never see the light of day again. You hurt her so much, and for what? So you could be heroic? So you could die a hero's death? He pounded a fist against his father's back. You left her because you're selfish. You left us because you're SEL-. Izuku was muffled by the green shirt now pressing into his face. I didn't want to leave you. Kimihito only tightened the hug more. I really wanted to stay with both you and Kaori. But my fate dictated otherwise. Izuku choked back tears as his father continued, you two were my world. The light of my life. The only things keeping me going. But you're right, I threw it away to protect others. A tear fell onto Izuku's cheek, causing tears to flow like a faucet from him. I'm sorry I didn't fulfill my duties as a father, Izu. I'm sorry I let you two down. This wasn't fake. But maybe it was, seeing as Izuku was hearing exactly what he wanted. Maybe this was a vision created from his subconscious. Maybe it wasn't. Whatever it was, he was enjoying this final reconciliation that he could do with his father. Even if they just stood around, hugging one another. It took what felt like hours before either of them spoke up again. And it started with Kimihito clearing his throat and placing his hand on Izuku's shoulders. You are special, son, even more so than I was. Which is why you're here talking to me. For I am the only one who knows of your destiny. Kimihito took his left hand off of Izuku and snapped, sit down. A chair of white fire appeared behind Izuku. Kimihito stood as Izuku sat. It began when I was 19, which was when I left Dargan village. Believe it or not, your old man was ordinary once. Which was why I left, so that I could find myself, find my purpose in life. I had the necessary means to defend myself as I journeyed through Mithra, so I wasn't in too much danger. Until, one day I encountered a set of ruins that led into an ancient cavern. I thought that I'd discover something incredible in it. And I did. A dragon. He paused and looked at his son, as if to gauge his reactions. Well, you seem to have had your full of them already, devious beings, aren't they? But this wasn't any ordinary dragon I had met, it was Tiamat, the glistening one. Purple, red, and even black crystals littered the entirety of the cavernous passage. As Kimihito trudged through the swathe of minerals, he found it to be progressively harder the further he went in. Bashing each crystal in his path with his sword's pommel exhausted him further. It wasn't until a bright light from deeper in the cavern made him forget about exhaustion. Overclocking his muscles, Kimihito began to swing his sword, bringing hordes of the multicolored crystals down. It took a few minutes to reach the light using this method. He had thought that there was treasures beyond human comprehension within the chamber. But instead was a dragon with shimmering scales. Internally, Kimihito was screaming. He would have done it out loud if the dragon weren't asleep. His immediate thought was to turn around, but there was a force compelling him to stay. Even worse, that force was guiding him towards the small slab of stone within the dragon's grasp. Inch by inch, step by step he got closer to the stone, to the point where he reached out for it. I would not recommend that, human. A voice boomed, for it will cause your miserable existence to end. The voice shocked Kimihito into jumping out of fear. When he landed, he stumbled forward after landing on a crystal, causing his hand to touch the stone. He was enveloped in darkness, only for it to be replaced with an absolute radiance that blinded him. Human, you are a bearer of curse. The god soul. From the day you were born, you dictated your own fate. A figure of darkness appeared in front of Kimihito. But no longer will you live by your own fate. The figure craned its neck down, only stopping mere inches from him. He stared into its eyes. They emitted enough light to be considered a solar entity. For you are now my plaything, Tiamat's plaything. It suddenly inched forward and collided with Kimihito. That was how our curse began, Izuku. With one simple touch from a god. Kimihito stretched out his hand and summoned a white flame. I have only showed you this power before. The flame shifted for a moment before becoming a stream of water, a spike of ice, and finally a bolt of electricity. These are the hundreds of abilities that I have copied from dragons in my lifetime. His skin hardened into cobalt, melted like gallium, dropped like quicksilver. And these are the capabilities that you can achieve as well. A foul liquid shot from his hand, a plant appeared in it before it wilted and turned into ash. For you are my flesh and blood, you are part of me. And therefore part of Tiamat. And it is because of Tiamat that you are in Mithra. Kimihito looked at his son with sorrow in his eyes. You originally came to this realm in search of mystical sources of power from coalesced dragon blood, which we call Dragon Balls. They exist, but humans like you and I can't use them. His gaze became filled with malice. Even your maid didn't know if this, which was why she hoped that you could become stronger through consuming one. There was no way he should have known about Tohru, which is why you will have to find Tiamat before Umbrano can officially reincarnate. This is your destiny, Izuku, and I'm sorry for giving you such a shitty one. Kimihito stood still for a moment. Your fate was determined the moment I touched this wretched slab that you are holding on to. For which I can never forgive myself for. Because I have no idea what lies past this point for you. But that doesn't mean you can't change it. A heart of red fire manifested in his hand. I followed the path that was set out for me. I was merely a pawn for Tiamat, but you can choose a different path. For this message was not intended for her guidelines. Meaning you can change it, for the better or for the worse. You mean that my life has been written for me, by some dragon goddess who I don't know? Kimihito nodded. Wow, then I will find a way to rewrite my fate, so that I can be in charge of it. Izuku stood up from his fiery seat. You said that I have your same ability, to copy anyone's ability. How do I go about using it? Kimihito smiled. You would usually get the power from consuming something from the dragon in question. But you have seemingly gotten that maid's powers through her transfer of mana. He scratched his chin for a moment. If I'm not wrong, you've also consumed the electricity from a dragon as well as the moonlight of a dragonslayer. See if you can use their powers. An arc of lightning hit a wall of light on the ground between them. It shouldn't be too hard, seeing as you've used them before. Izuku focused and summoned a fire in his hand. This much was simple. Combining it with either electricity or moonlight would be difficult, but he'd done it before. He held the flame in front of him, watching as sparks formed within its swirling torrent. All he had to theoretically do from here was eliminate the fire, but how? It was the base that he used to summon the electricity. If the base were to disappear, then the electricity would too. It's what he did for the moonlight as well. But what if I were to? His eyes shut as silence enveloped him. Even the cracklings of fire and electricity disappeared. Become the base? He could hear his heartbeat in his chest. He thought back to the first time he used his fiery ability. It took a bit to envision the pool of mana he was told to pull from, but he realized that the pool was his heart. If he were to draw from it again, then he should have been able to manipulate it. And that is what he did. The purple substance he withdrew from the pool quickly sparked. In the first instance the mana warmed up, this time it was tingling. Which was why he opened his eyes. It should have been more difficult, but it was easy due to his years of practice. He smiled like a child as the electricity rampantly morphed in his hands. Good. Now SWCH to Moonlight, his father ordered. Izuku didn't even close his eyes to imagine the pool, seeing as it was rather easy to feel the soothing feeling of the liquid surrounding his hands. A cube appeared in his hand before it rotated. Perfect, you're a natural at this, Izu. His father smiled. I'm pro-. A dragon's roar silenced him. It seems like our time is nearly over. Here, give me your hand. Kimihito didn't even wait before grabbing his son's arm. He held his right hand over it before a white flame dropped into Izuku's. I wish I could tell you more, but it'll have to wait for a later time. I love you, son. Good luck saving the world. I love you, Izuku said, but it was already too late. He was back in the real world, no longer with his father. I'm pretty sure he knew it from the start. Izuku stared at the stone beneath him before looking away from it. With a quick glance, he could see that there was no one else inside. He stood up, his joints and bones cracking as he did. How long was I sitting like that? He stretched before walking towards the door. I probably should get back. Tohru is probably worrying her head off right now. He grabbed the door handle and opened the door. The risen sun was now blinding him. Dang, it's already morning? It took mere moments for him to get adjusted to the light. Wonder if Tohru's around here? He scanned the town square looking through the faces for Tohru, but he was met with some gazes of awe. Weird, he muttered, she's probably still in the inn waiting for me. If someone was in Izuku's way, they would move out of it as he walked toward the inn. Weird gazes and suspicious looks were the only things he was getting from everyone. He saw the door to the inn open and for her familiar head to walk out of it. When Tohru noticed him, her face lit up, but not with joy. Ah, so the villagers helped you make your flame better last night? That's awesome. Izuku raised his brow as he walked closer to Tohru. Kanna was hiding behind her legs. What do you mean? You mean you don't know the wings coming from your back, the ones of pure white flame? Izuku furrowed his brow before looking down at his hand before summoning a flame. She was right, so this is something new to you as well? Of course, he retracted the fire back into himself. Anyways, we should get going. Don't want to waste too much time. He felt a cold hand touch his chest, causing him to jump. Your wound seems to be in better condition than last night. What exactly happened? Tohru traced the top wound, only soliciting a slight wince from Izuku. Izuku thought for a moment before slowly walking off. I'll tell you over lunch. Izuku smiled towards the sun. The events of last night were going to stick with him for a while. Thank you, he said to no one in particular. What did you say, Izu? Tohru asked from beside him, slipping her hand into his own. He didn't seem to notice. I said I love you. We'll get there in the morning, Tohru said before lying down in the grass. Just continue for a bit longer, then you'll be back to normal. She turned onto her side and looked at Izuku as he slept. He wasn't at peace, for with each rise of his chest his brows furrowed. She couldn't possibly imagine how much pain he was in. Here, this will help you sleep better, Izu. Her left hand hovered over his chest and a dull orange light leaked from it. She waited for him to take another breath to see if it was working. When he finished his breath, she looked towards his eyes to see if he was wincing. Instead, his eyes were unflinching, unabated by the constant, aching pain dwelling in his chest. With her main goal accomplished, she fell asleep. As the night wore on, there wasn't a single ounce of pain felt by Izuku that disturbed his rest. When the sun finally rose, Tohru was the first to wake up from the swelling light on the horizon. She sat up and blinked a few times before stretching her arms. Mornin' da. Izuku greeted, did you sleep well? Tohru groggily looked at him and back towards the sunrise. Her brain clearly wasn't working at full capacity. For 3 seconds passed by before she registered him being awake. What are you doing up before me? She could do nothing but stare at him as the sunlight illuminated his semi-bandaged upper half. Something glowed within him, as if something alive was snaking under his skin, reacting to the sun. It was absolutely radiant, but she kept her wits about it. Are we ready to go? Is Kanna awake as well? She looked around for the small child. She's right here. Izuku took a step left to show the child that clung to his hand, as if for dear life. Are you sure you want to go? We don't have to go the moment you wake up. We still have some time to kill before we have to go. There was a dreadful tone hidden in his voice. especially when it quivered, wavering in that bravery he showed momentarily before. I'm fine, we should go right away. She stood up, either not hearing or not caring that he feared something. The sooner we get there, the sooner you can get treated by Fafnir. Turning around she looked at their destination. A gigantic rock hiding an even bigger cavern. Besides, it's not like he'll bite unless you're Siegfried, they hate each other. She walked past the two. Come on, let's go get you healed, Izuku offered to help push the rock, but Tohru declined for obvious reasons. It took her one quick push to move it well out of the way. Light flooded into the cavern, revealing the flora inside. He had heard the tale of Siegfried and Fafnir, so he somewhat expected the save to be filled with gold. Nobody would ever expect his inner sanctum to contain hundreds, if not thousands, of different flowers, moss, and even trees. How are they even alive? Izuku asked aloud, not seeing the slithering flat head moving towards the trio. It is the curse bestowed upon me by my rival sword, Graham. The mass lifted its head from between the bushel of flowers. In front of them was a flat-headed dragon that looked more like a Wyrm to Izuku. Good morning, Tohru, what brings you here with an outsider? Disgust lacing his tongue like an assassin's knife, awaiting its next kingly target. I'm calling in a favor. The difference between them was like night and day. Can you please get rid of the curse on my outsider? I'll help you get rid of the flowers again if you do. A moment passed before smoke began to billow from his nostrils. It quickly filled the room, blinding the trio. Izuku was about to ignite his hands, but Tohru grabbed one. It's fine, Izuku, Fafnir can't even hurt a fly. It's his curse, she reassured him, but that all went out the entrance when the smoke cleared. You know that I hate it when you tell people that, Tohru. How could this man be standing in front of him? He knew that every dragon had a human form, but there was no reason as to why he was a splitting image of the Fafnir in his dream. The hairs on his neck stood on end. Regardless, outsider, where is the curse? It was like a carbon copy, but how? Was his dream prophetic? Was that why he felt uneasy about this entire situation, because he dreamed something bad would happen? Well? Don't waste my time standing there. Izuku shook his head and muttered something before tearing the rest of the bandages off. He felt a freezing cold hand graze the topmost talon mark. A burning liquid followed soon after. I see, this should be easy to get rid of. Fafnir then pointed towards an opening in the bed of flowers. Lie down on your back and we'll start the process soon after. Something was going to happen, and Izuku didn't know which. Whether his dream would come true or nothing would happen was unknown to him. Regardless, this could have been his only chance to save Earth, so he laid face up in the bed of flowers. Do you mind getting the door, Tohru? We wouldn't want unwanted visitors showing up. She did as was asked, causing darkness to overtake the room. Don't worry, an inky black light appeared over Izuku, illuminating Fafnir's devilish face. This is gonna hurt a lot. A cold hand pressed onto his chest and rapidly pulled away from it. He couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. Not as it felt like every nerve in his body was being incinerated by the power of the sun. He wanted to say that he was dying, but that was an understatement. He would compare it to every cell in his body being burnt with thermite and then regenerating only to be burnt in a never-ending cycl of pain. Any complaints? No? Then we will continue. Fafnir used 2 hands this time. It shouldn't take much longer. Maybe 2 minutes? Fafnir-san, are you sure Izuku-san isn't in pain? Kanna asked from within the darkness. He looks like he's dying. The dark light grew brighter as it absorbed more of Izuku's curse. Now, because of it, he could see both Kanna and Tohru standing above him. They both were frightened, but only Kanna had the bravery to look him in the eye. He understood why Tohru didn't want to look at him, even he wouldn't want to see her in pain, especially an immense amount of it. Don't worry about it, Kanna-chan. Fafnir's devious smile widened as he pulled away again. Your outside caretaker is perfectly safe in my hands, though, I wouldn't trust myself that much. He swirled his hands around Izuku's stomach, pulled away from them, stealing even more of his curse. Izuku smiled. Despite all the pain he was feeling, despite all the torment he was being put through, he still smiled. To show that despite how arduous his situation was, he was still doing fine. He could have sworn he heard Tohru mumble something before she walked away. Something like, I can't stand this, before she went towards the makeshift door. During the apex of Fafnir's next pull, a knock on the boulder echoed within the cavern. It seems that someone is here. If they come in, would you be so kind as to keep them at bay, Tohru? Wait, what? Why is someone here in the first place? Tohru shouted as the rock behind her cracked at another knock. Ah, I may have made some certain people dragons angry. That or they're here for you, which is what I'm going to be going with until they're dealt with. A beam of light hit Izuku's face as part of the rock flew outwards. When I rid your body of this curse, you're going to pay me back by getting rid of that unwanted guest. Fafnir pulled away from Izuku once more as the rock broke into millions of pebbles. A barrier of darkness formed behind Kanna, protecting everyone but Tohru from the shards of ground. Knock knock, anyone home? 3 figures were standing where the door once was. The door was left open, so we just let ourselves in. Well, Tohru launched herself at the trio. We knew Dragonkin's betrayer would be here, but the princess of them all? Now that's a surprise. Her fiery punch was blocked by the one speaking. Talk about 2 birds with 1 stone, I am? And who are these 2? Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a woman appear above him. They're so cute. As Fafnir brought his hands towards Izuku, his deep breath reached an apex. But that green-haired one is a bit violent. She somehow guessed that fire would be coming out of him. Tohru tried her hardest to break out of her victim's grasp, but there was no way she'd break out of his grip. Not when it was crushing and splintering her scales, a bit too much for my tastes. But I can probably change his mind after a while. Izuku could see her perched on a stalactite above him. What are you gonna do after this, Tatsu? The third one didn't even speak, he just stood in silence. You aren't ready to remotely fight right now, but it seems that Tohru can't even handle one of them. Fafnir's hands were brought above his head as he pulled for the last time. Now get up, and fix this mess you've brought here. There was a significant decrease in pain from before, but it was still a great deal. Without a hitch, he stood up and faced the doorway. Just stay put, Kanna, I'll be through with this in no time. He placed a hand on her head before charging for Tohru. A never-ending barrage of punches were heading towards her holder's face, but nothing affected him. Which was why he had a kick of fire reeled up, so that he could obliterate at least one of them. But he suddenly found himself colliding with the wall near Fafnir. Hold on, Tohru, I'll be coming for you in a bit. Just need to deal with this nuisance first. A fire appeared around him and sprayed itself in multiple directions. Boiling blood of the fire dragon. That's a nice ability you've got there. Tatsu walked towards Izuku, directly through a stream of his fire. But that won't help you, he was already next to Izuku, not one bit. Tatsu latched onto his head and threw him into the ground, dragging him as he did. Fucking fool, he walked away from Izuku. I am grabbed Fafnir. Shiro, stop messing around and knock her out. Not a single word of protest left Tohru's mouth, for she was knocked out by a lightning-fast punch. Fafnir had the same done to him, the only difference is that he couldn't fight back. Izuku's hand clenched at the plants under his hand as a red fire appeared in his eye. But that faded within moments as his foe stomped on his shoulder at a speed faster than speed. Stay down. Izuku was knocked out cold from the shock of his arm being separated from his body, permanently. Kanna watched the gallons of blood spurt from his shoulder. Standing. That's all she could do. If she were to even remotely help out, then there'd be an even bigger mess. The best thing she could do was be with him. So she walked, her knees shaking with each step. She grew hotter the longer she saw him bleed out. It was the only thing that stole her attention. She fell onto her knees, straight into the growing pool of blood. She put her hands on his back. Wake up, came out weakly. Wake up, Izuku-san. The heat that gathered around her suddenly welled up, scorching the plants around them. Her hands quickly left Izuku as he twitched. Slowly he began to rise, using his leg muscles to force himself into a 90-degree angle. Quickly, he slammed back into the ground. This caused the trio to look at his battered body. You really like causing problems. The one that tore off his arm turned back to them. With fearsome steps, he came towards Izuku as he slowly rose again. You won't be able to get up after this. Now running, he reared his fist back to collide with Izuku's head, at the apex of his climb. But an inexplicably thunderous roar escaped from his throat. It was obviously from a human, but it was too similar to a dragon's. Maybe even more so as the plants around the duo were pushed back, forced to the floor by the aura generated from it. It was enough to stop his opponent temporarily, but he launched another punch the moment he regained his footing. There was no reasonable explanation for why the armless boy bit into the fist. It was crushed by a strength only dragons had, and soon perforated by a growing set of sharpened fangs. If he was changing his form, then there surely would have been a splotch of scales running through a part of his body. But nothing was changing. The only other thing was the temperature. It was a damp cold before, but now it was a sweltering boil, one that was causing flowers to wilt. To minimize his losses, Izuku's opponent sent a harsh kick into his neck. His flattened hand was now free from the falling boy's jaw. However, he never hit the floor. An explosive epidemic of flame shot out from his back as another roar escaped from him. It wasn't your normal orange, red, and yellow, but instead a blaze of gold that was eating away at the flames beneath him. He began to rise, the unnatural blaze shaping itself, molding itself into something new. When he could finally stare his opponent in the eye, the fire was something entirely different. A set of wings, of talons, of teeth. He was a dragon, only in form. A brilliant golden visage of a dragon enveloped his human form as he stood. The only thing missing from him being perfect was his bloodied arm being on the floor. Regardless, it was appealing, especially when his eyes opened. For when they did, the flame charged forward, changing colors as it waved in front of Kanna. Blue, red, white, purple, even multiple shades of brown as he moved faster than anything she'd ever seen. Not even a second passed and Izuku had already won. All three foes were rendered useless on the ground by his sweltering power. His penitent gaze changed from the foes to his arm socket. It was because of his severed arm that was now in his talon. With ease, he grabbed onto it with his left hand and put it back into the socket. Instantly, it bonded back together with his body, moving around to its fullest extent in mere seconds. Next, he focused on his fallen friends. Both Tohru and Fafnir laid unconscious next to their abductors. Slowly, he flew over to his maid and picked her up. Next was his cursed healer. Both of them were held within the fiery arms as he walked back over to Kanna. Tears were trailing down her face as she sat there, staring at Izuku. He placed the two down with care before crouching down. There's no need to cry. His hand went down to her cheek and rubbed her tears away. Everyone will be safe, so don't cry anymore, Kanna-chan. He smiled, despite the caving roof of the cavern falling down onto them. He didn't even face the falling stones, all he did was extend the reach of his flames. He stood protectively over the three as his golden flames were incinerating the continuous rockslide. I'll be right back, don't worry. Not a single blade of wind hit the trio as he rocketed into the air. Nor did any more rocks penetrate the fiery barrier now around them. Flying in the air, Izuku watched as the three dragons now circled above. His repentant gaze burnt as he looked at the vile beings that dared to hurt his friends. Tears dripped from his eyes as he spent all of his remorse on the trio. Pity, he leaned forward before appearing next to a dragon within a moment. That's all I feel. A swift punch sent the dragon toiling to the ground. Suddenly, his vision was engrossed by arcs of lightning, blotting everything else out. The fire covering him blocked the electricity from hurting him. Anguish, Izuku took in a deep breath. A fiery heat bubbled in his lungs before releasing it. The golden inferno beat against the electricity with ease, torching the dragon behind it. Is all I feel for you. A strong claw slashed into his back, interrupting the fire for a moment and sending him crashing into the mountain. He fell back into the cave face down. He pushed upwards and looked towards the trio. Tohru was now awake. He waved for a moment before flying straight up, right into the leathery chest of the final dragon. And rage, tears flowed from Izuku's eyes as he flew further, practically impaling the dragon as he did. They broke through a cloud before Izuku stopped. Within the sun's glory he grabbed onto a red spike protruding from the dragon's chin from over his head. Rage is all I feel for you. He threw the winged beast downward and watched as one of its wings was impaled on a tree. I feel pity for those who harm my friends, for they are no more than fools striking a match in a coal mine. 2 weeks. That's all the time they had left. 2 weeks to track down a dragon that had been lost to time. What if she already left this world? Tohru asked while leaning against a tree. That's how Kanna and I ended up in your world. Izuku, who was on the opposite side of the oak, shook his head. I don't think she would. He bit into an apple he had plucked from one of the trees around them. She was in a rough condition when I was told to go after her. He watched as Kanna ran after a butterfly, failing to catch it, which means she's either moved or died in that cave. I just don't know where that cave would be in the first place. Well, if our only hope is finding Tiamat, then we have no chance. Tohru looked up at the blue sky through the shroud of leaves. Besides, I've never even heard of a cave having purple crystals, let alone black ones. I know you don't want to, but we might have to face Umbria's reincarnation like we are now. Your golden visage should be more than enough to handle him, plus you've got Kanna and I to back you up. Maybe even your classmates. Izuku laughed before biting into the apple, spraying the juices all over his chin. He wiped it off with his sleeve. I may be strong, but I don't think I'd be able to beat him. Especially if the only time I faced him caused me to fall asleep and then turn into a girl. He shuddered. I still don't understand how that worked, let alone what his powers were. You're right, but if it's anything like the prophecy, then he should have powers over the night. And since he and you are opposites, then you should have the power over the sun. Which you do. Tohru explained. You two should be evenly matched by now, which is why we should just give up the hunt for Tiamat. In this world, Izuku winced at the suddenly sour taste of the apple and spat it out. Tiamat is apparently a dragon. And according to her legend, she filled the first generation of dragons' veins with poison instead of blood. Now, obviously, you are a dragon that doesn't bleed poison. He eyed the rotten core of the apple before tossing it to the side. Now, seeing as I can use the abilities of other dragons, then I most likely will be able to turn blood into poison. Which would kill anyone. Meaning that Tiamat is the key to winning the battle against Umbra. He watched a small squirrel fiddle around with the apple he threw, taking a few bites from it. I understand what you're saying, Izu, but if we haven't found her by now, then how are we supposed to do it in just 2 weeks? Tohru continued, what if Umbra wakes up early and decides that he wants to destroy Mizurufu, let alone all of Japan? You are the best bet to fight against him if he were to awaken, and if you aren't there when he wakes up then you know what happens. Tohru sighed as Kanna ran into her sight chasing the same butterfly from before. I just don't want anything bad to happen to our home. He thought for a moment, staring at the mix-matched shades of red, orange, and yellow leaves as he did. Yet I guess you're right, he could already be awake and terrorizing Japan. Or he could not. We'd never know unless we went back. A single leaf brushed past Izuku's nose as it tumbled to the ground. So, I'll make a proposition. Izuku grabbed onto the leaf with 2 fingers. 3 days. That's all the time we'll spend searching for her, then we can head on home and prepare to fight Umbra. How does that sound? That's fine, I guess. Her orange eyes watched as Kanna finally caught the butterfly. She smiled for a moment before eating it. She'd been known to eat random wildlife, seeing as she ate a crab one time when they were at the beach together. Which is why she stifled a laugh. Kanna did it again. Izuku raised his brow before walking around the tree and crouching next to Tohru. She ate a butterfly this time. Oh, he cracked a smile and laughed a bit. With how strained it was, she could clearly tell he was stressed. She searched for his hand and grabbed onto it. At first it was a slack hold that tightened into a loving embrace. He kissed her cheek and lowered himself into her neck. They both watched as the apple-eating squirrel suddenly fell onto the ground next to Kanna. Its legs and arms convulsed as a foam began to froth in the corners of its tiny mouth. Kanna, maybe you shouldn't eat any animals for a bit. After 20 days of having 0 dreams during his sleep, Izuku finally had won the day before leaving Mithra. Though it wasn't a pleasant one. Especially his first one that ended in the entirety of Japan being shrouded in hellfire. The second one, however, was odd to say the least. He found himself walking through a forest filled with trees that closely resembled sequoias, just larger and somewhat blue. As he walked around, the more disfigured creatures he saw. Birds that had their wings melt mid-flight fell onto him. Deer with rotting skulls ran in the opposite direction of him. Squirrel skeletons skittered by his feet. Even the flesh on his hands, beginning to slough off in clumps. However, when he looked at one of his hands, it was completely fine. Just what was he walking towards? That question was soon answered when he fell through the ground beneath him. He silently yelled as he fell through the crystalline cave, passing millions of green, blue, and even purple shards that glistened off of one another. It felt like 2 minutes passed before he hit the ground far beneath him. Izuku found himself within a pitch-black cave, so he decided to light his hand on fire. Suddenly, the cave lit with an explosive flash of brightness. He shielded his eyes from the light shining directly into them. Discover my body. Hey, a cold hand shook him awake. Are you alright, Izu? Groggily, his eyes opened, staring out at the night sky. Yeah, he immediately felt bad for waking her. Why do you ask? He rubbed his eyes, getting rid of any buildup of sleep and of gunk. Because you started to speak in your sleep. Tohru shifted around a bit. Something like, discover my body, whatever that means anyway. Alright, I'm going back to bed, I'll wake you up in the morning. But sleep never came for him. In silence, Izuku moved Tohru's sleeping arm off of him and got up. He moved over to their hoard of supplies and took the map out of it. He walked over to a nearby tree and opened it, lighting a fire on his tongue so he'd be able to see it on this moonless night. His finger shot to where they currently were, but where could the forest from his dreams be? Kori Ijiumi? The forest of the sea is due south of here. He rolled up the map again. I wonder how long it'll take. He slid the map back before taking off. Tohru stared at the empty spot next to her, both hands holding on to each other at her chest. Unlike his dreams, the forest of the sea was literally a forest half submerged in water. Although, they did take on the blue coloring he saw. He flew down towards the water and glided next to it, enough to feel the tips of his wings dip in and out of the frigid sea. Whenever they went in, he left behind a jet that rippled out in every direction. Looking ahead, he could see a mass of land that wasn't submerged. So, dodging a tree by moving left, Izuku headed to the island. He shook his wings of any water when he touched down, shaking his body like a sodden dog. After yawning and rubbing his eye of any tears, Izuku traveled into the section of the forest in front of him. Discover my body, his thoughts resounded in response to seeing the exact same trees from his dream. If the plant life was the same, then would the various animals be the same? Would he feel as if his skin was sliding off? He shuddered at the thought of it, but braved on. His will was made of steel, ready to tackle whatever would charge him head on. As he crept through the forest, he looked to where he saw the birds, but there was only an empty nest. A deer skull laid where the rotting deer ran, whereas the squirrel was rotting. It was then that he noticed he was woozy. He fell down to his knees before his hand shot up to his face. Sheet, he covered his nose, blocking out the toxic fumes that were affecting him. Izuku fell onto his chest, his left hand hanging in the air. Burn, a bright spark came from a snap. Within moments a brilliant inferno consumed the forest around him. With it, the toxic gases were fumed out, along with the floor breaking beneath him. He fell downwards like a comet, his dragonic wings hardly catching on the air that he was passing. With a lifeless thud, he hit the cavernous floor. His chest stood still as he laid there. An abrupt cough came from him. Shortly after, a small heap of embers came with a coughing fit. Dear God, he weakly pushed himself up as he coughed more embers up. How the hell did hydrogen sulfide get in the middle of a forest? With one last cough, the flammable fumes stuck in his lungs passed through him. Whatever substrate that he absorbed left him weakened, but if he forced his Dragon Force form to be activated, then his body should be able to process the left-behind toxins. Standing up, scales began to coat his body. It had been a while since he was last in this form, so it felt awkward. Again, he heard the voice say, "Discover my body," but it was much louder this time. Following his dream, Izuku held out his hand and sparked a fire. The light it created was dim, so he poured more power into it. Instead, he found himself ducking when the room was enveloped in an explosion. Fuck! He covered his head just in case any rocks were to fall. When the shaking ended, Izuku stood up. A constant roiling fire was above so he could see. His mouth was agape as he looked at the monumental dragon in front of him. If he compared it to Tohru's dragon form, then this would be like a whale to a giraffe. It was far too big to even feasibly fit into this cavern without being stuck. After months of searching, he had come to find the corpse of Tiamat. The greatest dragon to ever live had been done in the sword embedded in her skull. All this time wasted. Wasted because he was chasing after a proven way to kill Umbra. He could have spent the past year with his friends, or even his mom. But no. He wasted it on chasing after a decaying goddess. No, his hand clenched into a fist, igniting soon after before jumping off of the ground. He landed on her leathery neck. His saws were imprinting into her corpse. You can't be dead. I need to inherit your ability, Tiamat. He grabbed a hold of the blade's handle, ignoring the blazing sensation harming his hands. In an indignant manner, Izuku drew the sword from within her, struggling as it seemed to sink itself further into her flesh. He furiously tore it out of her, bringing along chunks of her flesh with it. Damn it. He toppled backwards. The sheer weight of the sword was too much for him to hold upright. He released his grip before it pulled him off of the body. On his back, he watched it clatter to the stone floor, bouncing a few times before coming to a rest. Izuku sat up and turned around to look at the blade. He couldn't even call it a sword. At one point it might have been something respectable, but now it was just a slab of corroded metal. He jumped down and looked at a patch of the clean metal. Is that orichalcum? An orichalcum blade that was 7 feet long, rusted inside the head of Tiamat. Did she? Izuku touched part of the rusted blade, his fingers burnt on contact. Is her blood corrosive? Then that means, he liked whatever fluid was on his hands in desperation. Immediately pain flooded his throat. It choked him as he tried to breathe. He fell onto his hands as his vision darkened. He could feel the vein on his forehead throb. Then nothing. He couldn't feel the ground, couldn't feel pain, couldn't feel his pulse. You are the chosen son, a pompous voice spoke through the abyss. He swore that just a minute ago every cell of his body was being shredded, but now he felt nothing. Was he dead? Was death speaking to him? Are you not? Wherever he was must be purgatory, or at least some state of it. Well? Are you going to respond? Yes, a voice that was Izuku's spoke from the abyss. I am the son of Kimihito Midoriya, Izuku Kobayashi Midoriya. How could he speak without a body, without a tongue? Was he reliving some event of his life that he couldn't remember? He'd heard that your life flashes by when you die, but then why would he be hearing something he didn't remember? Then you are the current reincarnation of Solaris. A pair of warm hands settled on Izuku's cheeks. However, he was still blind so he couldn't see the owner of the hands. Wonderful. It was as if on command that the world lit up. I am sorry that this is your destiny, little one. Tears built up in his eyes as he looked at her golden visage. It was like staring at a saint that would save him from the wretched world. That was the easiest way he could describe how kind she looked. But her supple lips formed a bleak, yet comforting smile that pierced his heart with ambition. Accompanied by her tanned skin made her seem like a goddess, a deity of divine beauty. For there a single affliction on her pure skin, a set of green scales that covered her right shoulder. I can see that. You're staring intently at me. Is something the matter? Whoever this was, spoke without malice in their words. Tohru had been the only one to do that until now. And no, sorry for staring Mrs. When her hands left his face, he instantly missed their warmth. My apologies, it seems that you don't know who I am, she coughed into a closed fist, clearing her throat. I am the one you call Tiamat, the glistening one. Despite how humble she acted, the golden bands on her wrists told Izuku that she was truly royalty. It is great to finally meet you again, my son. I assume that you are here to end this violent CYCL for good, Solaris? Izuku was about to speak, but some form of him already did. Yes, mother, I have come to receive your aid in vanquishing Umbrano. It wasn't Izuku, but it was somehow using his voice to communicate. Was it the fragments of Solaris that dwelled within him? I beg of you to help me. Izuku found himself forced onto his knees, bowing before Tiamat against his free will. Soul. Sit up. Izuku's back straightened out as he looked Tiamat in the face. I love both you and Umbrano with all my heart. She cupped his chin with tears in her eyes. Which is why I must decline your request. I do not wish to see my sons killing each other. She spoke again when a single tear tainted her cheek, which is why Izuku will do it. You will stay here with me. The scales on her shoulder violently spread downwards, covering the right hand that cupped Izuku. He couldn't even register what was happening, only that she had inserted a clawed hand into his chest. She pulled away, taking with her a small golden dragon. I am truly sorry, Izuku, but I ask that you return my other son to me. The space around him was disappearing and returning to the darkness. It was as if the sun had been taken away. Please, put my son to rest. He couldn't see Tiamat anymore, nor the golden visage of Solaris, I beseech you. It was time to head home. The goal that was once unattainable had been firmly grasped by the green-haired Izuku. Although, ever since obtaining the Tiamat's power, there was something missing from him. It was like a gigantic vacuum had stolen his power after meeting the corpse. If what he saw was true, then was he even the reincarnation of Solaris anymore? If he wasn't, then would he still be able to beat Umbrano when the time came? Thoughts of inadequacy filled his mind as he flew back to camp. The only hopeful thought that bounced in his head was that he'd get there before the sun rose. When he finally touched down, he immediately collapsed. He was absolutely drained, so much that a full day of rest would bring him back to full capacity. But, it only took him a few moments to get awoken, or at least that's what it felt like. Within the closing of his eyes, the world that was once enveloped in darkness had been filled with sunlight and Tohru's face. Is it time to go already? She nodded, to which Izuku turned onto his side and put a folded arm above his eyes. 5 more minutes then. He was acting like a kid, so Tohru treated him like a kid and flicked him in the forehead. He was forcibly pushed back by the power held in her fingers, but his closed eyes hadn't flinched. Fine, I'll wake up. He sat up and looked at Tohru. Can you open up a portal to Earth? I kind of want to sleep in my bed for once. She was taken by surprise. It was just yesterday that he was adamant about staying in Mithra, but now he wanted to leave? Something was up, and she would find the reason as to what it was. Weren't we going to spend the next 3 days searching for Tiamat? What happened to that plan? Izuku lazily placed a hand on the ground. Within moments the tree they were resting under withered. Gray branches, rotten leaves, corroded roots. That's what the illustrious tree was reduced to, nothing but a husk that once contained life. I found Tiamat in the middle of the night, right after having a dream about where her corpse was. He yawned, bringing the hand that poisoned the tree up to cover his mouth. Nearly died to the gas coming from her corpse, but I'm still here, so I'd say it was pretty ineffective. He got a quick whiff of the deathly stench coming from his hand. Still, he was unbothered by it. It seemed that he was unbothered by anything, most likely because he was tired. Now that I've got her power, we can leave to Earth. So can we go back right now? She stared at the decayed tree in fear. Yeah, just give me a bit to make the summoning circle. Is this what would happen to anyone Izuku fights? Just the thought of dying like this made her feel pity for Umbrano. Only a bit though. She brought her hand up to her chest, creating a blue circle in her palm. Just a few more seconds, she struggled to straighten her arm out, but when she did, a gigantic portal, leading to the peak of Mount Shirao, opened up in front of the trio. Great! She turned to Izuku with a bright smile, not realizing why he was grimacing at her. Now we can go. Izuku bolted forward, reaching for Tohru as a dragon's claw grabbed her. He was too slow, for she was pulled through the changed portal right before it closed. Izuku fell onto his face since he was expecting to grab onto Tohru and at least be pulled with her. But instead he was face down in the grass. He spent a few seconds just laying there. Izuku, are you alright? Kanna asked from where Izuku once stood. She took one step forward before an explosive fire formed around him. Yes, I'm just fine, Kanna. He pushed himself up, revealing his raging gaze. Just give me a few. His vision began to fade. I just need to see first. His rage was consuming his sense one by one. First was his vision. Then it was the feeling in his hands, next should have been his scent, but it turned out to be his rational thinking. The only thought that raced through his being was, find Tohru, kill who took her. Izuku-san, 2 burning hot hands were placed upon his cheeks, everything will be fine. Just calm down, we'll find Tohru-san, something wavered in front of him. It was only when he felt something touch his forehead that he could see the figure. Kanna was holding him, suffering through the flames that were lashing out around her. They immediately rescinded as he frowned, worried that he might have mortally injured her. Yay, her hand slipped from his face, you're back to your normal self. She fell onto his shoulder with a smile on her face, his arm wrapped around her preventing her from falling onto the floor. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have to take care of me. Izuku's hand began to glow with a golden light. It's my job since I'm your caretaker. The 2nd and 3rd degree burns that covered her body were slowly healing. But, a floor of light formed in front of them, I've got to leave you here. He kneeled before standing up, I have to go get Tohru. He stared down at her unconscious face. She retained the smile even as she was laid down, without her, we can't be a proper family. Rest easy, Kanna Kamui, he rubbed the hair that was falling onto her face, we'll be home soon. With that, Izuku turned away from her knowing that she would gradually heal as time passed. Who would I be had I not met her? Not met Tohru? Would I just be a nobody, like I was before? He brought his hand up to his left pec, would I even be alive if it weren't for them? Everything's changed so much. He closed his eyes as he focused on his palm. Slowly it opened, and it's changed for the better. Before I was just hollowed, nothing more than someone who lived day to day trying to get by. Blue sparks formed in his hand as he struggled to force it open, but now I don't know. His hand forced itself closed, just what can I call myself? Surely not a hero. I've killed others, I hurt Kanna, and I continue to hurt and neglect Tohru in every single possible way. He could feel something wet build up under his eyelid. I just want to give up, call it a day. His index finger moved, but I can't, I've got to end my story the way I want it to. With my friends, his index finger straightened out as sparks flew from it. With my family, next came his middle and ring finger. And with Tohru, a blue magic circle appeared in his hand as a vision raced through his head. It was one of a distant dream, one that he wanted desperately to bring into fruition. With a ring on his finger he reached around Tohru's neck, hugging her as she held a little boy in her arms. That's what he wished for. A happy family that he could call his own. Just you wait. I'm coming to get you, Tohru. Without her, he moved his arm out, reopening the portal that was there before, then what would I do with myself? He charged head first into the portal, I don't know who I'd even be without her. Which is why, he breached the portal and found himself in a decaying stone castle. I'm coming to get my maid. Which way, Izuku asked himself, would be the right way? I could easily track Tohru using her own magic, but I still feel drained from last night. I could just wander aimlessly. That's just blatantly wrong. She could be getting tortured while I explore this castle. Then that leaves tracking her through. His pale skin was tinged with rose at the thought, her scent. He could imagine it now, explaining to Tohru how he found her. He would never live down, I found you because of your smell, if he said that. Anyway, he said it would have just sounded weird, so he put the idea off the table. Isn't there another way? He tapped his foot for a moment, searching through his memories for anything she might have said. I guess I could search out her mana pool? I'm not too good at it though, although it wouldn't hurt to try. He focused for a moment, trying to sense the largest mana source. She had a lot more than him, so he had used it a couple times before to find her. Despite the fact that he'd always get sick about an hour later. However, whatever bile in his stomach was immediately ejected as he doubled over. The more mana something had, the more powerful it was. And whatever took Tohru had enough mana to drown out all other sources of it in a 3-mile radius. Gag, he finished spitting up the acid that was settled in his stomach and wiped the dribble off of his chin. What the fuck? How could something have this much power? He had seen what Tohru's pool was before, but it hardly even reached 100 meters in the air. He assumed that his was worse. But now, whatever foe took Tohru had a pool that was hundreds of times larger than hers. Would he even be able to defeat whoever it was? It doesn't matter how strong you are, he stood up while clutching his stomach. I will save her no matter what, I would gladly give my life if it were to protect her. He trudged towards his destination, conserving his energy by sidling against the wall. It was no less than 10 minutes that Izuku came upon an oaken door that was considerably large, enough to where the top looked to be light years away. It was much too large to be a door. If he were purely talking about ancestry, then it would be a skyscraper that had a moving wall. Was this a castle built for giants or dragons? Disregarding its gigantic size, he went over to it and placed his ear against the door, listening for any signs of life from where the mana pool originated from. It was muffled, but he could hear the sounds of a woman crying out in pain on the other side. He recognized the voice instantly, causing his body to spring into action. He took a few steps backward before raising his right foot. Within the span of a second it shot forward, splintering the oak and throwing the door open. "I'm here, Tohru." Izuku looked at his maid, stuck in a golden cage as if she were some sort of rare bird that was nigh extinct. But that didn't draw his immediate attention. A dragon that had a set of red scales accompanied by a skin of leathery white was piercing him with its crimson eyes. Izuku, get out of here. My father will kill you." The dragon whipped its tail at the cage, striking fear into Tohru as she fell down. He wanted to take a step forward, but he had a feeling she was right. How fast and painful it was indeterminable. But it seemed that her father could take him out and every bit of land within 10 miles without breaking a sweat. "Consider your life forfeit if you take a step within my domain," an ancient, gravelly voice bellowed from the dragon, "human. You'd be wise to heed my daughter's words and turn back, lest you have a death wish." Every fiber of Izuku's being told him to listen to both of their warnings, seeing as he trusted Tohru completely, then it was completely feasible that he would die to her father. His eye twitched as a bead of sweat rolled into it. When did he start to sweat? "You should heed the warnings of your elders, human." Very well, Izuku looked down at his feet, and regretted that his right was further than his left. The blood-red wings folded outward and flapped once. "May you lament over the loss of your pitiful existence in the afterlife. Now come at me and face the wrath of a god." Izuku watched as the god roared, shaking the foundations of the castle as he did. His eyes widened at the sight of stars that were forming above its head. He was regretting having taken that single step now that constellations of death were being formed. With a minimal amount of concentration, he tried to summon his dragonic form. But it failed? "I used too much power last night?" A pattern of 8 stars in the form of an odd trapezoid shot out at him. Not knowing what was wrong with his abilities, he chose to dodge out of the way, avoiding the searing hot capabilities of the stars raining down on him. "There's no way that way." He ducked under the next constellation. "I didn't use Dragon Force when I headed home. I flew using wings of fire, but why did I choose to fly that way?" He recognized the next set of stars, and figured them to be Ursa Minor. "The only explanation for that is that I can no longer use Dragon Force. Is it because Solaris was torn from my body?" A little corner of one of the stars scraped past Izuku, hitting him with the force of a cub and drawing blood from his shoulder. Knowing that he couldn't rely on his other form, Izuku decided it'd be best to rush him. He ran like an rabid animal, on all fours, at his nameless opponent. The ends of his limbs were on fire. Iron strikes. He jumped through the center of the next constellation and aimed directly for the dragon's face, of the fire dragon. Both his legs and fists flew at him, pulverizing the dragon. If he had to say how strong the individual strikes were, then he'd equate it to a rampaging gorilla. He threw his right fist for the 5th time, but couldn't feel it connect against the leathery skin of his opponent. An intense pressure was jetting out of the dragon. "No, no, no. Izuku, don't let him transform." He slid against the cobblestone ground using his arms and legs to balance himself out. As he did, he looked at Tohru within her cage. He had seen sadness, and he had seen fear. But never to this extent, not to where only her eyes showed her terror. She didn't shiver with fright, gulp with horror, or cry with sorrow, just a mortified, distant stare aimed at the glowing light that was enveloping her father. "I don't want to lose you." The starlight spread, enveloping the room in a light akin to a solar flare. "Izuku." Izuku shielded his eyes from the burst of light, but was still blindsided by it regardless. He could hear everything perfectly, but couldn't see a lick of anything. Just pure white, as if he'd been transported to purgatory. "I see that I, Lamu, am still not used to my previous form." Izuku felt a fist collide with his abs 1 second, and the next he was buried within the stone wall. Still unable to see a thing, he struggled to escape from the prison of rocks around him. A hand grasped onto his forearm and he was moved from the cobble, right after he was surrounded by nothingness. Knowing what was coming, he protected his torso, but instead was driven into the ground after Lamu collided with his back. A metal clink sounded out, meaning that either something had collided with Tohru's cage or she was going to help him. "Look," as if on command, Izuku could no longer see pure white as his head was forced upwards. "Feast your eyes upon my proper form." Izuku wouldn't call it perfect, for that was reserved for Tohru, but it wasn't like his enemy was hideous. A well-groomed, but large beard, tanned skin that seemed to have 0 deformities, and flowing, but curled, black hair that was curved upward at his shoulders. Everything else that wasn't enchanting about him was menacing. Izuku strayed from his condescending gaze and focused on his clothing. It seemed like a red tunic, but upon closer examination it was just stained red with various coats of blood. He quickly glanced upwards, averting direct contact with his blood-red eyes in fear of dying instantly. The black scara only added to the animosity that was within them. "I only want Tohru back." Izuku reached for the hand holding his head up. Instead his arm was pinned down with stars puncturing to the other side of it. She's all I want. He was severely outclassed, but his pride wouldn't let him give up until he was out of commission. He forced himself to stand, his arms still stalled to the floor. Oh, you still have the strength to stand? I commend you, human. Lamu looked at the bleeding boy in malice, but it's useless. He approached, his hand outstretched ready to kill Izuku with it. He only had a couple of seconds to think about what he'd do. And the only thing was to anger this dragon in human form. He used the saliva that was swiftly gathering in his mouth to spit out at Lamu. However, it landed on the ground, completely missing the godlike entity as he was riding Izuku's face with his right fist. He pushed upwards and subsequently drove it downwards, bringing Izuku with it for the entire motion. He was slammed into the cobblestone one more time, unmoving from his position. Izuku's nose was crushed to the point where it seemed to be sanded off. His lower jaw hung open and his left eye was bleeding. His eyes were blackened and practically closed due to the instantaneous swelling. The amount of crushed hydroxyapatite in his mouth was enough to choke on, although the blood that was quickly filling his mouth would drown him first. Just one simple strike was enough to leave the green-haired boy unrecognizable and dead. Which was why Lamu turned his back and began to walk towards Tohru again. Don't underestimate me, the broken boy spoke with a lisp. His right eyelid opened revealing a green iris that was split down the middle. The two halves shook with rage as they came together, you bastard. And here I thought I killed you, Lamu lamented, but yet you stand? Are you even mortal? An open palm suddenly moved forward from the god, and alongside it was a beam of light. It covered Izuku, incinerating him as it burned straight through the castle walls, revealing rows of trees beyond it. Well, Lamu stopped releasing his power, that should take care of your guest. He couldn't hear it over the sound of the star stream, but the sound of a roaring fire began to fill his ears. He looked to where the ashes of the boy should have been, but only found him to be standing upright, his face nearly healed. Interesting, he commented, staring straight at the golden fire surrounding Izuku. This battle just gets more and more interesting. Human, I will give you a fair chance to best a god. Come forth and attack me. The formless golden fire that surrounded Izuku quickly transformed, turning into a set of claws and wings. He pressed into the ground, shattering and disrupting all the stones within 10 meters before jumping off towards Lamu. Izuku's right claw was aimed at his opponent's face, ready to maul it, whereas his left was sweeping in from the ground. He thought it was a perfect attack, but the god had caught both claws with ease. He enacted his emergency escape by detonating the claws and flying backwards. But it seemed that when the blaze disappeared the god was unaffected. Not a single scorch mark on his clothing, nor a patch of singed hair. With a swift sweeping motion, hundreds of stars were launched from Lamu's arm. Izuku summoned a barrier of moonlight to take the brunt of the attack. Which made him realize something. I can beat him, but only if I combine dragon-slaying techniques. He took a deep breath and released a golden flame on his exhale, causing the stars to fall back to the ground. However, he used this as a smokescreen. When it finished spewing from his mouth he rushed at Lamu again doing the same attack. Yet again both his claws were grabbed, to which Lamu scoffed in arrogance. God-slaying technique, Achilles' golden spear. From his mouth, a moonlit spearhead formed. Quickly, a hollowed pole formed from the base of it. His fiery breath is what filled it and propelled it into Lamu's rib cage. His face would have been punctured had he not quickly dislocated Izuku's right shoulder with a swift downward punch. It went straight through the god and collided with the metal of the cage. Like I said, fire formed around Izuku's foot right before he sent it crashing into the god's side. His fire didn't affect him, but the sheer amount of force behind it budged the god. Don't underestimate me. Izuku let the claw and foot detonate before jumping backwards, resetting his shoulder as he did. I've just got to do more attacks like that, then he was torn away from his thoughts by his own panic. The entire room, within the blink of an eye, had become a minefield of constellations and random stars. It was then that he remembered Tohru would also be damaged by them. In a split-moment decision, Izuku decided to form a barrier around her cage, protecting her from the attack. Galaxy of punishment. The god bellowed. One by one the stars exploded in a chain. With each explosion, Izuku could feel patches of his skin be torn off, to which it'd promptly repair itself. By the end of it, his senses had been overloaded, which caused him to fall onto the ground. First-degree burns and entire parts of his exposed skeleton were littered around his body. There was no way he was going to survive. If he were alive, that is. You pesky brat. How could an insolent bug like you injure me? A god. The barrier around Tohru began to fade, starting with the center. Lamu now stood over Izuku's dying body, insolent whelp. He lifted his hand up, causing a swirling mass of star power to ball up in it. Izuku's right hand flipped over to where his palm was pressing against something. You've fallen for my trap. He smiled weakly. God-slaying technique, Raging Snare. Lightning shot from the walls to where Izuku's hand was, from there it was channeled directly at Lamu, causing his body to stiffen. God-slaying technique, Father's Iron Maiden. Spikes of golden fire formed all along the floors and walls. They were primed and waiting to shoot outwards. Goodbye Lamu. Izuku tightened his hand into a fist, launching 1,000 spikes into the god. It persisted for 3 seconds before he opened his palm. It was only after looking at the pile of ashes that Izuku rested. Izuku had bested humans, had bested dragons, but never a god. How different could fighting Umbrano be from this? Pain pulsed through Izuku's head, causing him to jolt from his sleep in the dead of night. He gripped the blanket that covered him only to find that it was soaked in sweat as he sat up. A hand went up to both support his head and stall the throbbing pain of a headache that had formed. The most blatant cause was the dream that he just had, although it was more horrific than most dreams he had. In it he was fighting a god named Lamu and ended up besting him in combat. Recalling the events caused him to feel a sort of phantom pain where he'd been attacked. So he wondered if it was truly real and not just a dream. He was so focused on the events of the dream that he didn't notice the blanket shift beneath him. The bed creaked right before two things pressed into his back and a head rested itself on his shoulder. What's wrong, Izuku? Toru's breath tickled his ear as a sense of ease overwhelmed him. Just a nightmare. He didn't let on about how much it bothered him. I'm fine now, so you can go back to bed, Toru. Her arm circled around his back and held onto him as she pressed her cheek into him. Not until you go back to sleep. He could feel her expression change. I'll be with you until then. He weakly grasped her hand and pulled it off of him. It's fine if you don't want me to hug you, she stated, clearly trying her best to hide any sadness within her voice. I'll still be here, even if you push me away. Comfort is all she wanted to give Izuku, because something was obviously wrong. Izuku shuffled for a moment, turning himself around to face Toru. He showed no emotion in his face despite her being in only a bra. Usually he would have been nervous or excited, but he was just stuck in a morose limbo. It was worrying, especially since he was staring straight at her. He seemed to doubt what he was about to say, so instead, he decided that his actions would be better at expressing what he wanted. Which is why he suddenly hugged Toru. He could feel his cold heart begin to warm now that they were together. I don't want to lose you. How long had he been harboring these feelings? How long had she let his despair fester? She worried for him physically, but mentally? That was a whole different story. But you won't, she began by running a hand through his hair. I will never leave you. And I will never think about leaving you, not once, Izuku. Next, circles were rubbed into his back, and it's because I love you. So much that I couldn't express it through words. Which is why you shouldn't worry about losing me, Izuku-an. He closed his eyes, wishing that to be true, but he knew it was the opposite. Even if she wasn't killed, there were multiple times that he nearly did, if not actually died. Especially when he dealt the fatal blow to the god. He hadn't asked how they got back home. Can we just stay like this, Toru? It was all he wanted, all he could think of. Was her. How long had it been since he spent an absurdly long time with only her? A year? It had to have been. Now that they were back, it's all he had on his mind. Nothing more, nothing less. Sure, she stroked his hair, of course we can. And so they spent the remainder of the night like that, with Izuku resting his head right beneath her breasts. At some point near morning, Izuku fell asleep. To which Toru took the initiative to move him slightly and onto his own pillow. She slowly crept out of bed and began to tiptoe out of the room. It was only on the other side that she materialized her maid outfit. Izuku looked up at his blue ceiling, only a week until Umbrano officially awoke. He looked to his side to find out that Toru had moved him off of her sometime after he fell asleep. To which he sighed in despair. I thought she truly cared for me. He immediately shook that thought from his mind. He was appalled that he could even think something like that up. There was no doubt that Toru actually cared for him more than anyone else in his life. It felt like blasphemy to him to even dare think she'd give up on him. So, in an effort to find out where she was, Izuku rolled out of bed. He ventured out of his room to see if she was within the eerily quiet living room. He was tackled to the ground the minute he opened his door. The familiar weight of her chest was pressing into him. Good morning, darling. Good morning. He looked into her bright, multicolored eyes. What's got you up so? His gaze drifted downwards, enough to where he could see that she was wearing nothing but an apron. Toru, please get off of me and cover yourself up. A pair of green eyes drifted off towards the upper corners of their ceiling. Clearly, they were shifting from the amount of cleavage that was showing, which was practically everything. But I thought men liked melons, she commented, before sitting on Izuku's legs. We do, but I personally don't want to be attacked. He paused mid-sentence when he caught the familiar scent of his favorite food. Katsudon. For some reason, Tohru was absurdly good at making it, even better than his mom's. Although he still had a sweet spot for it. "What's the occasion?" he asked, knowing full well that she only made katsudon when something happened or there was something like a birthday. "There's not one, I just thought I'd make some for you," she smiled, causing a fong to pop out. "I even got up early to get the ingredients for it." The annoying ring of their egg timer trilled out. "Seems like it's done, give me a moment and then we can eat together." Unknown to her, her foot was over one of the strings. So that when she stood up, the tied strings around her neck were undone, causing the apron to fall to the floor. For some reason, Izuku believed it to be a good time to get up, seeing as he wasn't being pinned down. When he sat up, he was bombarded with her mostly naked figure. She had the manners to still wear her panties, although a surprised look was on her face as a blush began to form. Blood came from his nose when he saw her melons. He remembers that they were just as shapely from when he was a girl. "Did you lure me out here with the scent of katsudon just to tell me that you were the food?" "I could be." Toru's hands drifted down to her stomach to where they held each other. "If you want me to," she lightly bit into her lip, drawing it back as to entice Izuku. However, teasing her body was not on his mind. Ever since he was hit with the scent of his favorite food, it was all he could think of. Which is why his stomach growled rather loudly. "I don't think there's any arguing with him." His eyebrows rose. "Maybe after breakfast?" She bent down and snatched the apron from in between Izuku's legs. She raised it and brought the strings behind her neck before tying them together again. "That sounds like a deal." Izuku got up off of the hardwood floor. "Do you want anything to go with breakfast?" Her eyes glanced past the oven clock. "Despite it being noon," she commented. The chair slid perfectly along the ground, creating next to no noise. I won't need anything." He watched her pick up 2 bowls before exiting the kitchen. "But I do have a request." He pulled out the chair next to him. "Come, sit here so I can tell you." She crossed past the opposite end of the table, where only one chair was. The 4th chair they owned was sitting at the counter. "What is it?" She placed a bowl heaping with food in front of Izuku and placed hers next to it. "Well," he reached across the table to grab the already set napkin along with the chopsticks on it. "It's not exactly one request." He passed the set that was in front of them to her. "It's 2 requests and 1 demand." 3 nervous fingers went up next to him. "So I'm like a genie? What are your 3 wishes, my MSTR?" Izuku chuckled before placing his hands together. Tohru did the same thing. In sync, the 2 bowed and said, "Itadikamasu." For starters, he picked up his chopsticks and took a chunk out of his rice. He held his hand underneath it as he moved towards Tohru. "Can we feed each other?" Her gaze turned from attentive to distant in a single moment. A goofy smile began to form on her face. "Everything all right, Tohru?" Oh," she snapped out of her little daydream about feeding Izuku. "Sorry." She opened her mouth and gladly accepted the glob of rice. A few seconds of chewing went by before she swallowed it. Somehow, she slipped back into her daydream, which was clearer than last time. Earth to Tohru. "Do you copy, Tohru?" Yet again her lead daydream was interrupted by the man that was supposed to be in it. "Thought we lost you for a second. Anyway, what are you dreaming about?" "It has to be good since you've already dreamt about it twice. I in the middle of our conversation." "Oh," she picked up her chopsticks and alongside it a ball of rice. "It's nothing much." She moved her hand along with the food, ensuring none would spill. Open wide, he did as he was told and bit into the rice ball. "So how is it?" "It's the spicy, yet sweet, taste melted on every single one of his taste buds, the absolute best." Somehow, she had always gotten the flavoring of the pork to soak into the entirety of the rice. Although it was diminished in the rice alone, the taste was still pungent. He couldn't wait until he was given some of the main part of the meal. "Anyway, what were those other requests of yours?" Another thing of food came her way, so she ate it. Somehow eating a meal when someone else feeds you just makes the flavor pop more. "I was gonna get there soon," he sighed, "but since you want to rush me." He laughed it off. "I'm just joking. What I really wanted to know," he paused to take another mouthful of rice, "is how we made it back here. I don't mind if you want to keep it to yourself." He set that up just in case she felt obligated to answer. "If you really must know," she cleared her throat, "one of your spikes broke one of the bars. That's how I escaped, then I immediately went to healing you. After a while I teleported back to our camp and then picked up Kanna before heading back here." She had followed the order she was given, which was to lie to Izuku if he were to ask about how they came home. It was an order beset on her by her father. The moment he was pierced in every direction by Izuku's Iron Maiden, he had teleported up to the cage Tohru was in. He was the one who broke her out and the one to heal Izuku. When she asked why he was doing this, he replied with, "Just because I can. Do not question the workings of a god." Right afterward, she was instructed to lie about how Izuku was saved from the brink of death and that he, Lamu, wasn't really dead. Everything after that was 100% the truth. Oh, that I would have thought it'd be more difficult than that. Phantom pains of missing patches of flesh and bone bothered him momentarily. It was after he received another bite of food that he could read the atmosphere he created. It was tense, more so than when he got the cursed claw off of his chest. Look, I know you were bothered when I almost died, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be. When next week comes, I won't throw my life away. That wasn't exactly what caused the mood to shift, it was her own guilt of lying that caused it. But she went along with it, mainly because it did disturb her that he yet again nearly died during a fight. Do you promise? He sent another ball of rice her way. Of course I do. It's a grade A Midoriya promise. He opened up for the next ball of food, only to find that there was pork in it. He wanted to let all of his body to turn into jelly, if it meant that he'd be able to taste her katsudon at any time. It's so great. Didn't your dad promise to come back? And then he didn't. Tohru said. It was like dropping a 10-pound iron on Izuku's head. Sure, she was right, but that didn't mean it was necessary to murder the Midoriya name like that. Well, yeah, but you didn't have to bring that up, he sniffled due to the spice. Makes my promise seem less trustworthy. He sighed. But you're still right, he thought for a moment before preparing the next ball of food. Fine, then I'll just make you a great Izuku promise. If that falls through, then you can go ahead and kill me. You'd already be dead though. Tohru frowned at the thought of him dying twice. She consumed the food given to her and grabbed some more from her bowl, which was about half full. Anyway, what was that demand of yours? Oh, that? Tohru pushed the chopsticks forward towards Izuku slower than before. I'm firing you as a maid. In shock, her chopsticks opened up, causing the rice ball to fall into Izuku's lap. Ah man, he grabbed his napkin and began wiping away the mess. Tohru was awestruck at his demand, firing me. But then it turned into outrage mixed with ease. For what reason? She wanted to drop the chopsticks and stand up, but hearing Izuku out would probably be the best thing. About that. Izuku scratched at his chin as his cheeks became stained with a rosy color. It occurred to me the other day that I haven't really said that I want you to be my girlfriend. I practically just kissed you without warning. Actually, I did kiss you without a warning. So it made me wonder if you were just loving me because you thought it was a maid's job. Izuku waited patiently to see if she would start speaking, but instead he continued. Which is why I want to fire you as my maid. He had come a long way from stuttering and bumbling his words, but he felt them begin to rise. And ask you to be my girlfriend. His cheeks went wild with color. Why, you don't have to say yes if you don't want to. He had gone from someone confident to rather meek as he looked down at his lap. Wavering in the air, Toru's hand moved and was placed on Izuku's chin. She leaned towards him and tilted his head up. She planted a long kiss on his doubtful lips, waiting a few seconds before pulling back. You're an idiot for thinking that I only loved you because of my job, Izuku Kobayashi Midoriya. And don't think that any of my love towards you was fake. Plus, I truly adore every moment that we spend together. When one of us gets mad, I cherish the moment. When one of us is happy, then I cherish the moment. And if one of us gets sad, I cherish the moment. Because you're always there for me. She reached for his rugged hand, and I'm always here for you. She tightly gripped his hand. If you need to fire me as your maid, then go ahead. But I will be here for you no matter what happens. Izuku didn't know what he wanted to hear, but apparently her words were absolutely perfect to his ears. Then I'll be there for you too. Izuku gave off a billion-watt smile. He felt the need to address the elephant in the room, but decided not to. Shall we continue? He picked up his chopsticks and some rice alongside it. Of course, wouldn't want to waste your last meal with your maid. Tohru ate the rice ball given to her. Whoever made this was really good. Yet sadly I had to fire her, although her replacement is said to be better. Izuku joked. I don't know when she'll be here though. She was supposed to be here an hour or two ago. Their bowls were both about halfway done. That's weird. Maybe she's just hiding? Tohru was never one for jokes in the beginning of their time together, but it seemed that she had adapted. Both to the world he lived in, and Izuku himself. I hope she'll be here soon. Wouldn't want to make you wait any longer. It's fine, Izuku continued. At this point I think I'll just settle with you though because I'm loving this. There were only 3 days left until Umbrano wakes up. Izuku looked out at the setting sun. Sitting on the edge of the roof meant that the breeze was chilly. He seemed to be waiting for someone to come up here. He heard that ear-splitting creak of the metal against the cold stone of the rooftop. Izuku? Are you up here? He had called Tomoko over, but for what reason? Yeah, right behind the door. When Izuku heard it close, he patted the stone right next to him. Come, sit. She denied the invitation after a couple of seconds passed by standing near him. I know that I left without a word for a year, but I was busy with things. Here, let me show you. He tilted forward, beginning to slip off of the building. Wait, what are you, Izuku? Tomoko ran forward and tried to grab the back of his shirt. She missed and brought her hand up to create a barrier to stop him. However, when she looked downwards, she saw him lying face up on a barrier. Don't friggin' do that, nearly gave me a heart attack. Sorry about that. Anyways, Izuku was sprung back on top of the roof, where he perfected his landing. How've you been? How's school going? Actually, I don't care about that. How's everything going with Katsuki? He turned to face her, only to meet a blushing face. Well, despite being a hot-headed a-hole that only ever thinks about himself. Izuku walked back to the edge of the roof before climbing over the edge to sit down. I love him. If he could see Tomoko's face right now, he would be able to tell how much she did. That's good. Izuku grabbed onto the edge and tilted backwards, bringing himself more onto the roof. Sometimes I wonder how he'd end up if I didn't patch our friendship. Would he still be the same from middle school, or even worse? What do you mean about that? Tomoko asked, clearly not knowing everything about her boyfriend and best friend's past. Back in middle school, Kaken bullied me on a daily basis. Sometimes he'd mess with something I owned, other times he just injured me. To be honest, that relationship wouldn't change if Tohru hadn't stuck her nose where it didn't belong. She's the one that stopped Katsuki from hurting me any further one day. Because of it I gathered the courage to chew him out. Izuku stated. Once done, he sat down properly. Now can you come sit? It must be pretty tiring to stand still. Tomoko's shoulders budged as she did as was asked. What are you trying to suggest, that I'm fat and it would hurt to stand? She asked in a playful tone. Actually, the opposite, you look like you're all skin and bones. A fist of moonlight appeared above his head before striking him. Ow. All right, he rubbed his scalp. You didn't have to hit me like that. Well, maybe I want to, seeing as we've missed out on so many opportunities since you left. It occurred to her that he never said where he was. Speaking of which, where did you go? I'll tell you if you promise not to hit me. He saw her nod. Okay, well, I've been here and there, basically been traveling a certain continent for reasons. Can you guess which one? It has to be Asia. He was always interested in the multitude of cultures. But then again, he could have been offered a course in some prestigious heroic school in North America. Maybe even given the chance to fight some dangerous villain in South America. Could he have foiled some plot against the European government? Where could he have possibly gone? How many guesses do I get? He held up one finger. All right. Then you were in North America for the past year. I wish. But no. Actually, the question itself was misleading. You see, it's not really a continent I traveled, it was more like all of them. He clicked his tongue, but that's still misleading. If I were to be 100% truthful, then I traveled dimensions and ended up in Tohru's homeland of Mithra. He looked away from the magenta sunset and stared at her, but she isn't the only one to come from there. Am I right? Her expression was unchanging. Maybe? If you guys got there through a portal, then others could have gotten out through it. Ah, and that gives me my answer. He spun around and stared into her eyes, trying to gauge a reaction. When did you arrive here? The same year we were freshmen? Or maybe earlier than that? Her hazel eyes challenged his, staring straight into them without breaking concentration. Why are you asking me this in the first place? I was born here in Japan, same as you were. Well, he stood up, casting a shadow over Tomoko as he stood. It's because you said that there might have been another to come from a portal. Not once had I mentioned, over the course of our 2-year friendship, that Tohru had come through a portal. He closed his right eyelid, and I know that I haven't said anything about a portal, so stop lying and answer the question. She looked him dead in the eye as she held her breath. Fine, she backed down, unable to move this mountain of a beast in front of her. I came from Mithra. I've answered your question, so are you happy? Izuku couldn't figure out why she was so upset over this, so he shook his head. Well then, what will make you happy? Where in Mithra? She gulped. A village that isn't on any map, so you wouldn't know what it is. Izuku laughed heartily before going back to sit down. Why are you laughing? None of this is funny. I'm just going to apologize for being a prick, since you're obviously upset. Izuku leaned back, but I don't get the point about why you're so secretive, especially about the name of the town, which is Dargan. So why? Tomoko wanted to defend herself, but instead her shoulders slumped as she took a defeated walk over to him. It was then that she finally sat down. I don't know. Then that's fine. Izuku stared at the darkening blue sky. It's fine to not have answers to everything. Especially when it comes to something we hold dear or something that's personal. He blinked as he tried to imagine what the clouds looked like above. So, I guess we're twins. Because he didn't elaborate any further, an awkward tension rose in Tomoko. When Izuku noticed, he became frantic. Oh, not that I mean by blood or anything. We aren't related 1bit. At least I don't think so. He cleared his throat. Just meant that we're both dragon slayers that had parents in Dargon village. The mood spiked up when he brought his father's past up. You mean that you were also born in Mithra? He scratched the back of his head. No, my dad was though. I met my uncle and grandfather while there. It's quite odd to know that I have family members in another world. He thought back on them and how awkward he was around them. What about you? Oh, she held her elbow and rubbed it. I don't know who my parents were. The residents of that village took me in when I was 11 because I had wandered in there all alone. The village chief and his son were the ones to take care of me up until I was around. That was when I was swept into a portal and brought onto a mountain top. Tomoko's expression was bittersweet. I want to go back. But my life here was just as good as it was there. I've got great friends, a great education, a loving boyfriend, and even an amazing guardian who inspired me to be a hero. Without her. Without Lucy, I wouldn't have been able to meet Katsuki, Ochako, or you. Izuku just chuckled. We really do live in a small world then. He heard the metal door begin to creak. Shoot, I wanted to continue, but I've got to go. It was nice talking to you again, Tomoko. Izuku snapped a finger and a sea of flames appeared in the shape of rosebeds lined a pathway to her. By the way, he tipped backwards and fell down towards the ground. You should say yes. A set of fiery wings guided him to safety. On top of the roof, Tomoko watched as Katsuki came through the metal door in a suit and tie. It seemed that he had something in his hand for her. One more day until Izuku and Umbra clashed, the thought crossed his mind as he stood on the edge of a rotting forest. Tohru was standing close behind him, careful as to not enter the domain of the forest. So, he turned to face her as she spoke. You found out about this the other day? Is it even safe to enter? Overhead, there was a partially dead and alive branch. The part of it that was past the invisible barrier was dead while the rest, including the trunk, was completely alive. Well, it doesn't hurt to see. He took a step into the dead zone. As if on cue, a pattern of pain was running through his torso, but it felt all too familiar. However, he kept a facade on before walking back over to Tohru's side. It doesn't kill me, but that might be because I have Tiamat's power. Or because I once hosted Solaris within me. One of the two. She usually was unobservant, but it seemed that she noticed immediately that Izuku was in pain. Izuku, can you take off your shirt for me? Tohru didn't wait for a response and instead just did it herself. She received little to no protest. A stunted gasp choked out from her, causing worry in Izuku. What's wrong, Tohru? Do you remember when you went on a rampage 2 years ago? Right after that incident, weird markings appeared on both yours and my body. Well, she completely pulled off the shirt. They were gone when you got rid of the curse from the claw. But now they're back. He looked at the blackened tattoos. The creepy feeling that always ran down his back hadn't disappeared. However, when he looked at them, he couldn't help but think something was different with these ones. He trailed a little circular pattern with one line leading from the top to the rest of the markings on the left side of his stomach. That missing, or am I imagining things? No, I completely remember that too. She poked him, getting a little laugh out because his stomach was ticklish. It's just odd that they would appear now. Have any idea why? Maybe? But you'd have to tell me about what happened when I went berserk, then I can fill in the gaps. After you tried to fight Kurasu to get me back, he broke most of your face and your arm, which caused you to pass out. Right after, I did the same thing after getting kicked, but I did see you come up from the ground. She shivered just thinking about it. Your eyes. They were blood red and glowing. When I came to, I saw that you had killed Kurasu and were still tearing his body to shreds. Knowing that you would turn against humanity and be labeled as a threat, I threw myself at you, knowing that I was no match. You were brought back to your sense once you realized that you stabbed me. I thought I died, but you somehow saved me from the brink of death. I believe that is all, at least it's all I can remember. Izuku felt bad, knowing that he had lied to her about how she was saved. Okay. Well, I don't exactly know why you came back to life, but it had nothing to do with the hero, recovery girl, you met that day. He breathed in and breathed out, as if to prepare him for what came next. I lied about what happened in between flying there and when I came back to my senses. I told you that I went straight there and that she used her quirk to heal you back up. But, he drawled on, I may or may not have stopped in between. It was right after I went in to transfer oxygen that the marks appeared on our bodies. If I had to guess what they did, then they probably bound your life to mine. He purposefully left out the part where he envisioned his tombstone. If it were true, then he'd be dead sometime next year. She should have been upset with him, but he brought something more interesting up. You said that they bound our lives together? He nodded. That can't be right then, otherwise I would have died when your heart stopped after you fought the king. Luckily he restarted it for Y-. She cut herself off, knowing that she just revealed he was still alive. So it seems that we both kept our share of secrets about death from each other, go figure. Izuku tapped his chin. Then what could they possibly be for? No clue, but I might as well get them back. Before Izuku could react, Tohru had already stepped into the death zone. She wasn't dead, but she was clutching her chest as she crumbled to the floor. Her mouth was open and moving, as if she were trying to speak. Izuku quickly grabbed her and threw her through to the other side, knowing that she wouldn't be able to land on her own. He caught and held her. A slight purple glow illuminated his chin, but neither had noticed. "I'm never doing that again," she breathed. "Why were you unaffected by it?" "I was, but I just didn't show it." He needed to see if the same thing happened to her. "So are there any marks?" Nearly a week had passed since she began to wear normal clothing, so it was rather easy to spot something on her chest. Especially with the amount of cleavage her short forced her to show off. Which is why one small glance allowed him to see most of the pattern that he remembered to be on her. "Take off my shirt if you need a closer look, Izuku." He didn't pick up on her obvious hint to go ahead and unclothe her. "No, I can see what's missing from your markings already." It was a little symbol that resembled water. He pointed out where it should have been. "Right below that circle is where it was." She fumed. "You're no fun to mess around with." Confused, Izuku let her down. "Anyway, tomorrow is when Umbra wakes up. So then what's our game plan?" "Our game plan?" he asked. "I'm planning on fighting him." In a flash, her tail smacked him across the cheek. "Ow. What was that for?" "I'm sick of how you fight," she flustered out. "It's always, 'I've got this' or 'let me get him.' But every time you've fought someone on your own you always end up injured. With my father, you were practically half human. And half skeleton. Against Kurasu your bones were broken, and against those 3 dragons at Fafner's you lost an arm. And I'm absolutely sick of it." She suddenly latched onto him and looked up at him. "I can't bear to see you hurt." His cheeks slowly became pinker. "You really want to fight by my side?" His eyes seemed to be in pain. "Even if it means you die?" Tohru stared him down, her eyes blazing with the same fiery passion he'd been inflicted with multiple times. "Of course." She reached for his hands and held them. "If it means I get to be by you, then I would gladly die. If it meant that you would live on, then I would want you to live without me. Just," her eyes pleaded with his, "remember me, if that happens." Izuku almost felt bad that she would trade her life in exchange for his. "No." He pulled her to him and hugged her, his forearm going behind her neck. "Please. I don't want you to die. I couldn't imagine a world without you." Just thinking about it brought back those 5 minutes where she had no heartbeat. "So please, don't try to die for me, don't become my martyr." Moments turned into seconds, seconds passed into minutes, minutes flowed into years. At least it felt like that. On the brink of life and death, their love seemed to be an everlasting solace. One that seemed to last until the end of time. One that wouldn't ever leave Tohru's pounding heart, and it certainly wouldn't leave Izuku's. "Maybe," a sudden miasma swept over towards them, "maybe we should head home for today?" She suggested. "Maybe we could do something special too?" Izuku put his arms at his sides and began to walk away from the stench of death. "Sure. But what do you mean by special?" She followed close behind him, grabbing his hand when they got further away from the barrier. "Well, we could spend the night together." She sounded rather small when saying that. "Maybe have a nice dinner and then go to bed early." He had no clue as to why she was nervous. How would this be any different than any other N-O? His cheeks became scorching hot in seconds. She had always suggested lewd things for him to do, but she'd never been so meek about it. "That's what you meant." It sounded as if he were disappointed. In reality, he was just processing what she said. "Of course," she tried to salvage it, "we could just spend the rest of our day as normal. We can completely forget about this if you want." She frantically spoke. Clearly they were both just as nervous. Izuku stopped in his tracks, unmovable even as Tohru tried to pull him away. He looked down towards his feet before gathering the courage to look at her. "Do you not want to do it?" His thoughts became clouded with heat. "If why you're fine with me, that is. Then let's go do it." She exclaimed. "Let's go right now." He looked sheepish, but he nodded and was practically dragged back home. This would certainly be different from when Izuku was a girl. When night came, however, they both just sat awkwardly on opposite sides of the bed. Izuku was only in his underwear and Tohru was as well. Half an hour passed since the two decided to do it. Hey? Tohru broke the silence. Do you still want to do it?" Izuku's jaw quivered. "Yeah, I do." He paused, "but I don't think now is the best time." His rational side was leaking out. "We're both too nervous to make the first move. So how about we just wait?" Tohru turned around and looked at the back of his head. "Why not until we get married?" "You want to wait?" Izuku turned around to see her holding her chin. There were practically hearts surrounding her. "Until we're married?" "Why, yeah." Izuku gulped. "Unless you don't, I'm fine either way." He felt bad about lying to her, but he truly wanted to save this moment for the night he got to see her in a wedding gown and dress. She was love-drunk, which might have influenced her decision just a bit. You want to get married to me? She fell down onto the bed, her eyes swirling. Then I can wait for that day. Izuku expected her to want to have sex, so he was fairly surprised when she decided to wait. Let's just go to bed then. The lights were off in the room, so all they did was lay down. At least he did. Tohru was still dazed on her stomach. When he noticed she wasn't moving, Izuku sat up and got out of bed. He walked over to her and picked her up a little bit. It seemed that she had passed out due from being overexcited. He readjusted her to where her back was facing him before going back to his side. When he laid down on his side, he wrapped his arms around Tohru and hugged her as he drifted off, putting any thoughts of tomorrow out of his mind. But it proved too difficult to drift off for Izuku. He'd spent hours with no result. It wasn't because he was tempted by the nearly naked Tohru sleeping next to him, or even that he was nervous about her. He had to blame it on pre-battle jitters. Sometime tomorrow, which was about 5 minutes from now, would be his fated battle with Umbra. He didn't know when they'd fight or even if he'd win, which had occupied his mind right after he closed his eyes the first time. Right now, he had the crook of his elbow over his eyes, trying to see if blocking out any light would let him sleep. So far, it only made him lose feeling in his arm. Annoyed, he threw his arm to the side, letting it hang limp over the side of the bed as he became fixated on something else. Something was now producing a dull purple light outside of his window. Concerned, he pulled the covers off of himself and made sure they hadn't been pulled off of Tohru. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood, walking slowly towards the window. As he approached it, he could see straight out to sea. There wasn't anything blocking it, which made him stop dead in his tracks. There had always been a tree blocking his view of the ocean. He even remembered seeing it when he entered his room. So where did it go? It was then that he noticed large patches of dirt were mixed in with the grass underneath where the tree was. He then realized that whatever was summoning that light was killing anything organic, or at least just plants. What is going on? He stopped when the purple light grew brighter, killing the previously untouched grass when the light touched it. That is something you don't see every day. Not knowing what's happened if the light touched a human, Izuku backed away from the window. He moved towards Tohru and picked her and the blanket up, careful as to not disturb her sleep. He was going to leave, but not before grabbing some clothing. Quickly, he moved over to the door and opened it. The purple light was beginning to steadily creep through his living room, which was why he ran over to his bathroom and locked them in there. He placed her down on the tile before grabbing a towel to cover the bottom of the door. A chill ran down his spine, causing him to breathe out. A small fog formed from it. But how could he see his own breath in a heated house? As if on point, he looked towards the small window that was near the ceiling above him. He'd left it open, and now there wasn't a way to close it. Not without touching the purple light and risking whatever would happen. It was most likely death, but would it be painful? Seeing as the two would, without a doubt, be touched by it. As if coming to terms with his bleak future, Izuku bent down while focused on Tohru's sleeping face. At least her last memories would be of him promising to marry her. His hand went behind her head as he moved downwards, going for a kiss. The second that his lips touched her ice-cold ones brought up a memory. A cold one. One where he'd eaten a bit of magic from an icy worm. He hadn't bothered to see if he could use its power, since he could only use dragonic abilities, but what if he could use any magic? Right now, he had to try. It was their only chance of salvation. So he focused, trying to recall how cold the ice shard was. He couldn't feel anything in his throat nor his stomach after swallowing it, which was why Tohru submerged him in fire that day. He held out his hand, pointing it at the window, and tried to summon some ice. Instead, he just stood there, pointing like a dunce. Maybe he had to say something too? Ice blast. Nothing. Ice roar. Still nothing. Just work, please. He raised his voice, stirring Tohru from her sleep. But it still didn't work. God damn it. He stamped his foot, causing cascade of ice to spike out from it. It worked. He stomped again, causing the opaque spikes to stab through the ceiling in front of the window. What worked? He heard Tohru ask. The sounds of their ruffling blanket sounded out. Why are we in the bathroom? Because there is a purple light outside that is killing grass, Izuku explained, unsure if his words had any impact. Oh, she rubbed her eyes before laying back down. That sounds reasonable. Wake me. Did you say a purple light that is killing grass? She clearly heard what he said but only just now registered them. He hummed a yes in response. Then don't let the light of death touch you. Obviously it'd kill you. So you made the right decision in locking us in the bathroom. If the caster is powerful enough though, then getting touched by the light won't matter. Izuku's eyes popped out of his head due to him knowing who was behind this attack. What's wrong, Izuku? We have to leave. Right now. He remembered that the light was coming from the right of his window, which was why he walked over to the wall where the toilet was and punched through it with his fist set on fire. The wall came down and he could see through to the end of the light, which was the ocean. I'll create a walkway so that we can get to safety, Izuku fearlessly spoke. His hands quickly came together and then shot to the ground. Ice spread out from them, creating an opaque, frozen hallway that didn't allow any light through it. Now get going, I'm going to stop everyone from dying. Tohru, shocked, looked at the crouched boy as if he were crazy. Anybody who went up against a Naga's light of death wouldn't be able to get near it. If you're planning on moving it, then you won't be able to get near it. The magic, which is an orb, has a barrier that kills anything that manages to get 10 meters near it. She'd been taught about other dragons' abilities from when she was young. Would it melt ice? Destroy moonlight? He asked, trying to keep his cool. If he could do anything to save Mizurufu, then he would do it. He was desperate enough to save everyone, that he would sacrifice himself if it meant they'd live. Tohru stood, silent as a mouse before bending down, becoming level with Izuku. Smiling, her hand was placed upon his shoulder. I know you're worried about protecting everyone. But there's nothing that can beat a Naga's magic, you have to give up. I'm sorry. He had been staring at the ground the entire time, but he lifted his head up to look at her. You said that if the caster is strong enough, then everyone within its range would die, right? The look in his eyes was weak, as if the fire that constantly dwelled within them was diminished. Yes. I did, but why would it? She paused. It hit her that this wasn't a Naga attacking Mizurufu. She should have despaired along with Izuku, knowing that everyone living within Mizurufu would be dead when the casting finished. But she kept hope. Izuku. Trust me, there is nothing we can do to save Mizurufu. Her hands went to grab his, loosely holding them as she tried to get through to him. But if we can survive, then we can avenge them. Every single person living here. And we can avenge them if we defeat Umbra. She looked into his eyes. I know that's not what you wanted to hear, but we have to live on. For everyone's sakes. But he wanted to cry, practically knowing that everyone he came to know, and even more he didn't, would be dead within minutes. He was a hero in training, but that didn't matter. It went against his values as one to let anyone die, let alone an entire prefecture. I can't just stand back. I can't just watch thousands die. So please, tell me how to stop Umbra's attack. Tohru just looked at him. She had nothing to say, so she stood up, still holding his hands. Please, I can't just let them die. She began to walk away with him, finding it a struggle to drag him over to the icy hallway. There has to be some way to save them all. Slowly, he dug his feet into the ground, causing Tohru to walk slower. Stop ignoring me and tell me how to disrupt the spell. She bit into her lip before continuing to walk away with him. Do you not care about everyone else? He was shut up by a quick smack delivered to his face. Izuku looked up at her, tears trailing down his face. You, he was shocked, the cause wasn't the slap, are not the only one who cares about Mizurufu. But because of the tears rolling down her cheeks. So please don't think that I would be unaffected by everyone's deaths. Now, we have to leave so that we can give Umbra hell for everyone living in Mizurufu. Both of them were reduced to tears, all right? Her grip tightened as she waited for him to follow, and he did, if only after a minute. In the end, the two of them stood over the ocean, scattered tears covering the moonlit floor holding them up. In a blink of an eye, the Naga's magic went haywire, exploding in a violent burst of light. The orb enveloped the city one moment, and the next it was gone. Along with everything else. There was no amount of lament that Izuku could express to wash away his self-ordained sins. He only hoped that his life would be enough to write them away. To make everything right. A helicopter circled behind the duo, taking in every detail about the gray crater that was now Mizurufu. It didn't take long for the rest of Japan to find out about what happened. The only thing was that the only two who knew the cause of the massacre were about to confront it. They stood on the edge of the barrier they had confronted yesterday afternoon, mustering up the courage to walk into it. There was no way that he would be able to fight with his utmost strength after what just happened. But he still had to, otherwise the world, no, everything he'd come to know would come to an end. Mithra and the universe he knew would be reset if Umbra were to win. Which was why he had to beat him and return him to Tiamat, otherwise a calamity would return the universe to nothing. Well, Izuku took a step forward. It's now or never. The pain in his chest was significantly dulled from last time, however, that was most likely due to his own ignorance. His focus was elsewhere, particularly the feeling of animosity and bloodlust coming from in front of him. He didn't feel brave, nor was he stunned. It was a transient state that reached into both, something akin to fear but also to tenacity. To weakness but also strength. Gutsy to meek. But what was it exactly? Did he want to curl into a ball and give up? Or did he want to fight to the end, to his dying breath? He couldn't even tell what it was himself. Was his goal to defeat him and survive? Or was his fate to perish at the hands of Umbra? If it was, then he'd bend to its will and let it. Why would he let his fate get in the way of going all out? Izuku. He was taken away from his inner thoughts. The quicker we find Umbra, then the quicker we can deal with him. Okay? Tohru only asked a question so that he'd answer, thus retaining what she said. He nodded in response before walking ahead of her. There was no need for him to speak. At least he felt that way. He had been silent ever since Tohru forced him along through the icy path he forged. So it didn't surprise her that he wanted to stay quiet. Even if he despised her for bringing him along, she didn't care. It was for the benefit of mankind anyway. They silently made their way closer to the cesspool of negative emotions that swelled and circled in front of them. There was no putting a stop to the duo. Until they came face to face with the black-haired boy. A flow of torment, of terror, of death came from the boy standing across from him, separated by an crater. Was he the source of the swirling negativity? Or was it just a byproduct of this lifeless land? Regardless, standing next to the vortex was sickening. Ah, he began, we meet again, Izuku Midoriya. So how was it being affected by my defense mechanism 3 years ago? Izuku knew he was referring to the time he was a girl, which lasted about a month. I wonder what happened to you then. Maybe you'd answer me, but maybe you'd rather keep it to yourself? Whatever the answer is intrigues me. Indulge me, Will. Umbra's hair was blown around as he grabbed Izuku's sucker punch aimed for his face. You. He launched a simple kick at Umbra's side, gauging whether it'd do any damage. So far, it seemed that Izuku would have to rely on his dragonic powers for the time being. Until he wore down that skin like scales that coated his body, there'd be no relent in his mana-based attacks. You're going to pay for everything, Umbra. Suddenly, his calf was ablaze, burning the air behind it and causing it to accelerate into the black-haired boy. The result sent him flying, whereas Izuku chased after his foe. I will get revenge for everyone that you killed. His next attack was with a war hammer of moonlight, which he sent straight into Umbra's chest. It cracked, along with the ground, but that wasn't the end of the attack. Next was the hundreds of spears that would pierce him. However, that was not the case. Izuku was forced away from his formed weapon by a simple tap to his knee. It was torn out from underneath him as he fell flat onto his chin. It's rude not to answer someone's question. Izuku quickly blinked, only to find that Umbra was looking him right in the eye. So what happened to you after you entered my aura? In an instant, fire engulfed the two, scorching Umbra while being ineffective to Izuku. Or at least he'd like to have thought. Somehow, he was able to get next to Tohru, who was warming her lover up. It's also rude to interfere with someone's conversation. He grabbed onto her throat, causing the fire to stop. Right after that, he slammed her into the ground. Izuku's clothing was burnt to a crisp, but that didn't stop him from getting up and taking Umbra by surprise. Running, Izuku prepared an icicle filled with poison to stab him with. He jumped at the final moment, ready to stab his foe in the back. It was as if Umbra had eyes in the back of his head because he was spot on when grabbing Izuku out of the sky by the face. You should sit back, relax. Umbra smiled like a madman, and despair. Izuku watched as his grip on Tohru's throat tightened. The unrelenting struggle that she put up was put to an end. Izuku was dropped to the ground where he immediately shuffled next to Tohru. His hands shot over to her. Crushed throat to where they instantly began to heal her. Oops. Did I use too much of my curse power? Maybe I should have used less. Hey, is she dead yet? Izuku expended as much of his mana to heal her with his moonlight, to no effect. If only he was able to switch between his forms, then things would be different. Come on, is she dead? Well? Am I going to get an answer? Izuku's hands were stomped on, breaking them along with Tohru's neck in the process. Or will I have to get one myself? Izuku didn't even acknowledge the pain he felt, only focusing on Tohru. Stay with me. Even with shattered bones, he tried to fix her throat, hoping that she wasn't already dead. Please don't give up, I need you. He tried summoning his golden fire but with no result. You're not allowed to die yet. He didn't notice the black markings steadily fading from her chest. Not until we get married, not until we have a family, not until we grow old. He cried out, trying his best to allow her to breathe again. Izuku felt a hand grip his wrist to where it pulled away. Taking his attention from her throat, he looked towards her face. Tohru mouthed 2 words, to which he knew exactly what they were. As she spoke, a circular marking below her collarbone disappeared. Kill him. She must have used up the last of her power with those 2 words, for her grip loosened and she let go of him. Tohru? He didn't want to believe it. Tohru? He just couldn't. Tohru? He grabbed her by the back and her head. Tohru. He couldn't feel a heartbeat. Tohru. Nor could he feel anything coming from her. Tears dripped onto her lifeless face. Sorry. Umbra began, clearly trying to piss Izuku off. Is someone sad that I killed their little girlfriend? Izuku placed her down and prayed for but a moment. Well, that won't last for long. You'll at least be able to follow behind her soon. Umbra kicked Izuku's back, only to find that he wouldn't budge. Only in lament, Izuku stood up. The eerie aura of death had been broken by something that was up with Izuku. Small red flames burst from his back right before he turned around. There were two things different about him. One were the markings on his chest being gone. And the second were his glowing eyes. Can one find a peaceful death? Golden flames rocketed out of his back, covering the battlefield in a godlike glow. But you will suffer. They shot out even further, completely coveting Tohru, until your last breath. He stoically charged towards Umbra. I will end this pointless CYCL by turning you into ash. Now come, a fist extended from his back, skimming past Umbra's cheek. Accept your fate. The real battle starts now. Izuku couldn't explain why he was now able to bring his other form out, but he didn't need to. Just being able to use his golden fire was tilting the fight in his favor, drastically so. Whatever caused it was triggered after her heart stopped beating. He just hoped that they activated in time to breathe life into her again, otherwise he wouldn't know just what to do. With both himself and Umbra. He was obviously going to take his life, but through what method? If he killed Tohru, then he would pin him down and tear off his scales, one by one, while scorching the exposed flesh. Maybe he would impale him upon a stake of fire, let him burn for a few days before going in for the kill. Perhaps he'd simply pull his limbs off. He'd think about a better inhumane way to kill Umbra if his girlfriend was truly dead. So he held on to the hope that she was being fixed right now by his fire as he exchanged punches with Umbra. This is exhilarating. Wouldn't you say so? Umbra shouted as he ducked to the right, dodging a fist aimed for his left breast. I obviously would, since you're fighting better than you were earlier. He kicked upwards, creating a wind draft that blew away a spear of fire that was launched at him. Golden cinders fluttered around the battlefield as Umbra touched the ground, creating a void to absorb the torrent of fire coming down upon him. Despite everything that Izuku attacked him with, the only thing that connected was when he grazed Umbra's cheek with a fiery fist. It's as if we were made to counter each other. But that couldn't be been right. Sure, Solaris and Umbrana were polar opposites, but there's no way Umbra and I are. I mean, the original dragons were the incarnations of day and night. Izuku jumped, avoiding a jaw of darkness that tried to bite into him from the ground. He landed on a barrier of moonlight before running across it and trying to deliver an axe kick. Both he and I obviously have different powers, meaning that this fight is skewed to one side. Umbra crossed his arms and blocked it. His cockiness would be his downfall. And that side, an icicle formed on his foot before bursting, violently ejecting liquid all over Umbra, after he exposed it to flame. It coated his arms mostly, instantly causing them to burn. In pain, Umbra forced his way through the kick and pushed Izuku upwards before punching him in the stomach. A barrier of moonlight should have done the trick to defend against it, but it was instantly broken, only absorbing some of the impact as it sent Izuku backwards. Is mine. He mentally shouted as he clenched his ribs. The pain he felt paled in comparison to the poison that was melting Umbra's scales. Or at least Izuku thought. It seemed that their damages were on par since they could both still move. However, it took a fair amount of power to fight back against Umbra's sudden punch that materialized in front of Izuku. He funneled all 6 of his fiery appendages at it, most of them fists, in order to get rid of it. You shouldn't leave yourself wide open. Umbra dashed forward, getting to the green-haired boy in less than a second. That meant he covered 20 meters in a mere moment, and was already prepared to kick him. Izuku forced his body to the left while he blocked the attack with his forearms. He grit in pain at the feeling of his bones shattering, being reduced to sharp fragments. How am I going to be able to beat him? Izuku thought as he flew through the air, passing by the mass of golden flames covering Tohru. He just keeps getting stronger. Izuku fell into the crater back first. He's just toying with me, isn't he? He couldn't move his arms, so he summoned some of his golden flames to heal him. Somehow, these ones were stronger, as if there was something limiting his power. No, that can't be it. He rushed to get on his feet before jumping and taking to the skies. It was then that his assumption was confirmed based upon the diminished fire swirling around Tohru. She was the one limiting his strength. The closer she was to death. Meant that Izuku would only grow stronger. Had the black markings appeared to save her life back then, or were they to bind Izuku's strength, to make him weaker? Whatever the case, Izuku wouldn't dare toy with her life. Which was why the golden fire came back to heal her. But was that the right option? He knew that he stood no chance against Umbra as he currently was. Surely a power boost, however slight, would turn the tides of victory in his favor. But would it be worth the chance of letting Tohru die? She was strong, but she wouldn't be able to hang on for too long in her current state. She'd suffocate in her current state if Izuku didn't heal her right away. His decision could impact his life forever, and neither of them just came with major consequences. Conflicted, he chose the path he thought was right. Izuku repositioned himself to face the incarnation of evil himself, Meteor Shower of the Sun Dragon. In an instant, thousands of baseball-sized fireballs appeared behind Izuku. In the next, golden fireballs were raining down, all seeking to incinerate Umbra in as little time as possible. There was certainly no way that he'd be able to escape the hailfire that was coming at him head-on, but surprise came to the green-haired boy again. For his foe was fast, more so than before. If he had to estimate, then Umbra would easily clear a mile in a minute, maybe less. Not good. Izuku turned around and blocked the first of 3 blows with his fist. Gotta turn up the heat. He drew out more mana, hoping that it would strengthen his torn muscles so that they would be able to take another hit before completely breaking down into useless fibers. And that's exactly what happened. A second punch caused Izuku's right arm to fall limp at his side before a third sent him crashing into the ground. Izuku skid against the hardened ground, cutting his hands and knees against jagged stones and skinning them against the lifeless dirt. He had been forced on all fours like a wounded predator, ready to snap at whatever came at him next in order to survive. And that's just the form he took on, a rabid animal. Just like when Karasu stole Tohru away from him. If he continued like this, then maybe things would devolve into that, although it sounded rather promising. A gigantic influx of power would be able to put a stop to Umbra, but would he be able to come back to his senses? Or would he fall apart at the seams when Tohru bit the dust? Whatever the outcome, he still had a fight to finish. Ignoring the pain of his gashed limbs, he stood up. Unlike the previous time his power went haywire, Izuku couldn't transform into a dragon. But a roar still escaped from his throat. His pupils dilated like a lizard's as layers upon layers of icy spikes shot out from his feet in every direction. There were thousands of them, covering every square centimeter of space in between him and Umbra. Again, he didn't seem to touch his foe, who was coming in through the only opening Izuku had, right above. However, he was prepared this time, and this time alone. If he was hurt by the ability Izuku got from Tiamat, then a second dosage of it would do some real damage. Which was why Izuku ignited a flame from inside each individual ice spike, spewing their poisonous contents out. He had made sure to create a barrier around Tohru just in case the fluid shot off in her direction. But otherwise it was an acid rain, one that soaked Umbra, hopefully through to the bone. Izuku was immune to the poison, so it didn't burn through his skin, but it surely was burning through Umbra's scales. For he was writhing on the ground in front of Izuku. But Izuku's assault wasn't over yet, it was just beginning in fact. A line of fire started from his hands before trailing down his legs. From there they spread out, burning the ground near Izuku. However, an invisible barrier around Umbra carved the flames out. You must be thinking, Izuku watched in disgust as Umbra tried to stand, how can I possibly move after that last attack? His voice was mocking, but he still hit what Izuku thought on the head. Half of his left leg was gone, his right calf was melting away as he spoke. The right side of his jaw was as well, but his left arm was practically reduced to nothing, no muscles or even a scrap of bone. There was still something off-putting about him in this state, like he had something hiding within a non-existent sleeve. But let me show you. Not even a millisecond after you came from him, Izuku was fighting back against a pressure that was forcing him from his position. This wind dug into the whites of Izuku's eye as he bore witness to Umbra. He brought a hand to his face to protect against the wind, but even with them creating a mostly airtight seal over them, he still felt the wind biting into him. So he just withstood the pain and watched as his foe transformed, unable to do anything about it. It was like watching a cocoon hatch, but instead of a butterfly or moth, it was a potential cause for all of mankind to disappear. First, his tissue regenerated, muscles and all, the skin becoming taut as it formed. Next was a set of darkened wings that seemed as dark as an endless abyss, never being able to find a light in the void. Finally, was the layer of scales that sprouted all over his body, much thicker than last time they locked up to create a sort of full-body armor that probably was as strong as graphene. On top of that, his entire body grew larger, sharp devil-like horns were atop his head. Razor-sharp claws that would tear into anything they touched formed from his fingers. The unprecedented size came a few moments after. Izuku shivered as he looked over Umbra's form, knowing that he would be in for a long fight. He prayed that Tohru would survive through it. With his transformation out of the way, Umbra charged at Izuku faster than before. Even when Izuku was in his dragon form, he was significantly slower than his opponent. So he hardly had enough time to step backwards and out of the slash that seemed bent on cutting him in half. He saw a bead of sweat that fell from his forehead be splattered onto the claw as he backed up. The only reason Izuku had been winning was because of a fluke, so he had to think up a strategy to beat Umbra when he was charging directly at him. He ducked downwards before jumping straight into the air. Can he use magic in this form? I'm boned if he can. In a moment Umbra was right in front of him, but that probably means he can't. Izuku breathed out fire, projecting him backwards like a bullet when it was pressed against a moonlight barrel. So then that just means I need to create distance. Izuku backed up again, watching for any weaknesses in the nearly unnoticeable movements Umbra made. When he backed up again, Izuku believed he had enough data. He compensates for his speed with broad swings, although they're accurate I can easily dodge them if I'm careful. Izuku ducked the next swing and headbutt his foe in the stomach, his head throbbed but that threw Umbra off balance as well as backwards. However, he only had a few good seconds before his plan would be void. He isn't flying. I don't know why, but he charges by gliding against the ground after a small jump forward. The dirt floor became coated in ice, causing Umbra to slip on his back when he tried to regain his footing. Perfect. Izuku's right arm had been mostly fixed, but the amount of adrenaline coursing through his body was enough to ignore all pains he incurred while moving it. It rose to the sky before promptly lowering, like a general giving the fire at will command. On command, a lightning bolt descended from the blackened heavens and hit Umbra square in the chest. Normally, 300 million volts would kill a human, but Umbra wasn't even close to one at this point. Izuku hadn't electrocuted too many dragons before, but he guessed they could survive about 1 billion volts before their hearts gave out. Which was why he focused nearly all of his power into the bolt that was still coming down. He felt good about the amount of mana he had, but now he wasn't sure if it would last him until the end of the fight. Although, if he died then it would have easily lasted long enough. Umbra began to get up. Normally Izuku would have been worried and gotten ready to get away, but he noticed something. His scales were beginning to chip. Cracks formed and wells were created within the thick scales. Meaning that Izuku could defeat him if he continued to use lightning. But he didn't know how much longer he could go for before his mana up and quit on him. Whatever, Izuku raised the voltage, straining his healing muscles as he did. Let's keep this up. However, neither his magic or his arm listened. He lost all functionality of both the lightning and his arm, CRP. My mana, Umbra stood and charged at Izuku, is gone. 5 horizontal claw marks were deeply embedded into Izuku. His eyes went wide, knowing that he had no mana, meant that he couldn't heal the gashes that had blood pouring from them. While distracted by his wounds, Izuku failed to notice Umbra's forehead close in before it bashed him. Izuku opened his eyes only to look upon a plain forest, although it might have been a bit denser than normal. A small path lined with stones led deeper into it, so, Izuku stood up and brushed his knees free of any grass before heading over to it. He was confused as to how the path only continued for a few more feet before becoming a clearing. There were definitely trees in place of this opening, but he shook that thought away when he noticed a figure sitting within it. Slowly, he walked the path and approached the figure. Come, I won't bite. She spoke. Izuku was sure he'd heard that voice before, but he couldn't quite put it. Whoever it was, Izuku sped up until he was standing behind her. He could see that they were staring into a lake of crystal clear blue water, although a substantial amount seemed to be missing. Now that you're here you should sit and enjoy the show. Suddenly, pictures of someone's life began to flicker to life on the surface of the lake. So what are we watching? Izuku asked after sitting, watching the lake with all of his focus. He caught a glimpse of his reflection on the water so he at least knew what he looked like. But who was he? That he could not recall. Until he saw a green-haired kid brushing his teeth in the mirror. His dad was doing the same thing with a mile-wide smile on his face. You seem to know what goes on around here, Izuku began. Is that green-haired boy me? The woman sitting next to him was surprised, but then seemingly understood. Did you lose your memories or something, Izuku? She asked, although she's did while answering Izuku's question as to who he was. Then this is perfect, just keep an eye on your memories, you should be able to remember everything from your past. It was almost like an order, one that he followed without fail. He watched himself as a child enjoy taking a walk through a park with both his mom and father. After that it was watching his dad beat up some sort of villain with fire that spewed from his hands. Next was watching fireworks upon someone's shoulders, but he realized that it was his dad when the boy looked down. The final memory Izuku watched was a funeral, and it was for the dad that had given him so many great memories. His memories were interrupted by a purple glowing at the bottom of the lake, which seemed deeper than he once thought. Ah damn it, the figure behind him spoke. Do you think you can go stop that light so we can enjoy the movie some more? Izuku couldn't help but feel compelled to. His clothes were already mostly off so he just dove into the pool after a deep breath. There was a purple orb that created the light that broke through the memories. It must have been strong because it seemed to be very deep, at least 100 meters worth. Regardless, he swam through the clear water without struggle. It was almost as if he trained his body specifically for swimming. When he got close enough to grab it he reached out to it. However, a memory came back to him when he was an inch away. It was one of him getting cut by a black dragon that rushed towards him in the blink of an eye. Pain flooded his chest as the water around him was stained red. He grabbed the orb as panic set in. Most of his breath had turned into bubbles, so he needed to get more air. He swam like a madman through the bloodied water until he broke the surface. When he did, Izuku swam slowly while clutching his chest, as if the pain of it had caught up to him. The figure rushed over to help Izuku. "Hold on, I got you." She grabbed Izuku's arm but reached for the purple orb. "You did well, so let me help you." The figure held onto the orb even after kicking Izuku in the face. "Sorry about this, but I know that you'll just forget about all that happened." Somehow, the kick relayed Izuku's memories into him. Ones that he spent with the orange-haired figure that had eyes similar to a bonfire's colors. One that he loved with all his heart, Tohru. He shouted, trying to swim back to shore, but it was already too late. She had pierced the orb with a claw. Waves of purple energy flowed out. She looked at him with pain in her eyes. What was she planning on doing? "Don't forget me, will you?" Izuku tried to stop her, but he was too far from where the purple orb splashed in order to catch it. On its contact with the water surface, it exploded outwards, filling the lake with its purple HEW. Along with the coloring, the lake seemed to resonate a power as the water became gelatinous. Izuku tried his hardest to move, but couldn't even breathe when he got submerged. "Please, take good care of yourself once I'm gone, Izuku. I know you all too well." Tohru spoke from the shore. "I won't be able to see you anymore, so this is goodbye." A warm feeling was placed upon Izuku's right cheek, as if an invisible kiss was planted upon it. "I love you. I love you so much." The last thing he heard was her voice breaking, as if she couldn't hold back any tears. Izuku was falling backwards, blood spraying from the 3 open wounds in his chest. "This isn't over." The same purple glow came from the claw marks, repairing them instantly. "Umbra. This is my one." Fire sprouted from Izuku's back, spreading out in every direction like a net, and only shot to kill him. That couple-second gap would prove vital to Izuku's victory. A millisecond passed when Izuku's fire stopped. It was more like a 100-foot-wide dome. Next were millions if not billions of micro-sized ice spikes that shot out to imprison Umbra. That took 3 milliseconds, but his next move would take at least 5. Poison swam alongside the ice, hitting his foe with waves of miasma. Now came the final touch, one that didn't even take a millisecond to conjure. A spiked hammer of moonlight appeared at his feet. He always liked the fact that the war hammer were created to counter a knight's armor, so he had taken it to the extreme. Where his hands were meant to rest were dozens of holes, which he designed to send his fire through in order to boost the hammer. He picked it up, causing the fiery dome to rain down fireballs at Umbra. Calamity-slaying technique, guillotine of the gods. It took a second for Izuku to get in front of Umbra, and another millisecond to finish the fight. Fire came out of the other end of the hammer while lightning tipped its spike. Propelled by the sudden explosion that took place, the hammer wildly collided with Umbra's scaled neck, breaking the connection between his body instantly. Izuku watched with malice as Umbra's head flew off. "Good night, Umbrano." All of Izuku's magic disappeared, but he was nowhere near out of mana after the lake had turned into his source. However, he himself was near out of energy. With the remnants of it, Izuku walked over to Tohru, reaching her after half a minute passed. He fell to his knees and hovered over her. "Thank you." He fell onto his arms and kissed her on the lips, the last black mark fading. A tear escaped his eye and fell onto her cheek. "I'm sorry about waiting for so long. It's because I thought that you'd wait for me forever." He smiled as he looked down at her peaceful face. "But now I know that you won't. I can only hope you will cherish the name of Midoriya." Tears blotted Izuku's vision of her. "I love you more than anything." He fell onto the ground next to her. Tohru Midoriya. The last of his energy slipped through his fingers. Now was the time for him to rest, although it would only be momentary. Unlike hers. It had been a month since Umbra was defeated and Izuku had missed Mithra so much he was already back. Currently, he was walking through the forest of the sea, although it seemed to be more flooded than before. He knew that he'd find the hole where Tiamat rested soon, but he wasn't expecting to fall into it. He was submerged in a small pool of water at the bottom, so he swam up and breached the surface. Damn it, he swam to the rocky shore and stood on it while facing the skeleton. Over the course of a month it had completely decomposed, as if it was waiting for someone. "Well, I did as you asked, Tiamat." Izuku reached into the satchel on his side and pulled out a jar. It was full of blackened ashes. "Both Solaris and Umbra are now at your side. May you three sleep soundly together." He opened the jar and spread the ashes near Tiamat. He then put his hands together and prayed for them. This trio of dragons had caused destruction on Earth, a world where dragons and even the concept of magic weren't things. Until a portal had opened by a predecessor of Tiamat, one who brought magical relics that allowed the people of this world to use magic. one of which was the tool his mother held, and he was sure that he'd find more as a pro-hero. "Are you all right down there, Izuku?" A voice bounced upon the cavernous walls, bringing a pleasant smile to Izuku's face. "Do you need me to come get you?" Izuku stopped praying and turned around, to walk out of the cave. No, wings of fire sprouted through his shirt as lifted him upwards. Back out of the hole. "I'm just fine, Tohru." He stared at the draconic woman he thought he had lost as he landed. "Let's get home," he spoke. Nothing else sounded better to him than sleeping side by side with the woman he sought to marry.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.